banger banger. that's it right now, guys. Popping in with the subs right off the bat. Holy smokes, good afternoon or evening, morning, wherever the hell you are, guys. This is all about having some fun, doing something a little bit different. If you are a longtime viewer, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. If this is your first time on the stream, what's up? My name's Schiller. On Twitch, it's Von Schiller. My name's actually Steve. Who the hell cares? Call me whatever you want. We're here. We're ready to freaking party the entire day, okay? So let me break it down real quick. We got 10 guests lined up. Basically, I scoured Twitter. I found people that had Bored Apes as profile, and I was like, let's see what their story is. Reached out to them and said, hey, do you want to come tell it? Maybe talk about a little bit of NFTs, other things like that. They were like, hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, dude. So, really, really excited. We got a DJ from Australia. We have an award-winning puppet fabricator. We got a guy who's won almost $3 million at poker tables. It's crazy. It's lit. Guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Listen, you got no idea about Bored Ape. Did I miss the train? You don't look like an ape? Bruv. I thought humans always look like apes. Come on. What is this? Okay, so before we get going, as we mentioned, we got giveaways that we are going to be doing throughout this evening. We don't really have anyone's timed, except for here in the beginning. We're going to bring on JVB here in just a minute. But with that said, guys, I want to show you some of the giveaways that we are doing today. So take a quick little peek at this video. Yo, the fact that you, Brandon, you're like, yo, it's terrible. It's exactly the reason. So, guys, how we're going to do this is the giveaways I want to have open kind of for everyone, but obviously for certain ones, they are supposed to be Bored Ape derivatives. So if you happen to not own one, please know that you are still able to enter the giveaways that we do. If you happen to win, what you're going to be able to do is select somebody that you want to give that derivative to. If you don't have it, and then what I'm going to do is, because I know a lot of you guys are probably Top Shot users, so I'm going to gift you a Top Shot moment in lieu, and then you just give me the name of the person that you are wanting to give the derivative to, which I think is going to be super cool. So, Captain, hello. So, guys, you seen in there, yo, Emol with the Prime sub, guys. Thank you so much throughout this. So, Mr. Dickers, the one and only Big Bake, thank you. He's decided that the giveaway for today is going to be this Skull Kid right here. Look at this badass Skull Kid. Let's freaking go. Oh my god. All right, so I also got a link here so you guys are able to go check him out on Twitter and some of the other stuff. So before we get into all of that fancy stuff, I need to do that. So if you're wanting to join the Discord for Skull Kids, the invite link is right there. So feel free to join up on that one. These guys do raffles, they do auctions, they do a whole bunch of different stuff on there. And listen, I know this isn't Bored Ape Yacht Club. I know, but hey, you know what? When there's an NFT artist that's coming up with this crazy ass friggin' killer stuff, I'm like, listen, we gotta have it friggin' pop off. Listen, I'm gonna throw with like just a kind of subtle intro. You know, I can't even play that. I was gonna do that in the background, but it doesn't work. We'll do Caruso's beat, and we'll get this giveaway up here and started. Guys, it's gonna be 3 minutes, okay? 3 minutes. It's exclamation mark raffle to get in. Exclamation mark raffle to get in. If you're wanting to win a Skull Kid right here, right now, to get things set up in a good mood. Yo, Big Bake with the 10 gifted. Holy sheesh. Good sir. Thank you. Oh my god. Guys, again, reminder, if you're wanting to join up on the Skull Kids Discord, link is here in the chat. I know a ton of you guys are already in there, but it's going to be good. It's going to be fun. It's going to be an eventful afternoon. Look, the odds are looking pretty good right now. It's exclamation mark raffle if you're wanting to get in. And JVB's also posting the Skull Kids or Dickers Twitter in there. If you guys are wanting to follow Mr. Scalata, hello. Turn down the music a bit. Yeah, for sure. Sorry, my bad. We vibing. All right, we got a minute and a half left. If you're wanting to get in on the raffle for this Skull Kid, exclamation mark raffle. You guys are in here early. Yo, Shamdu. What's up, good sir? And Shamdu is going to be giving a little bit of a giveaway with Nifty Nation as well. If you've seen it in that video, they have a Discord where they follow a bunch of NFT projects. So if you wanted to see some people that do it pretty much as like a full-time job, get the inside scoop, get a little bit of advice on what you should be buying as well, and the quantities, all that kind of jazz. It is phenomenal. Guys, we got a minute left. It's exclamation mark raffle to get in to win number 55 of the Skull Kids. I am the top bird owner. Not a good look for you, bro. Oh, no. Borbin, did you buy Amanda's collection? You're crazy. I only have one. Hunter beat me to it, too. All right, we got 35 seconds. You got two? Right on. Looks amazing with 0.5 ETH this floor. Yeah, they're pretty damn good. They are pretty good. And guys, thank you so much for the follow and checking it out. We got 10 seconds left on the raffle. It's exclamation mark raffle. Things to be wrapped up here. 3, 2, and 1. All right, let's find out who the winner is. Yo, justice is served. You are the winner. If you're wanting to get in contact with JVB or Dickers himself, who's actually here in the chat, we'll get you hooked up with this one. Congrats, congrats, congrats. And again, Dickers and the Skull Kid family, thank you so much for donating this giveaway right off the top. Hope you love it, and hope we see more people in this project, because I think it's a secret gem, and that's something that we talk about all the time here, about those secret little hidden gems that you love to find. All right, let's get JVB in here, and let's kind of do a little bit of a quick chit-chat before we really get into kind of the crazy of all the things. And JVB again posted in there, so if you wanted to join up on their Twitter, Discord, etc., then you were able to do so. JVB, how's your day going, sir?
It's going great. How are you?
Good. You got, okay, dude, you've literally bought a banana to this. This guy knows.
I'm hungry.
This guy knows how to.
I need potassium.
Yeah. Okay, you're crazy. Okay, so before we get into kind of the lineup about the guests and everything else that we have today, and Chili Brother with the 5 gifted, good sir, thank you so much. Let's talk a little bit about the ZED Run kind of kerfuffle that ended up unfolding yesterday. And, I mean, what do we really have to say? It's commonplace in the NFT scene. I think that overall, when you're looking kind of at a track record, we've had, you know, the Ethereum gas issues on one drop. The next drop, people, you know, were having kind of like just general issues with Matic and the site not loading. And then this one, it seemed that Wave 1 went fine, and then it kind of went downhill just a little bit on Wave 2, and then they decided to postpone it, and then they're going to give us an update on Monday.
Yeah, it got a little exciting. Before I start talking about Zed, though, I want to give a shout out to Big BAYC. With those 10 gifted subs, he is now #1 on your gifted sub chart. Yo, Big BAYC, right. Numero uno.
Guys, we got Big BAYC emote here in the chat. If you were a sub, be sure to absolutely light it up right now. Big BAYC, thank you so much for the support.
Yeah, BAYC's the GOAT right now. And yes, Chili Brother, this is Brooks Brothers. Come on, do you know me? So yeah, the ZED drop was interesting. You know, they said repeatedly that they were going to try to make things right for the people who had the busted link for the previous drop, the Terra drop back in May.
You're right. I forgot about that.
So all the people who were in Wave 1 were the people who weren't able to buy horses last drop in May. So they had to wait a whole month for their makeup drop. But Zed repeatedly said, you know, we're going to make it up to you. We're going to cater drop specifically to you. We're going to make it up to you. And it seems like there were a lot of horses in Wave 1 and not a lot of people. So, you know, the people, and there were some people who had multiple stables, and, you know, they unfortunately got horses last drop and then a ton this drop. But for the most part, I think a lot of those people were people who kind of, you know, got shafted last drop, and they might have gotten a couple horses in Wave 1 this time, and good for them. You know, I mean, if I had to wait a whole month and then, you know, ETH went down a little bit and stuff, the fact that like the purchasing experience would have been easier for me is something I think I'd really appreciate. So that's cool. I think where the problem happened with Wave 2 was that last drop, if you remember, we had 12 waves, right? 2 sets, 6 waves each. All of the ZED users, the stable owners, were in one of those 12 waves. And this time they split all the ZED users into 3 waves, right? And I was talking to Quad about this last night. Even Top Shot, you know, they've had drops where they had to shut down the marketplace, or immediately following a drop, there's so much site traffic that they have to restrict marketplace purchases to 1 per hour, right? Scalability, I think, can be a big issue with some of these blockchain IPs. And I'm sure Zed just experienced a pretty significant scalability issue yesterday as well. You know,
Yeah. And then, dude, not to change subjects, but this
yeah,
morning, apparently, I mean, we're planning out doing this pretty much like all morning, and then we had kind of all the drama come out for like NBA Top Shot, where apparently, in the moment was like quote unquote like insider trading because they had an interview with Jacob, and now that is absolutely all over Twitter. If you guys haven't seen that yet, it's definitely worth kind of like just a quick little scroll through Twitter to get yourself caught up with what's going on. We will do a show like tomorrow or the next day where we're kind of going to break down all that kind of stuff a little bit more and kind of break down it. But for today, guys, this is the Bored Ape Hotline. Let's kind of go through the guests, and then we'll talk real quick here. So we got Crypto-Papi coming on. Crypto-Papi is an IT executive, and we're going to be talking about NFTs, crypto scene as a whole, and talking about emotions and kind of what to do in a bear market. And when we say bear market, we're talking about, you know, whether it be kind of Top Shot taking a downturn and handling that, because we actually had a talk last night, and I thought it was really kind of eye-opening, the perspective, and, you know, a simple thought change can do absolute wonders. So super excited to have him up. He's actually going to be the first guest. This lineup isn't in order, so realize that right off the bat. We're just going to kind of talk about it. DannyUkes, apparently he changed what ape he bought. So we were doing a stream yesterday, and somebody in the chat was like, what the hell? That's my ape. So he sold this ape, bought a different one that he liked more, but this is the one that we used. If you know DannyUkes, he was one of the first people in the Ghost project that ended up going completely insane. We're going to be talking about building a community, how to find projects as well, because he is one of the people that likes finding some of those projects when they are tiny little babies. And then we have Top Shot Swickie, otherwise known as Swickie, who started in Top Shot. We're going to learn about her journey. And yo, the room that she works in, she's got this killer desk, and then she showed the window, and I gotta say, my God, the viewpoint was unreal and snazzy with a 10 gifter. Holy smokes. Guys, we got the snazzy emote as well. If we can smash that up. Oh my God, thank you so much for the support. And then we got Chili Brother in there as well, firing that tier 1 to Crypto-Papi. We got Meirav Haber, and she is a puppet fabricator. She's worked with Marvel, Robot Chicken, a whole bunch of other stuff. So she's going to actually show us some things that she does in a day, and we get to learn about her story. Swolfchan is going to be the second guest of the day after Crypto-Papi, and he's actually going to paint an ape derivative for you guys to be able to see live. We have a YouTube video up of the one that he did for me, but we're going to kind of talk about him, his journey. He somehow does this without like missing a beat. JVB, I mean, you were here on the stream that he did. The guy doesn't even think, and he's able just to create a masterpiece while talking the whole time. I can't multitask.
Oh, it's incredible.
I'm absolutely outstanding by the guy, and he came on yesterday to talk about his drop on Nifty Gateway, which was super successful. And if you want like bigger names, Paris Hilton actually retweeted one of his art pieces not too long ago. And then Josh Ong, you guys know this guy if you've been in any Twitter spaces or kind of around the scene. We're going to be talking just generally about the metaverse, different things. He's also a sneakerhead, so maybe we'll dive into that a little bit. Benjammin, a guy you've been seeing on Twitter as well. And he does threads for different projects, breaks them down, does a little bit of behind-the-scenes peek, so you guys are able to just kind of follow him and see what he has to say about projects. He is someone that I would classify as, okay, I'm not buying anything until I 100% know everything about it, so that should be a ton of fun. We got Roothlus, Adam Levy, I think it's Levy. He's won, like, $3 million at poker tables. We're going to go over the best ape that there is, kind of just learning about his journey and all that kind of fun stuff. Hunter NFT, he created niftydrops.io. He's super high on the sandbox game. He's another personality here on Twitter, so super excited to talk with him. And then Wax Motif, who's an Australian DJ, now living in the US, and he's actually on tour for Las Vegas EDM. So a ton of crazy guests coming up that I'm super excited for. JVB, right off the hop, is there anybody that you think is super interesting out of that list?
Yeah, there are a couple. You know, big fan of Wax Motif. I'm a big G House fan. Ghetto House, or as it's affectionately known, Chicago Booty House. So, I'm hyped for him to be on. I will say that I think Meirav Haber's characters that he creates are absolutely incredible.
Sorry, just throwing that in there really quick.
Oh, I'm so bad.
No worries.
Okay, so the characters she creates, sorry, I should have said they anyways. The characters she creates are incredible. Just looking around at her website and just all the different worlds and everything.
Well, she does a whole bunch of stuff on Kickstarter, and I didn't realize because it's kind of been like on a tiered system, and I think she's on I want to say her third one. We'll get all the details, but it went from, because you can see the history on a Kickstarter campaign, and it went from like the initial one that she did, and it was like about $8,000 of money raised, and then the next one was like way higher than that, and then the next one was like at 86,000 or something. And it's crazy to see how people, you know, kind of just grow over time and find that much more support when they do something that's good. And we see JVB ready to break something out. What is this? What is? Oh my god! Oh
Sorry,
my
I
god!
saw Plunge was in chat, so I had to put my hat on.
Dude, okay, break it down. You have the merch. Is this good quality? Is it awful?
Oh, it's incredible.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
No, it's great. Great quality.
So
Awesome.
when people were spending what we, you know, we still don't know if those like $6,000 buys or whatever were like legitimate, right?
I don't know about that,
but like
I have
multiple
seen
hundreds of dollars. Is it worth it?
4 figures for the red hat. Yeah.
Jeez.
I've seen 5 sales on eBay. 4 have been over 1,000. One's been only 500. Somehow the auction ended low, and another auction ended the same day for 1,000. So, yeah, no, it's great quality, outstanding materials, power craftsmanship. You know, love it. Big fan.
Okay, so from your perspective, do you think that they should drop that exact item on the next drop that they do, or do you think that it's cool if they have more of like the exclusive drops and they do, you know, like a hat but different than the one that you have?
I mean, do you think anyone would care about Supreme if they just dropped the same product week after week? No shot. No shot. I love it. The fact that they're going to do different stuff every time, to me, is amazing. I think that's great. I think it's a power move by them. I also think that variety is the spice of life, and I want to see what new stuff they come up with.
Dude, I love it. Okay, so now you're not technically a guest that we have in the lineup, but nonetheless, you're one of my mods and a really good friend of mine. So let's break it down really quick because we got Crypto-Papi popping in here in about 5-ish minutes. JVB, where did you first see Bored Apes? What was your, you know, initial thoughts on the whole thing? Did you expect it to go where it did now? Just give me your thoughts.
I don't know if anybody, I mean, I'm sure some people will say they expected it to end up where it is, but I think most of us were quite surprised. I remember when they came out, you know, a lot of us, I loved them. I love how people can identify with them, just like the anthropomorphic emotionality of the apes. Like, it helps draw you in. And, you know, my ape, I feel like, really embodies my personality. And I can say the same thing for a lot of people and the apes that they identify with. But yeah, back to that first night when it was on sale, you know, everyone was going to bed. There were only like 500, 800 sold. We are like, yeah, this will sell out in like a week. And now it's turned into the model for all these other NFT drops, right? We see so many things coming up. Pirate Treasure Booty Club, bonsais, cats, yetis. All these different projects keep coming out, and they follow a very similar roadmap and very similar pricing. And it's like Bored Ape shifted the paradigm. You know, they were a disruptive invention in this NFT scene, I feel. And it's kind of become like the like clout icon for people who kind of want to push the CryptoPunks and the voxel type low bit design into the past and like move forward with something that feels a little more contemporary.
And it's also interesting from the standpoint of that people are always asking, okay, well, is there ever going to be like a flippening between, you know, Bored Apes and CryptoPunks? And when really you think about it, it's like, okay, how many CryptoPunks are there actually still out there? And it's just awkward in a way because we keep seeing more and more people that own these CryptoPunks say, okay, screw it, I'm getting a Bored Ape, and it's crazy. And yo, Chili Brother, thank you so much for the gifted sub. But I think it's just interesting that we're seeing all these people who I, you know, like 2 months ago looked at, and I mean, I still do. Like, if you own a CryptoPunk, that's wicked. Like, we're in the NFT scene now. I'm, you know, super jealous. I think it's absolutely a status symbol, and it's, you know, kudos to you for being an early for it. But now we're seeing those guys and girls say, hey, you know what? Like, I want to get a Bored Ape, and then they're donning it on their profile. Like, is this kind of like a short-term shift, or do you think this is gonna, you know, test time?
I think it'll absolutely hold up to the test of time. I think it is a movement forward. I feel that the Bored Ape community is just so strong, and the people that are in it are so passionate about apes. We see people who we know, friends of ours, who didn't like apes at first, and now they're like, I have to have an ape. You know, it's yeah, I think apes are here to stay. I think apes are the move. It would take an ungodly rare CryptoPunk for me to trade my ape for it.
Okay,
Like, just
noted.
I'm happy with my ape.
So
I have a question for you, Schiller,
sure.
actually. So this is the Bored Ape Hotline, right?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever had any fun songs as ringtones on your phone?
Have you ever had any fun songs and ringtone? I mean, I feel like half the time, whatever phone I had when growing up and I cared about the ringtone, I feel like right now I don't really care. But back in the day, it was you had that flip phone and then you had to pay like 99 cents to get a song you liked.
Yeah.
To be your ringtone. So I think that was the only one, but I don't think I had anything crazy. Now, if I was to flip that back to you, JVB,
Yes.
did you have anything crazy by chance?
You didn't have any good songs?
Yeah, dude. I vividly remember being like, hey, mom, dad, can I like get this thing as a ringtone? Or I think I just did it when I was in high school to get one. But I like as I grow older, I don't know why, but I just haven't cared about getting the cool ringtone.
Huh. Yeah, I had three, really. I had Lemonade by Gucci Mane. I had Cashin' Out by Cashin' Out. And then I had Nuck If You Buck. Those were my three ringtones. They're all crowd pleasers and exemplary musical gifts bestowed upon us by the gods.
Oh, my God.
And that's where I'm at.
Yo,
yes.
You're great.
Lemonade,
You're great.
Cashin' Out, Nuck If You Buck.
You're good to go. All right, JVB, we'll bring you back in a little bit. We're going to pull in Crypto-Papi right now. Thank you so much for donning at the Bored Ape Yacht Club and getting the hotline repped, ready to go, good sir.
See ya.
All right, that's JVB, guys. Let's give a call over to Crypto-Papi. Listen, the first time that I seen this guy, like, I got to wait till he gets on the line, and then we're going to kind of break it down. Yo, Crypto-Papi, how are we doing, boss?
Am I here?
Yo! What?
Is this... Bro, is this the metaverse?
What is that?
Bro, I can't believe it. I made it. Bro, I have been literally running around the metaverse for 1 month. I was told Von Schiller has an estate up on Twitch and I needed to be on it. I've been trying to find you for a month, bro. Yeah, we're here.
Dude, that's incredible. Yo, man, thank you so much, Crypto-Papi, for coming on here. Guys, if you don't know who this man is, he's a Twitter personality. He's on YouTube. He's been on a bunch of different streams if you've seen him around. The first time that I ever seen or saw Mr. Crypto-Papi was on none other than Plunge Father's stream. You guys were doing giveaways and all this crazy stuff. But before we get into that, Mr. Crypto-Papi, can you break down for us who you are, what you do, and why we should be excited that you're here?
Yeah, man, look. Hey, I am an absolute techie by day. That's what I do. That's my job. I got this from our office because we love to play with technology. I got into crypto about 4.5 years ago now and completely aped into NBA Top Shot at completely the wrong time. February 27th, I opened my account. So you know what I've been doing since then, bearing this bear market. And you know what? One of the ways that I started to sort of entertain myself away from the bear market is aped into apes and the metaverse and everything there is to that the metaverse has to offer. And man, I'm just loving this world right now.
Hell yeah, dude. I love to hear it, and I love that you're kind of taking things in kind of a positive light, and we're going to talk about kind of dealing with emotions and some stuff in a little bit, but first we got to delve into the whole Bored Ape Yacht Club thing. How in the world did you hear about Bored Ape Yacht Club in the first place?
Oh, man. So this is one of the first MetaMask NFTs that I invested in pre-sale. So I was just getting into the whole scene, and Twitter somehow led me to the Bored Apes. And I had that same experience everyone else did, or at least some of us did, where, you know, I minted an ape, I went to bed, and I remember saying, oh, that might have been a bad idea. That looked like it was moving fast, but I'll get some in the morning. Woke up in the morning, it felt like everybody was an ape already, and the rest is history.
And now we're here. So when exactly did you get into the NFT and crypto scene?
So crypto, long back, again. So my story with crypto is so similar to my story with NBA Top Shot, and that's why I think I can help so many people because I got it. So first of all, my strategy is always buy panic. Never, ever, ever FOMOing. Never buy anything that other people are buying that has been rising and is on the rise. Now, when I got into NBA Top Shot, when I discovered it, so I started YouTubing in January because I just wanted to talk to people about my passion for
You're
crypto.
super passionate. I love the fact that you did that. I love it.
Well, yeah, in my family, like they can only take so much of me, right? So they're like, go talk to someone else, and then we're up in COVID over here, so now I can't even talk to my friends. So took it out on YouTube, been yelling at YouTube ever since. And so anyway, so when I found out about Top Shot, again, purely on Twitter, purely because so keep in mind, all right? So this is part of my story. So I'm into crypto, but I've been through a 3-year bear market of hell of 90% portfolio down. And so what did I do? I deleted Twitter from my personal account because if you guys think NBA Top Shot is bad in a bear market, oh, you ain't seen nothing yet, guys. Just wait till you see ETH at $70 again. Not that that's gonna happen, but I'm saying that did happen, and that you cannot surround yourself with that kind of negativity if you want to have conviction and if you truly believe in what you invested in. Then the best thing something you can do is just delete Twitter. So I did that. So anyway, so I came back to Twitter with Crypto-Papi, now not my personal profile, and that's when I found NBA Top Shot. I'm like, what the hell? I'm sitting here talking about crypto. You guys gotta understand, 4 years ago, when we're talking about crypto, the only people you're talking to are investors. There are barely any creators. Most of the creators, all they have is a white paper with some kind of fluff token that doesn't do anything with this incredible vision that's going to change the world, and that's what you're investing in. So I get into NBA Top Shot immediately. I'm like, oh my god, this is seriously happening. Everything I've talked about crypto is here. This is the first product that is crypto related that has the opportunity to effectively be a household name, and crypto is part of what makes this possible. And all of a sudden we're talking about bringing in the collectors, basically the the DraftKings type people. So there's a whole bunch of people coming together, and it's the first product I see where even my friends that are invested in it that don't understand crypto, they don't need to understand crypto. It's completely, not transparent. It's the opposite. It's irrelevant to them that crypto's here. So that's why I got pumped. That's how I got into Top Shot. Then we got the bear market. Hey, look, the first purchase I made, I went into the Discord. The market was 50% down. I remember LeBron James three-pointer, which was immediately caught my attention, was down from like 2K to 1,200. And the Discord is yelling and complaining about withdrawal issues. And I said, oh my God, this is it. This is the time to buy. Well, I was wrong. But at least that's where my journey of buying started.
Right, for sure. And I mean, like, Top Shot's done a lot of different stuff. And I mean, I guess we can talk about Top Shot for a minute here. I mean, we got the playoff packs. We're seeing the Roham office hours, I think, actually did a huge number for Top Shot in like a good way, where it was like, okay, you address the people bringing up about staking and burning and if that was going to end up being a thing. And he said, yeah, you know what, like, we're looking into it. And it seemed that before that point, a lot of people had their mind made up that no, Top Shot's never going to do any of that kind of stuff. But now it's kind of open. We're seeing the Kevin Durant, holy jeez, the Kevin Durant, like, MGLE, like the team play, that is almost $3,000. It went up from 1,000 all the way to there. And I think that's the first, like, completely parabolic movement of a moment that we've seen that's not just kind of like an extremely low quantity one that's just been, jacked up because the floor got bought off one or two of them. But that one is showing that, the play matters. So for you, when you're looking at Top Shot right now, what are your thoughts? Are you buying anything? Are you kind of just holding the wait to see? What's your mindset?
Hey, look, my last big purchase. So you guys, like, I really put my, my words and I backed them up. My last big purchase was Cool Cats at $1,500. Now, do you know what the sentiment was like when Cool Cats was at $1,500? It was not good. Like, Twitter was the worst I had ever seen it. I think huge credit to Plunge and the team there. I know there was more people involved, and I don't know how it happened, but huge credit to them that started to sort of bring exposure to the Cool Cats. And Hey, look, I was literally on a stream with about 8 guys on my channel, and 7 of them, some of which you got coming up, by the way, absolutely were just so upset with Top Shot, and I'm the guy in the background. This literally happened the same night. I'm the guy in the background just buying, 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 and I finished the Cool Cat set that night. And this is what I want to show you guys, that the absolute most difficult thing to do is to buy when everybody else is selling. But guess what? That's the only time you're going to buy the bottom. If you really actually want to buy the bottom, then you have to have conviction and you have to go against everything everybody else is telling you. Because when everybody's happy and withdrawal issues are gone and everybody's telling you buy, 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 it's too late. You're going to buy the top. That's the cycle. So you don't want to be in that, you don't want to be on the wrong cycle of the top. And unfortunately for that, that means that you got to stick with your guns and do the opposite of what everybody else is doing. So now, what am I doing? Am I buying? Yeah, I am. I mean, the market's up, I want to say 25%. Cool Cats is up way more. So, I was thinking about doing a second set, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to look at, for sure, the playoff packs. There's a lot of excitement around the playoff packs. I saw Twitter just finally, it was like this breath of fresh air where everything just changed. The mood was positive again. You see, guys, what a 20% jump does to people? Do you understand how it changes their mood and what it does? So we still got time. I think this market's got way more upside than it does downside. So I'm gonna start collecting the sets that I love. I kind of already settled into my more expensive moments that I can afford. And from here on, I'm going to be a pure collector. My investments we'll see whatever happens with that. 1 year, 2 years, I don't really care how long it takes. From here on, I'm going to play the collector game.
So for a number of us in the scene kind of right now, whether it be NFT or crypto, it's our first year. Like for me, I got in kind of like late December, and I know a number of other people where, this is kind of our initial time getting into the scene. And, when you were talking about emotions and whatnot, it is something where it's absolutely terrifying where, I thought I was a millionaire for a day and now my collection isn't anywhere kind of near that. But recently with the great crypto crash, we'll call it, and then for Top Shot as well, what do you kind of make of those two? Is it something where we kind of just sit back, kind of like relax? Because I think you put it in a good way about buying the dip. But for people that, can't necessarily buy the dip, they're waiting, they're debating like, hey, do I just call it quits, get out of it? Do we kind of like ride it out? Do you have any kind of perspective on that?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, the first thing that for me, I've learned over the years is that every market absolutely has its ups and downs, and every market has its bear runs, which are always much, much longer than a bull run. So the typical crypto market is basically 3 years of bear market, 1 year bull market. That's been the case ever since Bitcoin was invented. I've looked at every chart over and over again, and it is a cycle that repeats itself with predictability. So when we were up at 60K Bitcoin, 4,200 ETH, 4,600, 4,400, I think we got up to. You got to remember, those of us that are coming from 70 ETH and 3,800 BTC, like, we're starting to recognize that at some point, it doesn't matter, guys. It's not Elon, guys. First of all, it's not Elon. Look, we're in a bull market for a long time. People made a lot of money. People got rich really quick. There's inevitability that those people are going to dump on you. And they're basically, for those of you that got in halfway through the bull market, 3/4 of the way through the bull market, it's inevitable that you're not going to make the profits that the people that, are coming from way lower, very similar to Top Shot. There's a lot of very rich people that got rich very quickly that sold out, and now we're feeling the pain, and now we're kind of, we're going through the cycle of we have to effectively buy them out until we get to the point where most of us are no longer in profit, and then eventually new users come into the space and they start buying up the supply, and then we all go to the moon together. Now, of course, that's not financial advice, right? So the first thing you got to recognize is every market has cycles. And if you just sit there and pay attention to the news, and if you pay attention to the market sentiment, and if you basically do whatever they're doing, you will always get caught up in buying the top, selling the bottom. That's just natural. So the first thing you got to do is try to do the opposite. It's so freaking hard, guys. It is so hard to do the opposite of what every single person around you is telling you to do. And like I already said, delete Twitter, just get away from the negativity, be positive, because I honestly feel like you will have way more conviction if you're positive and you believe in what you're investing in. And again, the bear markets are inevitable. So where do I think we are? Look, I said this at least on my channel. I know I said this to you as well. Look, unfortunately, we had a great bull market run in crypto. I think that we're probably in for a bear run. The charts show that we've never in the history of crypto fallen below certain technical indicators that we're at now that tell us that we could be in for a bear market, and it could be a long one. It could be 3 months or it could be 3 years. The data shows that it could be 3 years. Okay, so again, I'm not telling you guys to sell out of crypto. The time to sell would have been at 60K. Not now. Too risky now. We're literally in the middle. Don't sell now. So, not financial advice. So, the the whole idea, right, is if you don't catch the top and you don't catch the bottom, then just succumb to the fact that you're in a bear market. Okay? Don't hope that somebody's going to turn around and get you out of this mess. Okay? Nobody's going to do that. Elon's not going to get you out of this mess. Okay? You put some money in. Hopefully, you weren't trying to make a quick buck. If you were, I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. But whatever. What you got to do right now is focus on effectively figuring out, how do I accumulate more? If you switch your mindset to, my currency is crypto, or my currency are apes, or they're cats, or whatever it is that you love. I often say my currency is LeBron. So even in this bear market, and I've made some obviously not so great moves, I still always kind of find ways to try to move my currency into LeBron, because I see LeBron as in NBA Top Shot as one of those that obviously having huge upside no matter what happens to him at this point. He could break a foot and never play again, and it'd probably be bullish rather than bearish if that happens. Whereas most other players like Zion breaks a foot, never plays again, and you might never see the prices that you paid again.
Well, it's about the NFTs though as well, I think. You know what I mean? Because I think there are going to be these NFTs that have like that utility. Because even like, let's say if like ETH goes down or whatnot, I still think that people are going to value Bored Apes, and whether it be gutter cats or whatever, like having your, hey, I really believe in this kind of thing. I think in a way like NFTs are kind of like a saving grace.
It is so far, and this is where I know I had a little bit of conflict with some content creators in the space. And I'm coming from a place where the only people I talked to for 4 years were investors. So we always look at investment first and not people who need to eat from their ETH. So fair enough, right? But for people like us, 1 ETH is 1 ETH. I don't care what the value of the US dollar to ETH is trading at. 1 pony is 1 pony. I don't really care. And at the end of the day, if you change your mentality and you think that way, again, if you're not eating, if you're not using that ETH to supply food to your family, then that's a different story. Then once you change your mindset, then these bear markets are so much easier to get through. And now on top of that, to what you're saying, Schiller, is, NFTs, MetaMask NFTs, because NBA Top Shot's obviously an NFT too. The way I see them is they're an incredible way to actually accumulate ETH, which is all like ETH could go down to $1, and if I have 100 ETH versus 10, I am way richer in my mind than basically if ETH stayed at $4,600.
So on the topic of NFTs and all that kind of jazz right now, do you want to name a couple of other NFTs besides Top Shot that you happen to be in that you think, hey, you know what, like this might be kind of like my currency to go to the side here?
Yeah, so there's some NFTs, right, that I've invested in, and I'm sorry to say that I've sold out of, because, the reality is, guys, so many of these projects are very new when you're first investing in them that, things develop over the week after they're released, or 2 weeks after the release, or like the next day, like the cats, or during the drop, right? So there are some that I've invested in that I kind of sold out of and accumulated more ETH, and I'm happy with that. But there are others that I strongly believe in. For example, the apes. I own 5 apes, and I don't care what the value of the ape is against the US dollar, and I'll tell you why. Because I justified buying 5 apes because there's 5 people in my family. There's my wife and 3 little girls. And I justify it by we each have an ape. We each have a potential to create this incredible identity in the future that hopefully my kids will monetize. It'll set them up for success. Who knows? Maybe this is where their next job is going to come from. So bullish as hell, obviously, on the apes. I think that's obvious. And for many reasons, obviously the CryptoPunks too, because I feel like without the CryptoPunks, we wouldn't be where we are. And I don't hate on the cats either, because if there's a massive amount of people that enter this space in the next 6 months, we need the cats too. We need the cats to be available, or else the apes grow to a valuation that turns everybody off.
That's
So it's
actually
all
a
part of the
really
cycle.
interesting point. That's okay. So I find that like kind of wild in a way, because if we look at kind of like the scale of things, right? And if we say that every project in a way is, not equal, but we'll just say it's, going to click with different people or different subsets. Like we have CryptoPunks that obviously everybody's, we're not getting into, period. And then we have what I would say, I don't think there's anything in between CryptoPunks. Well, I mean, maybe it's kind of not really. Yeah, no, we're going to forget that. But then it's Bored Apes. And then below that, like we have the Gutter Cats. And then as JVB was mentioning beforehand, that we have like the Pirate Treasure Booty Club or what the hell ever. And then I've seen things that was like a donkey was getting created, and there's like different kind of like animals and subsets. And in a way, I think everybody's going to end up connecting with different things. And honestly, like in the future, and I know we obviously can't predict it, but like where do you think there's nowhere to go but up really for the Bored Apes? Like maybe short term there's a bit of a decline, because we went where there was one night where everybody was like, oh, myself included, Bored Apes to the friggin' moon, dude, like I'm delisting everything, we're going great. And the next day it crashed like almost by like 0.5 in ETH. And it's like, it's crazy to watch that. But I think like in the long term, all these projects and the more people we get in the scene, like we're still like stupid early.
Absolutely. And look, guys, how many people have you talked to that have said the apes don't identify with me? So, that's not necessarily an NFT or a product that is going to market to the masses, and that every single person out there that wants to buy an NFT wants to be an ape. Some people love cats. Let them be cats, yo. At the end of the day, there's room for all of us in the metaverse. We're so early. We're building the beginnings of what is going to be a massive, massive community 2, 3, 5 years down the road. So we need these projects to actually succeed and not give us a bad rap like the Apimon eggs did temporarily, because now the community's taken over and people are pretty hyped about the eggs, and they're selling again. There's actually a market for them again. I also want to say that's one of the really interesting observations for me over the last period, is that's the difference with a bear market in crypto. So when you buy a shitcoin, sorry if I can't say that on your channel.
You're good.
So when you bought one of those 4 years ago, right? All you had was this like just fake token that you didn't even know if it had utility, or you didn't know where it was going to go. And when it tanked 90%, at that point, if the market was dead, it's very easy to sell out. But with kind of these NFTs, there's artistic value in a lot of what we own. And I strongly believe, call me freaking crazy, but I believe that gives the eggs, for example, an opportunity that in 10 years down the road, when we're all running around in the metaverse, and I put an egg in my, over in my family room, and somebody walks into my estate in the sandbox and says, what's that egg? Whoa, that's pretty cool art. That's going to give it value that no other shitcoin could have ever experienced. So I'm loving the fact that I don't care if value goes down. It's okay. I still got my collectible. I still got my art. And then, of course, there's the community that's sort of around it. Most communities I've been involved with have been super inspiring. And we're all kind of one community after the same thing.
I love it. I love it. Now, we got a couple questions in the chat here about what you're actually wearing. Like, is that like a VR headset? What is it?
So this is version 1 of the Microsoft HoloLens. And then I've got version 2 coming as well. And the HoloLens, where it's super cool as it relates to NFTs, is that, for example, I put a bonsai tree in my backyard. I don't know if you guys want to go look at my Twitter, you'll see a picture of it. With the HoloLens, I can see you right now. I'm looking at you. I'm not looking at a VR environment. So it's a physical environment that I'm looking at, overlaid with holograms.
Oh.
And those holograms can be, for example, my bonsai tree. So I picked it up this morning, so I haven't plugged it in or put my bonsai
Okay.
trees anywhere. But I can literally take my bonsai tree, put it here, work like this, and literally look at my computer and feel like I am living in the metaverse. And you guys, we've been in COVID for a year and a half, and Schiller and I actually live relatively close to each other, so we're just opening up over here where we're at. And I got this anxiety, man, of having to see people in real life again. So I had my doctor basically just, sew this into my head, and I don't plan to ever take this off again. And I just want to see all your apes, and I don't want to see your faces ever again.
Dude, I love that. That's amazing. Okay, so one more question, because I think you're known for donning a Bitcoin hat pretty much everywhere. Are you
Here it
still
is. Yeah.
a Bitcoin bull with what the market's doing right now?
Like I always say, I am always bull. All right? So don't mistake the fact that I feel like I can predict this market with a certain level of predictability that, don't mistake me trading the market and trying to accumulate more of it with being bearish on the fundamentals. So for me, Bitcoin created all of us, guys. I don't know if you've had the opportunity to listen to Russ Albright. If you don't know who he is, he's the guy that created Silk Road. He went to jail for it, and it was the first real platform that people were exchanging physical items for Bitcoin. The first real market that there was for it. Unfortunately, people started using it for bad things, and he was the scapegoat, and he's in jail. He just did a a phone call from jail, and he said, "Do you understand what losing my freedom is? Losing my freedom is that the only thing that existed many, many years ago was Bitcoin." And he's seeing everything that's happened now. I literally think he's talking to the apes, he's talking to the cats, he's talking to NBA Top Shot, he's talking to CryptoKitties, all of the products that came from the technology that was created by Satoshi, the blockchain technology. And effectively, we are all from Bitcoin. All right. And so, of course, I'm not going to hate on Bitcoin. I may not, my portfolio has changed significantly from 4 years ago. I have a minority of Bitcoin now and a majority of NFTs and apes and NBA Top Shot and ETH, right? But it doesn't mean that I'm not bullish on the fundamentals. As an investor first, I'm always going to put my money where I think I'm going to make the most short term and long term.
Love it. And Crypto-Papi, if people are wanting to hear a little bit more from you, where's the best way to find you?
Guys, you can find me on Crypto-Papi on YouTube, and you can find me on @Crypto10 on Twitter. Let's roll, man. Let's make this a real thing.
Hell yeah. Love it. Dude, thank you so much for taking the time today, providing your insights. We'll chat a little bit soon, but thank you again.
Thank you for having me, man. Take care.
All right, guys, that's Crypto-Papi, the one and only, the one and only, the one and only. Not bad, eh? Yo, Crypto-Papi's link, Amanda's got it there in the chat. Let me just do a couple of quick messages here. We got S-Wolf coming up very shortly. Very, very, very shortly. Is his YouTube link fixed on his Twitter? Oh, wasn't that an issue before? I remember that. Oh my God, you're totally right. Hopefully. Yeah, I love the energy, dude. When he came out there, like, flying the way that he did with that entire, like, setup, I was like, sheesh, this guy knows what it is. And is he from the future? Damn well, he just might be. Damn well, just might be. All right, we're calling S-Wolf. We're going to find out all the good jazz that we got from him. Yo, Mr. S-Wolf.
Hey,
Yo.
Twice in 1 week.
Twice in 1 week, dude. This is I kind of like it. It's a regular hangout. Is this not what the metaverse is supposed to be about all the time?
I mean, the metaverse is pretty much just a group of people online 24 hours, and it's like kind of our jobs, right? And I don't know. It's like we're all digitalized now. I remember like Digimon back in the day, and I feel like we're a bunch of Digimon in a world.
And now we're here. Now I know I'm calling you a bit early, but if you're ever sharing your screen, just let me know. But guys, a quick little background for S-Wolf is he is an artist. He recently had a drop on the Nifty Gateway platform. We had Paris Hilton end up retweeting some of his artwork. A lot of you I know are in the Mitsuki Cat collection as well. So S-Wolf, can you give us a little bit of a background about who you are and why you are here and why we should care about the things you're doing in the future?
Why am I here? Good question. I'm here because like I believe in the space, right? I love this whole like there's like community backing the whole space. There's like collectives of different people. It's fun. There's like so much innovative like sort of like it's just so like the innovations between creators and the tech people and everything, and then being able to it's kind of like as a collector you're kind of investing into like these things that artists are making, and I feel like that's why I'm here because like I love like I've always wanted to be an inventor, right? I'm an artist, like I'm a painter. I've been doing that for like 10 years, but I've always been very inventive in like this space and other spaces like beforehand, just like the whole being able to just manipulate like your ideas and grow them. And yeah, I mean, yeah, that's why I'm here, I guess.
No, love it. No, it's a great answer. No, I was just curious. It's funny to kind of like ask that to different people and then see kind of like their responses because everybody's in it for kind of a different reason. And I think like ultimately it's just it's a really positive space to be in. We're all kind of looking to the future and all that kind of stuff. But guys, again, thank you so much for tuning in. As I said, this is S-Wolf Chan. Amanda's posted his link up here in the chat, and today he's actually going to do a ape derivative for us. So S-Wolf, how did you choose what ape you were doing today? Is it something where people are able to kind of reach out to you and get commission work done, or are you kind of on hold with that after doing some of the things you've done before, or how does that work?
I had 6 commissions on hold basically because the whole Mitsuki thing came out as like a flash sale. It was like it was kind of unexpected in a good way. So like I had a whole bunch of people kind of wanting to know more about what I'm trying to do with that project, and I didn't realize launching that project it would probably take over my life and it would generate like a new job for me. In a way, I kind of expected it, but I didn't expect it to be that fast.
You kind of expected it. Okay, so break that down. When you say you kind of were like growing up, were you somebody was like, yeah, like I am like actually genuinely talented, you thought, or was it more other people saying, hey, like you're good, you should pursue this?
No, so it's nothing about the talent. It's more about like how you learn, right? Everyone learns in a different way, right? Like I don't believe there's like talent. I just believe that there's a lot of like growth within like who you are. We're all born with pretty much nothing, right? We've got different traits within our like us as like children, but like I was just drawn to more visual things than like writing things down. But then like as I grew up, like I was never really a great writer, but like I'm not a great writer now, but I can come up with very like clear sort of storylines and things like world building things. Like when I write something down, I still need someone to like edit it for me before I send it out to the public. Otherwise it's going to sound like I've written it, which my writing is really bad. So like you kind of want to like kind of like perfect it almost, well, not perfect it, just kind of like gloss it over. And like with me being an artist, that's what I became. And like how I learned that was like over many years of making errors and mistakes, people teaching me everything. It all kind of combines into a very like kind of natural thing in sense of like learning. Like you learn how to become a better streamer or like a better like person or something, and you learn these things over time by making mistakes and correcting them, right? It's all human nature in the end of the day. And me, that's how I see art. It's not like it's like I was like, this is what I want to do. It's just like something which I had a lot of passion for, I guess.
Love it.
That was very deep.
No, you're fine. Listen, it's good. I think it's cool to know kind of behind the scenes of an artist, because just in the NFT scene as a whole right now, there's 1,000,000,005 projects, and it's okay. Well, how many people are front facing, explaining their story? How many do you know like exactly who they are, and everything like that? So it's really good, dude.
I mean, like for like knowing people who, like people and who they are and everything. I think within this space, there's a lot of distrust in like the whole like NFT space, because you recently we had like the sort of rug pull, right, with the Apemon project, and now it's been taken over by like the community. And I think that's the best thing, that's the strongest thing about the NFT space, is like the community are always there to kind of like back something if something goes wrong, because like they're the people who invested in it and now they can take over, right? It's maybe not like the initial like game plan, but now like the community and the people who do have pride in the project, who actually have pride in the project, will then make it something which is going to be so much better, like so much better. But if you have someone who has like a face within the project, like my name's John, right, and I go by the name Swolfchan, and that's like my name, like my alias for about 10 years. But like I still use my name like John in everything else. I'm from the UK, like people can like probably find me, right, if they wanted to. Like this is the thing. Like
Yeah,
I'm
no, fair enough. Yeah,
and
for
like
sure.
and like I don't mind if someone wants to come and hang out and have a let's make a barbecue or something. But like this is the thing. I never let people, I don't want to let people down. I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't want to make people like angry or anything. Like if I do something within my project which kind of ruins it or something, I will try my best to kind of just like make it better, or like come up with something where I can help them out and help everyone out who I've like like I've wronged or something, right? Like
For
you make
sure.
mistakes,
For
and like
sure.
always want to kind of like come back and like be the better person to like say, right, I know I've done something bad, but how can I help? How can I make it
Well,
better?
I mean, the
You know?
idea, I
And
would think he would never do anything too bad. But just to jump in real quick, I don't think you're sharing your screen yet.
no, I'm not. Hold on, I'm doing
Okay.
it now. I'm
No, sounds good. Sounds good. I just wanted to make sure that we got that, because I think like that's the absolute most amazing thing to watch you not only have like a completely fluid conversation, but also paint the entire time with like literally not even stopping. It's a wondrous thing. But sorry, you're good to go.
I think I'm showing now.
Yes,
I
you're
think
good.
Okay. So like in all that consideration, right? I feel like as people, like being someone who like I've done stuff before which I've like I've done bad, but you learn from that. And now like I'm just like I don't want to be that person anymore. Like I just want to like do something which and I'm doing something which I love, and like with that, like I don't think I can go wrong anymore, right? With like a project that I'm running, right?
Yeah, for sure. No,
um
absolutely.
it's like you're in control now, like I don't have a boss to say, oh, this is wrong, this is bad, do you know what I mean?
Hey,
um
having no boss at all, I think, is amazing. And huge shout out to Roto Raider with the 5 gifted. Thank you so much, good sir, and hope you guys are enjoying it. Jay Berm's asking here, Mr. S. Wolf, and I'm actually really curious myself. When are you going on a date with Paris Hilton?
I mean, she just followed me, guys. Come on. I can't really text back or message like within the first 2 days, right? Like, otherwise, it's like, it sounds like I'm just being a bit, forward, or, like, I want to play like hard to get, guys.
Want to play hard to get? Oh my god, that's the best answer ever. Fair enough. Fair enough. But like for you, that it's got to be like super cool for that to kind of happen. Did she end up like reaching out at all, or do you know if she picked up the piece when it was dropped?
I don't actually know if she picked up the piece or not, but I know like the person who did drop um with her on Nifty Gateway, she picked up a couple of pieces, and I think she was like one of the second highest bidders on one of the the limited editions, one of
Oh, really?
20 limited.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's really cool. So I don't know if like she collected two or something, and she's gonna give one to Paris or something. But I know that like Paris definitely likes the piece, and she did retweet it. So I don't know if that like you can go wrong with that. So whatever happens, it happens. Maybe I just gift her one, right?
Maybe, and the exposure. I mean, I always say, don't do stuff just for exposure, but maybe that's kind of the play. So for your drawing here, are you able to kind of like just describe like what you're thinking about as you're going through this?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Like the process is like it becomes like in the back of your head at a point, right?
Oh, fair enough. Yeah.
Like you do it for so long, like it's all like stuff that's in your head. It's not really an actual process. Like there is a process, but you just don't really know. I can't really explain it.
Can't describe.
Like,
No, that's totally cool because it's just wild to like watch you, and it feels like okay, you have the idea of everything in your head, and I'm like, okay, what is he gonna go and do next for whatever?
Okay, actually, I can explain this part. So I'm kind of just putting down the base colors, right? The base layers. So I have like my line work here, right, which I can flash on and off, and then I have like the base colors, which I can flash on and off, and I'm just putting like the base colors underneath. And once you have that, you can start kind of fleshing it out with like your shadows and highlights, right? And that's kind of like how you just keep pushing a painting. The initial part is kind of like coming up with like the composition. Like you can see the original image is kind of like the original art is very vectored and sort of clean, whereas like this is more like painterly style, and this is why I feel like there's like a different aspect to it, right? When it comes out, it feels more real but not real at the same time. Like it's not like realism, but it feels like there's like a more realistic vibe that goes with it. But because it's like hand painted as well, I feel like there's more of like a there's the quality about it in a way. Do you know what I mean? Like it's not like done by an AI machine or something.
Right, for sure. And like so for these ones, it seems like they're like relatively easy for you to like do drawings on. Has there ever been like a type of art or anything that you're like, yeah, no, I don't want to or don't feel comfortable drawing or sorry, painting?
Characters and like portraits and like and things like that have always kind of been like easier in my like eyes. But then I mean when it comes to like more environmental things, I always like it's always good to ask for like help, or not help but like a second opinion. um it's always good to like get some feedback. Anything that you do, always good to get feedback, right? With like people who who do the same thing as you. So like like to kind of break it down, like what I do is very like concept arty. So like this right now isn't very concept arty. It's more just kind of like just painting a portrait. But a lot of the stuff that I do like feels like it's either a keyframe for like a movie or something, right? Or like a bit of like an illustration that could be like turned into a splash art, or like just a God, what am I thinking? Like just like concept art, right?
Right, for
Where
sure.
it can just be in a game or in a movie or something. But then like with like things like this, like I'm more comfortable with like characters instead of like the environments. So when it comes to like environments and environmental pieces, uh, like the world around it, sometimes like I struggle with those. So yeah, I always ask for like the feedback between the people who are like my like friends of mine. Most of them don't really do NFTs. If they did, they would like kill it. But most of them are like working on like games, like AAA games. Um, I can't tell you what games they're working
Right,
on
no,
because
for sure,
it's
for
signed like
sure.
NDAs. But yeah, they all
Under
work on like.
NDAs, but Mr. S. Swolfchan knows about it. I don't know if we gotta be finding out who you.
I don't even know about it. I don't
Okay,
even know
fair
about
enough,
it.
fair enough.
No.
No, that's funny. Okay, so question for you, because I mean, you're doing paintings and all this. Do you think that you would be comfortable enough to do like tattoos if that opportunity ever like arose, or are you just like, no, I like painting and doing it just kind of like that?
Tattoos come with a certain style. So like if it's a tattoo, like I would rather you ask someone who's a tattoo designer. But if it was like if it did come down to like, oh, I really want you to design it, right? I would have to pick up like, a few like, tattoo designs which I really like, and then like take my like my painting skills to then push on to kind of like that sort of finished, polished tattoo like style, right? And anything I do will be like very polished if it was a tattoo. Because like if it was something like this, then I think it wouldn't really work as a tattoo as well. There's like a certain sort of like style of like that comes with tattoo art, right?
Yeah,
Like
no, absolutely.
I mean, like, would you want a painting like mine on like? I think like my work kind of works well as like a print on something,
More than a
but
tattoo, yeah, for
more
sure.
than like on your skin. But yeah, that's an interesting proposition, though. Would anyone want me to design a tattoo for them? I'll do it.
We'll figure it out. We'll,
Um,
we'll work it out. So, another quick question here for you, because for the Bored Ape Yacht Club, which, guys, if you're just tuning in for the first time, right now, what's up? My name is The Schiller. We talk NFTs pretty much every day, and right now we got Swolfchan on the line, who is a painter and has an NFT collection called Mitsuki's Collection out right now on OpenSea if you're wanting to go check it out. But for the Bored Apes, when did you first hear about the Bored Apes, and did you know that they were going to be this popular on that day?
so the person who I dropped on Nifty Goatee last night with Ted Chin, he used to do like a clubhouse chat, which was basically just him and a bunch of like our friends, and we'd literally just invite everyone to come listen, and you can jump on stage, and pretty much it's just everyone drinking, right? So we're all drinking, we're all getting drunk. I don't drink, and at that time when they do it, it's like 4 a.m. in the morning, and I was like on there for about a good half an hour before I fell asleep. And when the drop happened, it happened when I was asleep, right? And then I woke up with all of them raving on about it, and all of their profile pictures changed, and I was like, wait, did I just wake up? What happened? What did I miss? Guys, come on, what did I miss? None of them really told me anything much about it because it was like the first day, and I completely FOMO'd and like felt really bad um for like a couple of days, like, oh man, should I get one, should I not? And then like like me, like anyone else would do, I aped in and bought my one. But the one that I bought was I definitely got a really good deal for it. I got it for like 0.41 Ethereum at the time.
Wait, really? Holy shit. Okay, so you got in
Yeah,
like that's probably within like the first, few
the
days or whatever of it coming
three
out.
like two or 3 days that
Yeah.
it was coming out, and like I just remember like everything was kind of like around that floor, but everything on that floor was just like rubbish. Like they're all really like high on the rarity thing that they didn't really fit me. And then I saw this blue one with like two like 1% traits, and I was like, damn, I gotta get that, right? And then like, dude, I put a bid on it, and he sold it to me, and or whoever sold it to me, he or she. um and like I remember the floor just rose from there. I was like, this is a good buy, right? I was so hyped about it. I phoned my little brother about like, I was telling him about like crypto, and he's only like 17. I said, dude, when you turn like 18, I want to get you into crypto. Like, I'll buy you in and everything. And he's turned 18, and I sent him like a grand, a couple of like my own NFTs, so he can be a part of like the whole Mitsuki thing, but he's like hidden away. Like I
Right,
won't
right.
name him, sort of thing, because he's still very like he's still young in the space. I don't want him to be like known, but I want him to be able to buy into my work, and like learn about NFTs and be able to like trade and everything. And I've like fronted his his initial like investments,
Love it.
and you know, like he can then one day say, look, look, girls, you know, he's going to uni soon, right? University, college, whatever you want to call it, and he'll be balling, right? Like he'd take girls out, you know, with the money that he's made from crypto. Who knows? You know what I mean? Like
Who knows? That Swolfchan's getting him hooked up. Okay, then.
getting the bro hooked up. So
yeah,
you know,
for sure.
early birthday present for him.
Love it. Love it.
Gotta look out for your family and stuff, right? I think that's like the one thing you gotta do in this space. Look out for family, get them in on stuff. If you're making like money and stuff, if they're curious, get them in on it. You know, don't leave them hanging. And like, you know, do your friends up as well. You know, I had a friend who was like asking me about like, you know, like NFTs and stuff. Like, what should I buy? What should I buy? And like, you know, he lives up the road from me and he's a good friend of mine. I said, I've got a project, like, do you want to buy into my project? And he bought a key. And then I said, look, I bought some cats yesterday. And like, he's collected my work in real life, right? Before NFTs.
Ooh,
and
okay.
like, he's been a good friend of mine. And like, you know, he's got pieces of my work in his like wall, on his walls, on his walls. And like, I was just like, dude, if you want, there's like one cat which I can get rid of, right? Not get rid of, but like I don't mind getting rid of to give to someone who, you know, wants to get into the NFT space. I'll give it to you for like what these bots are buying it for, right? And like the floor was what, I think 3.5, 0.3.5, and like I sold it to him for like, you know, 0.18 or something, right? So it's like a massive, doing the boy up, you know what I mean? And you know, like he now just loves it, right? And then he bought into like my thing yesterday on Nifty Gateway. It was great. And like I feel like this all began, I think the whole collecting side of it all began with, you know, buying into an ape, you know. That was like the first thing that I was really proud of buying. And you know, it cost me like a couple of grand or like $1.50 or something. And I was just like, yeah, I just want to collect more now. And like all these projects I want to collect into. What are you collecting into?
There's so many different things. Like, I mean, we did a giveaway earlier for Skull Kids, and that's one that I think is kind of cool. But, like, I think right now we're in a time where, like, if you have art, period, it's, you know, it's valuable to people, whether it has like extra utility or whatnot. I feel the whole like utility side of things is kind of like blown out of proportion. But I mean, for your sake, with the Mitsuki collection, you're having like the, you know, the Ethereum cat for Mitsuki, that piece giving back to the people that buy into it, and that's awesome. But I think like overall, like even if you didn't do that, you would still have people buy it. So I don't know, like if you're an artist out there, I'm all about like preaching, like just put something out there and see what the market is for you.
Yeah, I mean, like it's all about art. It's all about like I wanted to really like curate my space to be like about community, right? And the hope that community will play a big part of like the whole collection. And one day, like if I do, like want to, you know, like retire from the collection, like the collection won't die out. I'll bring in like other artists to kind of like push. I'll play like a small role as like an advisor instead, right? And let other people be able to create work. And you know, I can mint it for them, sell it, and then like give them all the proceeds because they've worked on it. Do you know what I mean? Like people that I can trust to create, like build the world and build it into a bigger thing, right? And like I would take maybe like, you know, a very small fraction of what they would take. You know, I'll probably take like 10% or something, and they'll take 90 because they've done all the work, you know. But like it's still, they build up the space, and then being able to like, you know, have two other people, maybe someone who's a collector but also who can do some, you know, do some great work. Like for example, you know, your friend, my friend, the mod that you have in your Discord, Jeremy, right?
Yeah.
He's a sick 3D artist, and he deserves a lot more within the space. Like I've approached him and said, like, why don't you make some Mizuki sort of like, you know, collectible cards, right? And we can just do like a small mint edition of them, sell them within inside the space, and like I'll give you like most of the profits, right? You know, as like, you know, bringing like new artists within the space to make them feel more comfortable. And like it's not just about me as an artist. I'll always still be here creating like the story and, you know, driving all those different things. But I mean, like as like an artist, I feel like I can't just let myself, take everything. I want like, people who maybe don't have like the sort of ideas, but then they have like the skills and build them up within this community. And like get them kind of used to, like making art and selling it within like the public, And I think I don't know, that kind of builds more hope for the next generation. Because I mean like in 20 years, if I'm still doing this in 20 years,
Of course
I
you
mean,
will be. Come on now. If
I,
of
I, I
course you
will
will.
be, I will be for sure. But like, will I take like a massive role into it, right? Will I be like in a massive like role within inside this space? I'll still be, like the person in charge or like, making like the sort of decisions and stuff. But like, I would love to have like other artists to kind of like have reign within inside my project because like it's a universe. Um it's like the people who make like the Marvel universe, right? If you think about like the directors who direct all the Marvel movies, you have like so many different directors, directing different parts of the Marvel like universe, right? Like what's your favorite Marvel movie? Like I've got a clear favorite, but you
Yeah.
know
Now,
um
I just got to jump in here for a second because we got about 5 more minutes. And one thing that I really honestly love about you is the fact that, you're so open and you're always thinking of other people and whatnot. And I know that we have different artists that are watching right now. So do you have any advice or suggestions for them in terms of coming up through the, art scene or the NFT scene or just kind of in general here?
um take control take control of your work, take control of like, everything, right? And that means like know what you're doing, right? Like know statistically like, what this will output and think ahead like a chess player. Think like, several steps ahead and understand if you put this out, what's next? What will this do? Like how um how much will this kind of yield um, for a collector? Like, why would they want to buy it? And think about like the collectors if you're in their shoes, and why would they want to invest in you as a person, and how they would want to invest in you. Like for me, I would only invest in something if either other people are investing in it or someone that you can clearly trust, right? So like I've given like my like who I am, um like I've given quite a lot back to the community already, who are like my collectors and other people as well. And like that's someone who you can kind of trust in a way. I'm not saying that you can trust me, but do your own research, right? And research about other projects and how they are successful and how you can become successful. Understand like what Dario's doing in the space. If you're like an artist, a fine artist, like he is, like you gotta think about how and what he's doing. I only sort of met Dario like after I became successful in the key project and I brought like this community together. And like you have to be like constantly on top of like the whole community aspect, knowing how to like speak to people. Like if you're wrong, like you do something bad, just correct those wrongs like straight away to by talking to that person in a way where you're always calm about something. don't don't feel any pressure to like do something just because other people are doing it. Like just be who you are. um don't be scared about coming into space as well. Like I fronted what like 2 grand or something on my ape initially, and through that i I met you, Schiller. I met like so many other people within the space, and that's the first community that I stepped into. And then I from there I pushed on. I'm pretty sure the Gutter Cats were all apes beforehand, and then they decided, let's use like how the apes made something, but they did it, I think, even better because they made a smaller amount, even though that they had a lot of like problems and with their minting the start of the minting. But I mean, like you have to think about those things in advance. I already knew that there was going to be like massive gas wars and things like that happening. Didn't know how bad it was going to be, but I just knew that there was 3,000 people on their Discord and like 1,500 people already on there.
Everybody's
right?
ready to go buy. Yeah.
I mean, like
sure.
like 1,500 people. There's only 3,000 cats, and they're making it like you can buy up to 10. If everyone buys up to 10, like there's not enough.
Exactly.
There's literally not enough. If they made it like only up to 2 people who could buy, when they saw like a 1,500 people on the Discord waiting, like everyone would have got to. Do you know what I mean?
100%.
So you got to think about like things like that strategically in advance, so you know that you're not going to come into problems. So like if I was on their team, I would already thought about that and told them, guys, we can't release like people to buy 10 unless we have like 10,000 like different editions, but we only have 3,000. So you got to kind of like think about these on the fly, and you have to be very quick on your feet when you think about these things. But yeah, that's me. That's time.
Love it, guys. It's Swolfchan, dude. You got to send me the final once you finish this bad boy up. Send me a photo, and then we'll show everybody that's there, guys. If you're wanting to follow Swolfchan and his journey, Amanda's posted the link for his Twitter in there. Be sure to follow him up, and we've had him on here a few times. So if you stick around for more than just a day, of course, we'll have him again. Dude, thank you so much, and we'll chat soon.
Thanks, man. I'm gonna jump in your stream and hang out and chat to people as well, so people can ask me questions in in your chat. So that would be cool. Hold on, I wasn't actually watching. What?
Oh, you're good, dude. You're good. Listen, when you're on the show, you don't need to worry about watching. You're good. You are the entertainment.
I can hear myself, and it really it really bothers me. I know I can mute it too, but whatever. Anyway, right, that's me time. Cool. Thanks, man. I'll chat soon.
Okay, sounds good. All right, guys, that's Swolfchan, the one and only. The one and only. We got Benjammin coming up next. We're gonna give him a quick call, see if he's there. He might not be there right away, but we'll get him nonetheless. And yo, Major Leg, what's up? Yo, Benjammin. Yo, how we doing, baby?
My man, what's going on, Schiller?
Dude, we're vibing. Thank you so much for coming out today, dude. Listen, so from my point of view, you're the guy that I go into Twitter and be like, okay, every time the Benjammin talks, I'm like, all right, let's read the thread. Let's go through everything. What's this guy delving into? So for anyone that doesn't know who you are, can you give us a little bit of a backstory?
Yeah, sure, man. And thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. I watch your stream all the time. I am infamous for being last in your marble race to the point where it was already ended and I hadn't moved yet. But my background is I started out in restaurants for a long time growing up, doing everything from bussing tables to managing restaurants. And then I started going to college for web development and computer programming. While I was there, I developed a business that I ran for 4 years doing website development and data analysis for fantasy sports. And then I also created one of the first 3D printing college clubs in the country. And through that, I ended up getting recruited by military manufacturing facilities like defense contractors, Grumman, Curtiss-Wright, things like that. And I ended up working at Curtiss-Wright, which is one of the oldest companies in the country. And what we did is we actually made nuclear actuators for aircraft carriers and power plants and stuff like that. So I ran a program and product line there. I left there because that grind was crazy working in that kind of environment. So I came back to do the whole web development, internet tech thing, and brought me into NFTs, which led me to Top Shot, which led me down the rabbit hole to doing NFTs full time now. So I'm really excited to be here, and thank you for letting me come on the stream.
Dude, you got a crazy pass. Holy sheesh. And also, huge shout out to Roothlus for the Prime sub. Roothlus is going to be on a bit later tonight. He's Adam leaving one of the poker players. So, Ben, we decided a while ago that we were just going to kind of shoot the shit, if you will, because it's just every single day you wake up and be like, oh, there's a drop. And have you been caught up on the Top Shot news drama of today yet, by chance?
I mean, you got to be specific when you say Top Shot.
Okay. So apparently for Own the Moment, they had a interview with Jacob that they did, and I guess they found out about some of the challenges that were going to come up. So they released an article saying, hey, here's kind of like what to do in a way, and it was like 4 minutes after the challenge went live, or they posted that article, and now everybody's saying, oh, this is like insider trading, there's this and that. So there's a huge blowout on Twitter. The Own the Moment people ended up going live on YouTube to try to explain the situation, and it's like it's frustrating because it feels like when Roham came on not too long ago with the office hours, the sentiment turned really good. I thought it was quite positive in comparison, and now it's like, oh my god, how are these people finding out this stuff? Now money's involved, and it's just it's one thing after the next. So I'm just curious if you have kind of any initial thoughts on it.
And it's tough. It's tough to be an influencer in this space in general, but also to be running a company, you want to be as visible as possible, as transparent as possible. And so sometimes doing that, you tend to put your foot in your mouth. You know, you say something you didn't mean, or something is interpreted the wrong way. So it's very difficult to find that balance of being able to communicate what you want to say and have your user base actually understand and interpret the way that you meant for it to come across. So it's a difficult situation on both ends, and I completely understand from the perspective of the people involved, as well as the people who have money involved in Top Shot, you know, like myself. So it's tough. Like how do you really recommend things and be involved in things that have money without saying this is not financial advice after every sentence, right? Like that gets tiring for all of us to do. Because at some point, you know, when you become an influencer and you just have people just kind of following your lead, whether you want to or not, right? Like I'll just buy things, and at this point in this blockchain, people will DM me like, "Hey, I saw you scoop this thing up. Like, what do you think about it?" You know, and so at the end of the day, like it's really difficult. It's a tough position for both parties to be in, and I really don't know what the solution is. But
Well,
in
apparently, so apparently, somebody
yeah.
just said here in the chat, BB said that Top Shot came out and said that they will not be sharing any more with collaborators and will keep it in-house. So, I mean, I don't know if it's like something where, you know, okay, now we blame somebody for that, or like if the sentiment kind of shifts. I mean, they had to come out and like say something regarding it, but it's just very, very interesting how fast this kind of is, because I totally forgot it's office hours, it's Friday, so I don't even know what the updates were from that, but it just seemed apparently like they were doing it over Twitter and everybody was kind of going nuts over like the situation. But like overall for you with your vibes in Top Shot, and we're not going to talk too long here about Top Shot, but where do you personally see yourself in there, or like where are you right now? Are you a buyer? Are you a seller? Are you kind of like just sitting and holding?
It's interesting because since February, each week that goes by, you say, "Oh man, I should have sold more last week." And then each day that goes by, I should have sold more yesterday. And now that we're actually in kind of an uptick, and there's optimism and there's new rules and all this stuff coming out that benefits the collector, and then you have something like the news you just brought up that kind of turns the sentiment around a little bit, you know. So it's a tough environment to navigate, but I'm always selling and buying. I really kind of just get rid of the stuff that I bought during the boom that I really could care less about and I'm taking a loss on. And then there's other things that I buy into that I actually like, new moments that come out, ones that I didn't have before that, you know, I think would be nice in my collection. And there's not a lot of things that I love on the site, but there's a lot of things that I like. And so I'm trying to get rid of anything I don't like, keep the and buy things that I do like, and keep the ones that I love. And Top Shot brought me into this, man. I'll always,
for sure.
I'll always, you know, give a lot of praise to Top Shot and Dapper. I have pages and pages of notes on Dapper, the company. I did a lot of research into the company before I even got into Top Shot. So I'm really bullish on them as a company, but man, my portfolio is a bloodbath.
Well, okay, so speaking of a bloodbath, we were just talking with S Wolf about the Gutter Cat gang situation, and when I say situation, I think like initially the drop, if we're looking at specifically just like when they were like, hey, it's live on the site, for the people that got in, I didn't have any issues with it, but then the fact that people were still able to buy after the fact, for the first time ever, we had a thing that was pushed ahead, a drop that was like, hey, we're doing it early, when in the space, I don't think we've ever had that before. It's only been pushed backwards. So what was your takeaway now reflecting back on the Gutter Cat gang drop?
Well, I mean, the most interesting thing about what you just said, I think, is that's a very unique way to do a drop, and you almost like really magnified the FOMO that people had because they were like, wait, it started already? Like, I wanted to get this. Like, I got to rush. Like, I popped out of bed. Like, for all the sentiment that you've seen from me pointing out some red flags from that project on Twitter, I was promoting them and saying that I did like it. And early on, So I think that we might see some NFT projects do that on purpose, that, you know, rush drop, and it's starting earlier than you thought. But I think we might see people try that. That's interesting. But the project itself, man, like early on, I had people hitting me up about it. I was speaking to some people involved, and I liked it. I liked the art is pretty good. I thought they had a decent roadmap. The problem I had early on was that they wanted to do a full-on all-at-once mint that wasn't a blind randomization mint through the website. So I immediately said early on, I said, I can't support this project if it's going to be going that way because of the way that things went with the camels and you know, the involvement there. So it's an interesting problem that they had, that it was, you know, out of trying to do well for the community, right? Like they listened to the community. They listened to me when I first voiced my opinion about the way they were doing the drop. So I fully appreciate that they took feedback and they delayed the initial drop to be able to get it right the way they wanted to. And I'm sure there was some rushing involved in there, and the smart contract wasn't coded to the quality that you would expect for.
Did you see the first mint? They did an interview with the guy, and he said our website's been audited a bunch, and I was like, what? Like, how does that happen if like the contract or whatever just doesn't work? Like,
Right. Well, someone did it. I forget who. I wish I could give him credit. Someone did an analysis of their adopt function. And if you're not familiar with coding, a function is basically a way that you can do a bunch of different tasks, automated and repetitive. So it's coded so that you can adopt or mint the cat, and it has the logic based into that function. And their function, the code, wasn't up to par. And what happened is there was the ability for the mint to continue, the smart contract to stay open after it was already sold out. So people were still trying to mint and losing gas without realizing that it was already sold out, because the smart contract was not only, like I said, not up to par, but people figured out how to mint ahead of the actual launch, which is why they had to pull everything ahead of time. So there was just a lot of problems, a lot of red flags. So for me, you know, once there was like 2 or 3 red flags, I kind of just stepped back from it, even though I could have tripled my money on every purchase, right? Because the floor is like 0.35 or something. So more power to them, man. They're doing great. Like, I have no ill will towards them. I just never entered the project. And I think that an affordable type of avatar is really needed in this environment. And I don't hate on anyone who's going to buy any other project or, you know, leave the apes to get a cat. It's not like that. I want everyone to succeed as long as they have good intentions. And so that's a long-winded way of saying that I did support them. Then I didn't support them. Now I'm kind of just neutral, you know, do what you got to do. Just as long as they didn't pull the rug on anybody, you know, I'm cool with it.
yeah, it happens for sure. Yo, Hunter, huge shout out to the tier 1 gifted. Sorry, to Rude Moose and Rude Moose. Hello. So Benjammin, let's talk about Bored Ape Yacht Club for a little bit here, because I know we could probably talk about NFTs for absolutely forever. But for you, were you on the Bored Ape Yacht Club right on the drop? Did you hear about it later? What was your first impressions? Did you just give me your story?
Yeah. Bro, this is like, I get PTSD talking about this. You know, the first night I saw it, people were telling me about it, and I minted one. And at this time, I wasn't liquid at all. I just really, you know, I had just bought a ton of horses. You know, I had Top Shot that I didn't liquidate yet. And so my ETH was kind of just like tied up with a whole bunch of different things that I was already doing. And so I got one, and I was like, all right, you know, I was actually one of the first, I think, 1,000 people to get one, and it was after a couple hours of it being live, and it was like I got like 721 actually is my Johnny altcoin ape. So number 721 I got, and I was like, oh, there's 9,300 left. It's been up for a few hours. Like, I'll get a few tomorrow. I'll try to sell a horse and, you know, get a few apes. And I wake up in the morning and they're all fucking gone, bro. I was so tight. And then I bought another one at 0.2, which is the second ape I ever got. And then I just started trading a bunch of different horses that I had previously bought, right? Because I just got them. I had them from, you know, drops and wheeling and dealing. Shout out to, you know, the people who sold me my earliest horses. Sammy Dub, he's always been a true believer in me. He's helped me out. Mick helped me out. there was a bunch of people who helped me out early with horses, and I was able to actually trade those in for apes. And so that was really awesome. And, it was just amazing. And then between that, I've had a total of like 7 or 8 apes
Ooh.
buying and selling. And now I have 5 left that I don't know if I'm going to sell anytime soon, but for the right offer, I might sell one of them.
I'm in the same boat right now. I got one that looks like Johnny Knoxville, so I'm waiting until that guy ever decides that he wants to hop on here, and then that one is for sure going to be sold his way. So you brought up horses there, and yesterday was the ZED Run drop, and I mean, we were talking about it JVB at the start of the show here, but like, what was your perspective on the drop? Do you think that like, hey, like even when we think, okay, everything should be fine, even though we know that like companies are putting in like a ton of money into stuff, it feels that almost every NFT drop, I think Bonsai's was the only one that didn't really have a problem. What was your take on them like literally saying, hey, we're not going to be able to fix this right now, we're going to delay it? Because in most instances it's just been like a drop that's been delayed for a few hours. It's not been, hey, we're not doing it, wait like 5 days, here's going to be the response.
Dude, I feel like you have like a special ability to trigger different PTSDs that I have, because that reminds me of Top Shot. All the different times we were sitting there for hours waiting for them, and then they would delay or push it back to the next day. I kind of got that vibe from there. But the problem is, like, Top Shot had a lot of different opportunities to fix things, and they had drops all the time. And Zed, being around for 3 years or two or
You're
3
right.
years,
It's been around forever. Yeah.
that's right. Like, so you kind of figure by now, you'd hope they have these things figured out. And the last 3 drops have all been different formats, right? And so that's a big problem as well. They don't have it figured out. And this, after the previous drop, that really gave the most negative sentiment that I've ever seen in Zed since I started, because of the drop before this, that, a lot of people didn't get horses while people can share links, and some people got 40 horses. They really needed to step up their game on this one, and unfortunately they didn't, and they lost a lot of public confidence, but not enough to bring them down as a platform. But man, they need to get these things out of the way, and then who knows when breeding's actually going to start, because if this is pushed back, there's no way that the breeding's going to go right. So we're probably looking at more delays, and I love them. I love the horsies, but the biggest upside I feel for them are the changes they're going to make for the classes and the racing and the custom races and the different attributes that affect the horse. And all those things are not able to happen until they can figure out drops in breeding, So it's tough, but I still love them, but I have definitely diversified some of my portfolio.
Yeah, and I mean, like, just with Zed as a whole, I think that, like, the fact that they changed their breeding mechanism is probably a saving grace, because one of the biggest fears that I had was, okay, what the hell is stopping people from, like, completely flooding the market with horses? Are they really going to be valuable? And again, we just kind of have, like, the, straightaway, and as much as fun as that is, it does require you to kind of like actually put in a little bit of effort to make sure you know where your horse is going and all of that. So a minute ago, you brought up a really good point about everyone wanting to get an avatar, and recently we've seen a lot of projects that have, the randomly generated one, and they're moving from the price point of 0.08 for Bored Ape Yacht Clubs, and then we've seen for Gutter Cats, they were at 0.07, so just, 0.01 down, and then we're seeing other ones, and the more recent one, if you've seen it, Pirate Booty Treasure Club, and apparently the price for that one, it's just drawings of pirates, is at 0.06, and they're going to, have these roadmaps, and I never bought into Bored Ape Yacht Club because of the roadmap. I don't think I bought Gutter Cats for the sake of the roadmap or anything like that. Is it just a point right here where, like, if you come out with an absolute banging piece of artwork that you could use as a profile photo, it should be able to sell if you get some traction?
I do think so, especially depending on the price, the amount, the affordability, things like that. But part of the problem is, with each generation removed from the Bored Apes, you have to almost provide a little more utility, because you're competing more and more with a bigger supply of competitors each time that happens. Bored Ape has their community, they have their diehards. There's going to be people who sell some, to make profits, maybe buy into something else that I don't hate on. But yeah, I think at some point there's going to be, a breaking point where the avatars aren't necessarily the best kind of project to get in, which is why I tend to put a big focus on artists themselves, what their talent is, what can they do, can they make more pieces, things like that. Because the AI generative random minting is great. I love it. It's lottery picks, cool art, traits, things like that, reselling. But at some point, it's not going to be easy to flip every project. That everyone's going to be running out of ETH to get into everything. So I love looking at games, blockchain gaming. I'm really big into. A lot of the research I do lately is on these platforms that have gaming, utility, functionality. That's why I love the House of Kiba that dropped. That was
Oh,
really
I was
cool.
spicy. I was
Yeah,
super spicy.
I love that. So yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff. So I mean, take your pick on what you want to talk about.
For sure. And so, just out of curiosity, because I know you're doing like a lot of research and other stuff on the side, is there any projects you're kind of looking at right now that you think are interesting? Because I know, or somebody was saying earlier today, as soon as we went live, that like the Yetis sold out, and I heard that they were on a Clubhouse talk. I know that DannyUkes was on there, but I don't really know much more about them. I mean, even besides Yetis, is there any projects that you're kind of like scoping out right now?
Well, yeah. So Yetis, it's kind of the same story as the gutter cats, where I had some red flags before the drop. I still have some questions that are unanswered, but they've done a good job trying to get the answers out, and they've responded to me directly. I've been in the DMs with some of them. So yeah, the way that I feel is the biggest red flag to me was they were going to lock up 40% of the Apex Yetis, which were the most rare Yetis. And so out of 10,000, there was going to be 100 that were these Apex, and out of those 100, they were going to lock up 40 of them for 3 months to doing giveaways and things like that. And my big thing was, how can you prove the randomization? How can you assure me that you're not just holding, these rare back that you already know? There's no reveal yet. Like, very, very concerning to me. And after me bitching for about 2 straight days about it, and other people kind of also voicing their concern, they removed that as something they were doing for the project.
Ooh.
So another thing I appreciate community feedback, and like I don't think that everything I always say is going to be right, perfect, correct, and no one, not everybody should take my advice and use my suggestions, but I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say, and if I have people who follow me, they'll have their own opinions, and I'm very outspoken, but I'm very genuine about what I'm doing. I'm really trying to find like things that are good, but also if there's a red flags, I'm gonna have to say. I'm not gonna hide that kind of stuff. So
Well,
yeah, Yeti looks all right. Sorry, go ahead.
No, just the only red flag that I really saw with this one, at least from like an outsider's viewpoint, is the fact that they were doing a giveaway of like 500 of them, and I'm like, okay, if you're doing like 10,000 of them, and we're seeing multiple other projects who are having success that don't have the FOMO ramp is what everybody's calling it right now, like some of these other projects, that there's a very good shot at them selling out. So why would they go to the lengths of giving out 500? Like, is their idea of like free publicity, or?
Yeah, you have to think so. I mean, the camels did a big giveaway like that too. I mean, I don't agree with it. I don't think it was a good idea. I think there should have been a lot less. I mean, I know people who got two of them in the giveaway, because there was something like 650 people who signed up for 500 of them. So like all you had to do was put in multiple emails and you can get a couple, and then just flip them on the secondary underneath the floor price, right? So like, because it's an easy flip for you. But part of the problem, another red flag, was they didn't have a counter on the website, so you couldn't actually see how many you were buying, or not how many were buying, sorry, how many were bought and how many were left. So there was a lot of people buying on OpenSea or coming into the channel saying, hey, where can I buy? Is it sold out yet? That was another thing. Like, they said they brought on like some of the best blockchain developers they've ever seen in their lives, and they didn't have a counter on the site. So it was just like little things like that to me, just like kind of little sticking points. But I got a few myself. I won one of the free ones. So yeah, like I'm interested in seeing where the project goes. They said they have a game coming. I would like to hear more information about that particularly. But yeah, so that's a pretty cool project. And then another one that I actually recently just found out about, which I'm kind of excited about, is called Chicken Derby.
Okay.
I don't know if you've seen that.
I don't think so.
Okay, yeah. So it's called Chicken Derby. It's brand new. I've had 3 hours worth of phone calls with the founders since yesterday, and my company is in talks with them to potentially do some kind of partnership maybe, but I'm definitely interested in the project. And so they are basically a more cartoon version of ZED Run using chickens. And the way that I describe it is it's a mix between ZED Run, Mario Kart, and the video game Worms, if you had ever played that.
I've never played that game, but sounds interesting.
It's really cool, and you can race them for ETH and everything, and they have these like talents that one gets catapulted over another, one has a machine gun, like they all this kind of stuff. So that it's pretty cool, and they really just started getting their information out there. They created a Discord, I think, yesterday, and they're looking to do their first NFT launch within the next few weeks. So I'm excited about that one. That's really under the scenes right now. So people don't know about that, but they will. That'll be one that really takes off. And the founder is a 15-year professional game developer who created a game called Ganja Farm, which is essentially Farmville for growing weed. And it's had over 7 million downloads. So he knows what he's doing. I'm excited about it. And my company, which we actually haven't really told that many people about yet, but we call it the NFT Nexus. We just decided on a name about 10 minutes ago before I got on here so I could have something to talk about. And so we're actually talking with them about helping to do their like marketing and their Discord and stuff like that. So that's one of the bigger projects I think that's going to come over the next few months.
That's awesome. And if you're able to, after we're done here, if you want to throw the chicken, God, I forget the name already, link in the chat. Chicken Derby. Yeah, guys, look up Chicken Derby, and we'll see if we can get it here in the chat. But just because we have a couple more minutes here, just kind of relating back to Top Shot real quick, because they decided that they were going to lower the price cost for the last pack where, the premium used to be $99, and then I believe it was like 23 or 24, and then for these holo packs, they've gone from $1,000 all the way down to 230, and I'm like, okay, dude, this is a crazy steal if you meet the collector score and everything else. Do you have any, thoughts on it?
Yeah, man, like it's confusing because early on, I think it went from like 99, then it went to 299, then like 1,000, and now back, and it's just kind of confusing because they keep changing things around so much. And like I understand like having an agile method where you're updating your business plan like kind of on the fly and implementing new features, but man, there's just no consistency that you can really count on, and that's really hard as someone who's puts money in, because you have people yelling at you to hold the floor, you have people yelling at you to buy the floor, you have people yelling at you if you sell something even though you're buying something else, and it's so toxic on a lot of days and so amazing on other days, right? Like Top Shot is basically bipolar disorder personified in a company. And like I love it, but I hate it at the same time. It's like that ex that you're in love with, but you never want to see again.
Well, it was crazy seeing the Kevin Durant stuff. Like I talked about it earlier, but like the MGLE for the Kevin Durant started at like $1,000. It's all the way up to almost like 3K now, and it's wild what happens when there's certain moments that are like unequivocally probably the best on the platform. I feel like comfortable with saying I think that that's the best moment on the platform, at least right now, from every kind of viewpoint. Yes, I know that, like Kobe tribute dunk and everything has like the historical meaning and whatnot, but like for just like the cool aspect, right now, like hot damn, this is spicy, and it's at a time where like, the Top Shot sentiment is pretty high, and so seeing that one skyrocket the way that it did was crazy to see. But I'm curious, if you're buying anything on Top Shot right now, what are some of your favorite moments?
Well, I want to comment on that play because I personally think that is, as far as I can remember, the coolest play in basketball, professional basketball, I've ever seen in my life. And it reminds me of one of those, YouTube videos where you got a bunch of bro kids are standing around a pool, all throwing the ball to each other, and then like finally dunking it into the pool. Like it felt like one of those kind of, what is it? What's that? Perfect dude or dude perfect kind of trick shot moments, and it's just so cool. It's one of my favorite plays, just in general, NBA of all time. But for what am I buying? Anything that I like the player, I like the play. I bought a decent amount of cheap 4-star rookies recently that are like $3 or $4 on the floor. I think that there's a ton of upside in getting into those just because there's not much lower you can go than that. You know, $2, $1, and then nothing, and then you're burning things basically. So, with that said, actually, have you seen the new burning metric about
I
Top Shot?
was on my phone. I was looking at Top Shot, and I was like, "What the hell is this, dude?" It was kind of cool, but like, I don't know how it's gonna work.
I don't know yet either, man, but it's really interesting. There's a lot of ideas floating around in my head, like what can happen and what you can do, and I know that with hardcore, I actually myself, DannyUkes, and Kenny G saw a preview of hardcore, and it was an unlisted video from the NBA Top Shot Dapper account from last year in October that I don't think they knew that was still up there. So we actually saw the hardcore game, the beta version, and so like I know what it's gonna be like. I haven't ever talked about it publicly, like specifically what it's like, but that you have different levels of cards and things like that. So I'm wondering if you can burn your moments in order to, like, if you burn a bunch of commons of a moment, if you can get like a rare, because the rare, like as you've seen in the moment ranks play game, like the rares and the legendaries carry a little bit more weight, and it's something similar that I've seen in the hardcore game. So I'm really excited about that. And the last thing I'll say about the hardcore game is there's something coded into the NBA Top Shot GraphQL API, and there's an attribute of power. It's a filter that goes by power. So I think at some point they may end up assigning power levels to different moments, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens there.
Hell yeah, I love it, Benjammin. If people want to find out a little bit more about you, stay up to tune. Where can they find you?
Man, you can find me on Twitter at xbenjaminx. I go by Benjammin with the X's on the side. It's easy to remember. You could find me there in most platforms. I go by that screen name as long as it's there. If not, you could usually find me in some sort of variation of Benjammin. And then with that said, I just wanted to shout out my two partners that I just joined up with, NFTs Anonymous and Shadowlit Collective. We formed a company called the NFT Nexus, and we're representing different artists in the NFT space and platforms, games, and stuff like that to build their communities out and help them with marketing and consulting on their projects and stuff like that. So I'm super excited about that, and you guys will definitely be hearing a lot more of that in the future, because we have guys like Dario DeSenya as our top of the line, and we have Blazing Eagle, who we introduced last night. So we're super excited about this, and you'll be hearing a lot from this moving forward.
Yo, love it, Ben. Thanks so much for coming on, and we'll have you on again sometime soon.
Thanks, bro. Have a great night, and I appreciate you bringing me on and doing the stream. Have a great night.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. All right, guys, that's Benjammin, the one and only. Not bad, not bad, not bad. So yeah, the one thing that he said on the end there regarding the NBA Top Shot like beta video, we have a YouTube video out that was with me and Plunge, and when that video was kind of surfacing, we actually looked at that. So if you're curious of what he was talking about, that's still on there. If you're wanting to check it out. But that was good. It's super cool because I think there's like a fluidity, if you will, when you're talking with people that are like hardcore ingrained with like every aspect of like NFTs, from, you know, the research side of things to, you know, every kind of other part of it. So let me call Meirav Haber up, and we'll see what she is up to on this Friday afternoon. And I'm super excited to chat with her, and I'll let her talk about it, but we'll wait until then. But guys, thank you so much for tuning in, and be sure, if you haven't joined the Discord yet, to go check it out at discord.gg/Schiller, and it's been put in the chat a whole bunch. Meirav, hello.
Hi.
How are you doing today?
Good. How about you?
Good.
This has been great. I've been listening to your speakers before me, and I'm really enjoying it.
Well, good. I'm glad to do so. At least provide this content for everyone out there. But I'm super excited to have you here because you are somebody who does a whole bunch of different stuff in the artistic side of things, but it's totally different. I feel like I've never met a puppet fabricator before, but can you give us a little bit of a background about who you are?
Sure. So I'm an artist, painter, sculptor, puppet maker, filmmaker. It's a lot of things. I was born in Israel, and moved here when I was a kid, like about 11. and I've always been an artist. I've always painted and sculpted things and crafted, and just, early on, I just didn't know what I was going to do with that. I was always told, my parents were both engineers, and, didn't really see art as a career. And so I struggled with that early on. I went to UCLA for fine arts, and I tried the gallery track, and it just wasn't for me. And then I went into art therapy, actually. So I was doing psychology and therapy with people, and it was pretty cool to help people use art to feel better and to express themselves. But I also felt like I needed to, like for my own calling, like I needed to get back into my art. So I still showed my art, and through meeting people in the gallery scene in LA, I met an animator that had worked on Nightmare Before Christmas, and I found out that they had a studio in Burbank, which was right down the street from where I was living at the time, and it really changed my trajectory. I just decided that like I needed to see if I could make something of myself in that. So I started making puppets and started making my own films. It just kind of learned what it took. And so I made 2 films independently. I launched Kickstarters for them to raise money for whatever I needed, and then put them through film festivals. They both, so I have, I'll show you, these are my films. Stan and Sylvia. So these have both been at festivals, about a dozen awards for each of those, and have some puppets behind me to show you. And just launched a new project this year, actually. So this will be my 3rd film. Kickstarted it earlier this year with my partner and an artist from Portland, Oregon, J.R. Slatum, who's up here. And I'm sorry, it's Slatum. And I made this puppet of his character. Just finished it recently.
That is so good. Holy jeez. Okay, so what like goes into making something like that? Like, is it, I don't know, like if it was up to me, I'd be like, okay, I'll get like a bean bag, I'll get like a piece of paper, wrap it around, put some marker on it, call it a day. What goes into making a puppet?
Yeah, that's not it. Oh my gosh. Well, so because my job now as a puppet maker, I work on shows like Robot Chicken and MODOK, that new show MODOK. So I've learned a lot on the job through my studio, and I've learned how to make how to just build things. So this is a foam buildup, and so you use like squishy foam and wrap it around with like prosthetic like adhesives, and you clean it up, you add like more adhesives mixed with paints to like build the surface, and like kind of sponge it on. And I do have some videos, like some behind the scenes videos of my process on my Twitter that you can check out. So yeah, it's just, it's just build up over time, and then painting on top of it. The head is a separate piece. It's kind of connected by brass stock, but there's wire underneath here. There's a wire that's just been like, filled in. And
that's so cool. Oh my god, that's amazing. And so you have a bunch of other ones I see on both sides. So you said Stan and Sylvia, is that correct, for the 2 ones? So the one on the left is Sylvia, and then
yeah, so I have a few puppets I can show you. This guy is Stan as a baby. He was actually my first puppet that I ever made. And Sylvia, grown up Sylvia. Other Sylvia is in that cubby over there. I'll just leave her in there unless you want to see her. And then I have this creature, this guy I made for Stan also. And so when we launched the Kickstarter for Solstice, I was looking for ways to promote and for ways to, like raise money and everything. And my partner Javi had recently discovered NFTs, and he said, you should do this. You should really learn about NFTs and try to figure out a way to market yourself, because with stop motion, like you know, I can make puppets and I can make films, but short films don't really make money. It's kind of like passion projects. So I started to create like animated loops from my films, and I put that on Foundation. Had a little bit of luck. I sold one, but it kind of was my entry point into NFTs.
That's that's crazy. And so, A Rova in the chat here is saying like, how long does it take to make one of these?
A long time. I mean, you know, it can take a week working full time, 2 weeks. But this puppet actually took me like probably 2 months because I had to like pick it up and put it down a lot in the process, working full time on other things. But it takes time. It takes a long time, especially if you want to build it right, you know, because you have to figure out what movement it needs. Like you build it based on what movements you want to get out of it and how you want to like attach it to the set. You know, if it's attachable by the feet or by the butt, does it move? Does it not move? You know, and so there's a lot to like kind of engineer around that.
Are
And
they
also style. It depends on the style of the puppet.
are they fragile? Because it seems like you're just holding them fine. Like obviously you're not gonna want to like chuck it across the room or anything, but like how you know delicate are they?
You know, they can take some damage, and that's the thing is like you want to build them so that they can be roughed, you know, roughed around. Some of the problems that like I've experienced it like working with silicone. So I had somebody mold and cast her hands, and after a while, because they're so tiny, like these every little finger has wire in it. And so after a while, when you like mess around with it enough, the wire pops through the silicone and you have to fix it. So I've gotten really good at I like this term, being a puppet doctor. So fixing puppets, finding creative ways to fix them after they've broken and making them still feel like they're whole and undamaged.
So
It's a whole art in itself.
well, I mean, the whole reason we have you here is to talk about the bored apes and stuff, but I'm so encapsulated by what you're showing us right here. We'll get to that in a minute here, but regarding your Kickstarter and whatnot, how have you kind of found that? Because when I was looking at some of the Kickstarters you have, I saw one that was like, you know, you had like $8,000 raised, and then I see one that you had like $86,000 raised. So how does like the progression of that work?
Oh my God, I don't even know. I mean, my first one, I wasn't really sure what to expect. I hadn't made any films before, so it was definitely a learning curve. And I raised, I think, like 2,500 for my first film, which is good, but it's not enough to even, you know, like make a puppet. So, I think I've learned things like how to promote myself in Clubhouse and you know Twitter and Instagram and just becoming savvy with all these different things and like emailing people, keeping my friends and family connected. And Kickstarter itself just has a way, a magical way. Like I remember we weren't, you know, like it was just a few days before the Kickstarter ended, and it looked like we weren't going to even reach our funding goal. And it had been selected by Kickstarter as like project of the week or whatever. And so it showed on the front page, and then randomly two people from like one from Sweden and one from like China, I think, just donated $7,000. Just
Wow.
and we
Wow.
didn't know them. We had no idea who they were. We didn't even reach out. Like it was just kind of like luck, you know, and also presentation. Like the project just spoke for itself, I guess. But you know, my video skills got better. You know, we figured out like how to price things because that's also tricky. The different tiers. So and a lot goes into it. You know, like if people ask me like, "Oh, is Kickstarter the way to do it?" I'm gonna be honest, like it's a lot of work, and I'm not sure it's worth the time.
No, fair enough. But you're
It's
saying
a lot of fundraise.
regarding like NFTs and stuff, like, so have you delved really hard into NFTs? Because one thing that you mentioned before is that you thought that NFTs were kind of like the answer for all these artist struggles, is because we're seeing a lot of money getting put into NFTs right now. They're art based, and I mean, like, this is some pretty damn good art.
Yeah, I mean, it depends where, like, what angle you're looking at it from. Like, I definitely think there's so much potential for artists. I felt a little pushback initially. I was very against NFTs. I didn't like them. I thought like I thought, like, what is this gonna do to like traditional spaces? What is this gonna do to traditional artists? Like, is this kind of like an eat or be eaten? Like, if you don't get with the times, do you, you know, are you not gonna thrive? So I had a lot of like hangups about it, and I didn't want to change my style just to fit the space. So, you know, I took a seat back. I put out my NFTs on Foundation. I stepped back and I kind of watched what everybody else was doing. And then I started to get really into these collectibles. And Apes was the first one that I really, really loved. And so, yeah, I had sort of, you know, I'd watched my boyfriend get into NFTs, and I was like, okay, don't put all your crypto into it, you know, just don't, yeah. Like, watch your money kind of thing. And then as soon as he showed me Apes, I was like, okay, we got to get some. These are cool. Like, oh my God, it's just so cool. And so I found a way to view things as a collector and to see the potential of like being able to see the potential in art projects coming out and making money that way, and then continuing to put it back into the machine and like, you know, giving back to other projects that I like and other artists that I like. So it really is a thriving place for artists. And so, you know, I have mostly good things to say about it. It's obviously very addicting, and you can, you know, find yourself holding no ETH at the end of the day, because they're all
true.
But it's brilliant too, and it's like, how exciting is it that now artists are becoming like mainstream commodities, like that artists can have something that everybody wants to get a piece of. I think that's amazing.
It is. And so on the topic of the Bored Apes and everything, how did you find out about them in the first place?
It was a Friday night. We came back from like a show that somebody actually had done, like holographic NFTs. And we came back, and, you know, my boyfriend pulled up Twitter and was like, oh, there's this project. You should check it out. It's called Bored Ape Yacht Club. And I was like, okay. And I saw the art and I was like, oh, I definitely want one of those. And so we started digging, and we ended up spending probably like we stayed up until like 5 a.m. looking at all the ones listed and
Nice. That's what we love to hear. There we go.
And I was like, oh, that's a cool one. Oh my gosh, we should get that one. And I was like, oh, and the trippies. And what little experience I had growing up with like Pokemon cards came to my mind, and I'm like, ooh, the holographic ones are the great ones. So, you know, it was really fun. It was really engaging. I hadn't seen anything like that before. I wasn't really into like the look of CryptoPunks and the 3D, you know. Yeah, I wasn't really into that style, but the apes really spoke to me.
Yeah, and I think it's all about everybody kind of like connecting with a certain thing. And so, out of curiosity, because we're having a lot of talks in like daily here, at least, about the roadmap for certain projects, and it's like, okay, for NFT games, it's like, I think that's very important, but for certain ones, did you ever look at the roadmap for Bored Ape Yacht Club about like the breeding, the merch, or did you just buy it because you thought the art was cool?
I like the roadmap. I wasn't sure, you know, skeptically speaking, I was like, well, we'll see. We'll see if they actually deliver. The breeding was like very mysterious, and I'm still curious about what's going to be with that. I wasn't, you know, I wouldn't say that's what sold me. The art sold me. The look of the apes sold me.
Love it, love it, love it.
It could have been done even without the roadmap, but the roadmap was kind of assurance that they were going to continue to build hype along the way.
Right. And so for you, is it you just think that the art for it is just kind of what makes it special? Can you narrow it down? Because I keep trying to think to myself, like, why of all art pieces in the world that's out there, why have so many people connected with this? Is it the fact that it's, you know, a social media avatar? Is it the fact that people are paying attention? Like, is it a social aspect more than just kind of like the avatar? For you, what do you think makes them special?
Oh my gosh, I have no idea why this is such a weird phenomenon. Like, if I tell anybody on the street who doesn't know about NFTs that I put that much money into digital apes, they're gonna look at me and think like, okay, are you okay? Like, have you seen help? You know, it's not something I can explain on a very on a level that makes a lot of sense. But the style of the apes, I think, is really cute and relatable, and just the natural, like, movement of like the sheer amount of people who started making derivatives off apes and like giving them like different life forms is just a testament to the style and how well it was done. Like I think that not every art style translates to that kind of like that people are like identifying with apes and putting them as avatars and like creating derivatives. We also started creating derivatives, so I feel like it was just a very natural place to go with them. And does that help? Like, I
Yeah,
think
no,
that's
absolutely, for sure. I'm just curious everybody's standpoint because everybody's looking at it from kind of a different way. And Jay Berman in the chats here asking, how many do you and your partner own of the apes? Is it just kind of one each, or do you guys really ape in?
I'm embarrassed to say I have at least 7.
What? Oh my god, yo, I would have pegged you at like maybe having like 1 or 2. 7. Holy sheesh.
I went crazy, and it's because I saw it and I just believed in it, and the more momentum it built, the more I wanted to buy more. I even got my best friend in. I was like, okay, let's buy one together. I'll buy it for us. We'll split the profits. Like I was just trying to just get more apes wherever I could.
And at what time did you end up like getting into it? Like, were you within like the first week of launch? Were you at the minting stage? Where was it?
Mostly. So that night we bought 3. One that I kind of that I bought for my boyfriend. 2 that I bought for me. And then the next day I was like, oh my gosh, we got to buy a trippy before it's like not even reachable. So I started like trying to get trippies, and I kept getting outbid. I kept getting like them when you like set a transaction and it's processing and then somebody just finds a way to swipe it before you do. So it happened to me a couple times. And then once I got the trippy that I wanted, I was just like, oh, okay, I feel better. And, so as time went on, I just kept tracking the project. I kept looking at what apes were selling. And that also was just really difficult to do without buying in more. So kind of progressively along the way, I bought more apes, and
So you say that you like the trippy and all of this stuff, which, by the way, I was bidding. We were in my Discord. We had a whole bunch of us. I was bidding thousands and thousands of dollars on this trippy that I eventually backed out of because it went like way over $10,000 at the beginning. Now looking back, I'm like, I should have done it. But you're not donning the trippy. So do you see trippy as purely like the quote-unquote investment and the one you have right now, the one that you connect with personally?
It's a good question. I haven't really thought too deep on why. Part of me just doesn't want to flaunt it.
Oh, okay.
Is that weird? And then another part of me is like, I love the trippies. Everybody should see that I have a trippy.
Well, that's, yeah, no, for sure.
But that said, the one that I have on my avatar is just like, it just represents me a little bit more. Like, he's just like sad face, cute cream boy with like his little pilot hat and his admiral coat. Like, I just picture him like showing up to a tea party and like, okay, I'm all dressed up and ready. He had a little more character to me and more special to me, I think. So, but I love every one of my apes. Not the same, but.
So at what point do you think that you'd be like, all right, you know what, I'm kind of down to sell it if I get a crazy offer? Do you think that you're, there's a certain limit, or no matter what you're holding?
I don't know. I mean, it's crazy to think about this game of like, it's. I think I was listening to your talk before this, and somebody said, at some point it's going to be harder to sell these. We're only a month in to apes being a thing, and I don't see it slowing down any. Got a 70th offer for my trippy this morning.
Wow.
And I said, no way.
No shot. Because
it's just starting. This is just starting, and I don't know. I have dreams of being able to pay off my house with a trippy ape. Is that crazy?
No shot. I'd love to hear it. All right. We're bullish on the apes. That's amazing. All right. So we got another about 5-10 minutes here. So I want to kind of just talk a little bit more about you, because I think your story is absolutely fascinating. You were saying before that you were working on Robot Chicken. You've done stuff with Disney, Hasbro, and Marvel. What is it like to work with some of those companies? Is it a complete headache? Is it good? Like,
honestly, it's fun. So I worked as a toy prototype painter for some time at this studio called Gentle Giant. I worked for this small company that would do like props for Disneyland Shanghai. And at my current job, we constantly get Disney as clients, and Marvel was our latest client. And to me, it's just cool to be able to like envision their creations. So like I don't know, I just get a real kick out of painting things that exist in illustration form. And so yeah, I don't know, for me it's really fun. Like I can show you let me see if I can pull up my art portfolio. Should I do a little screen share?
Yeah, sure. I'd love to see it.
Okay. See if this works. Sorry if I'm so yeah, here's my portfolio. Some of the things that I've painted before as toys. And
Zootopia 101. I love that. It's the fox from Zootopia.
yeah, so these were really fun jobs for me. Just really enjoy like starting with a drawing and matching colors and painting. And so yeah, let's see what else I can show you. This was for a music video. Made this frog. This was for a Honda commercial. I helped build this toucan. Yeah, I don't know. I think well, my point was that it's really fun. Some of the clients like Disney are a little more particular about their style and will come back with revisions. And I've learned to kind of just, kind of realize that it's all kind of a community process. And at the end of the day, like clients usually have like ways of improving things. But for the most part, I just paint something and I think it looks good and they like it and everyone's happy.
Love it, love it. Now, for you, because you're obviously a very successful artist, for anyone that's watching right now that's kind of looking at the art scene and wanting to pursue it a bit more, do you have any advice or tips for them moving forward?
Yeah, it's hard. I know a lot of people think it's kind of a hustle, and it is a hustle. And you don't want to, so if you're choosing a career, like you don't want to choose something that you're not fully into, because to be successful, you have to really want something. So if you follow the things that you really want to do in a selfish, loving kind of way, like that's what's going to make you successful, so you have to really want it. You have to be willing to create stuff yourself just to show what you can do, not like wait for jobs to come to you. So, and the thing is, like, people aren't really, like, they can't imagine what skills you have to bring to the table. You have to show it. So that's been my experience, is like, if I want something, if I want to be a puppet maker or a filmmaker, like, I just have to make it and learn along the way.
Love it. That's fantastic. Meirav, thank you so much for taking the time to share us all your puppets and everything. If anyone's wanting to kind of follow you and your journey here, what's the best way to do that?
You can follow me on Twitter. You can follow me on Instagram, Facebook.
Okay. I got a page on Facebook. I feel like absolutely nobody is using that right now. But guys, we got the Twitter link going up in the chat, and hopefully we can have you on sometime soon, and you can share with us your next project.
Yeah, thank you so much. We'll be continuing to do ape derivatives, and hopefully maybe once we finish Solstice, we could even do an ape one.
Oh, there we go. Now we're talking. Now we are talking. All right, thank you so much, and have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you. Nice talking to you.
You too. All right. Bye-bye. Guys, holy sheesh. We just keep moving and grooving here. You know what I mean? Like, I think there's a difference if this isn't kind of a vibe, but holy sheesh. Am I ever vibing? Yo, JVB, I'm giving you a call right quick if you're around. And I will give you a quick little chit-chat, and if he's not around, we're going to kind of just rock and roll. What? Oh, sorry. Hi, JVB. How are you doing, good sir?
Never been better than I am at this moment.
Love it, love it. All right, listen, I'm not going to lie, dude. I got to go for a washroom break, so you have the reins here for just another minute or two.
Okay. Well, goodbye then, and hello everybody else. How is everyone doing today? Gokina, I'm not checking my DMs right now, but thank you for throwing it out there. Yeah, so Meirav, amazing, huh? She would absolutely get an invite for a dinner party, you know? Can you like sitting around, hanging, just chilling? Cool person. Very cool. Benjammin wants me to introduce myself. Okay, everyone. Hi, I'm JVB. I mod this channel and the Discord. I mod Zed and some Pokemon Discords, you know, I'm everywhere. I basically just mod stuff. But thank you, Politicos. You were too kind. I am not Canadian, actually. I spend a lot of time in Canada. Oh, and stream. That's a great idea, Gokina. I should totally take your advice. I can't speak on the Top Shot drama with On the Moment too much. I've read about it, but only briefly. I had a busy day. Do we have any idea how many horses actually sold yesterday? I don't know, but now I kind of want to look it up. That's a good idea. Where is the champagne? Ooh, actually, I don't have any champagne, but I do have chartreuse, so I'll just have some of that. Jay Berm. So Jay Berm, I used to have long hair, and I cut it off a long time ago. And then we had a pandemic, and I didn't want to go see my barber during the pandemic, so my hair grew out. And now the pandemic is slowing down, so I cut it off.
And now we're here. And now we are here.
Thanks.
What's
we
up,
we had
dude?
some great questions from the chat. It was very exciting.
Awesome. Love to see it. Guys, just throwing in the chat right quick. Amanda decided she was going to make some NFTs, so we have an entire bird collection going on. No.
I was gonna buy number 8, but I only have 0.0.
Oh no. Well, all right.
So I'm like 0.01 short, so I can't buy it right now.
Oh my god. But yeah, guys,
So
if you're
I was
interested,
waiting for gas to go down.
that's what they look like if you're wanting to pick one up. She's just doing some handmade things for fun. Dude, this has been a vibe so far. I've loved absolutely every guest. It's been really enlightening. I like that puppet thing. When I thought about it, I guess I sounded like an idiot when I said I would take a beanbag and then wrap it with paper and then put marker on it. And I was like, I don't know how you're supposed to start with this stuff.
It's too funny. Yeah, she's like, yeah, everything's made out of silicone. It's like, you know, wires. It's advanced. Schiller's like, yeah, you just take a beanbag and a Sharpie. Dude, she's so talented and so cool too, right? Like, she would absolutely get an invite to the Schillerverse dinner party. For sure.
Absolutely. All right, so we got some giveaways we got to do as well.
Yes, let's do it.
I gotta run the video again, I guess, so you guys can see what we're doing. Huge shout out to everybody that decided that they were going to provide something for us. JVB, I'm gonna keep you on the line, but I'm gonna run this video. So if you want to mute yourself just for a second, guys, check out what we got for giveaways coming up here. I still think that like the derivative of that is like the absolute funniest thing ever with the badly drawn Bored Apes. With that said, what we're gonna do is I think we're gonna do the giveaway for the emoji ape. So as I've said before, if you guys don't have an ape, that's totally cool. What we're gonna do is we're gonna do the giveaway, and then the winner can end up like nominating somebody for the derivative. But then I will connect with you and do a Top Shot giveaway of some sort if that works for you guys. So we are going to open it up here. Again, this is for the emoji ape that you've seen. These are done by McKirk. That is going to be 2 minutes here. Well, 3 minutes, sorry. I botched the time. So if you want to type in !raffle to join, we'll get you guys hooked up with that. JVB, what's been your biggest takeaway so far of some of the guests? Is there anything that kind of like stood out to you as an interesting thought? You're muted, by the way. Hey, guys, it's ZED Run 2.0.
We almost had another mute stream. I'm glad you asked, though, because it's a point that I was going to bring up that I'm very passionate about. I think there have been a few times where I've been on this stream, and the one thing I try to impress on people is to buy what you like, buy what makes you happy. And I think we've kind of, with everyone that's been on here, right? We see them like they get involved in these passion projects. But it's not just, buy what makes you happy, but it's also do what makes you happy, right? Meirav, I think, embodies that belief very strongly. Crypto-Papi, Benjammin, Swolfchan, with his art, like the Mitsubishi, Mitsuzuki. It's the common theme I get is that everyone just does what brings them joy and makes them happy. And I think that's really important when you're in a space, particularly the NFT space, crypto space, where there's so much FOMO and there's so much FUD, and it feels like everyone's just flipping from one thing to another. And you could buy into something that could end up having a negative ROI, but at the end of the day, if it brings you joy, then you don't really lose.
Yeah, for sure. And it was cool to see how everybody's like super passionate about the things that they talked about. Like even from Crypto-Papi saying, hey, you know what? Like I'm, down heavy on Top Shot and stuff, but we're staying positive. Swolfchan, yeah. Hey, we're wanting to give back to the community. Ben saying, hey, you know what? Like even if I'm being, hard on projects, like we're seeing everything, we're trying to get it out there. We like it. And Meirav, hey, like just go for it. Don't do something that you don't love. Like it's really cool to see all the people that like own these apes. And I mean, maybe it's just a human thing and this isn't apes, maybe everybody's just absolutely wonderful, but it's cool that this kind of conglomerate of people are so, passionate, supportive, and encouraging in the same vein.
Yeah, I mean, people can be great. I think if you sit in traffic in Los Angeles or DC, you might have a very different experience of the human condition than we currently do with all of these ape owners. But yeah, And
I would actually agree. Cool. Jay Berm's saying that the teddy bears equal joy. I actually really like them. They they're called like NFT Theo, NFT Theo, I think. Those ones are super cool. But yeah, okay, guys. So the giveaway is done. So let's pick the winner. Yo, JVB, you won. What? Yo, JVB.
I'm the winner.
JVB.
Let's go.
Oh my God. There we go. All right. So we have, oh geez, I forget the first JVB. Do you have the name of the first guy that won? It was like Is Justice. I think.
Yeah, it was Justice because it was like my name, Justin, but it was different. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. So we have Is Justice and then JVB for the emoji ape.
It's justice_is_serve.
Okay, and do you have the contact info for them, or do I need
I'll
to?
DM them right now.
You'll DM them. Okay, cool. Sounds good.
Sure.
JVB, I would say DM me, but I mean, I guess yeah, DM me. We got to do some other ones in here for sure. Let's do the pencil ape one. I'm gonna turn down the timer a little bit because 3 minutes is probably significantly way too long for it. So we're going to turn it down to 2 minutes. So this next one, let me bring up Reaper's Twitter real quick so you guys can see what his stuff is. So this is here in the chat. And so if you wanted to join that, follow him, you can check out and see what he does. But again, if you are a winner of this and you do not own a Bored Ape, when JVB or myself gets in contact with you, just let me know and we'll hook you up with an NBA Top Shot moment. Then you can nominate somebody for that. And the giveaway is starting now for that one. So it's !raffle if you wanted to go in on the second one for that. And that should be good. And yes, yeah, listen, I'm not entering this stuff, but I'm letting mods and all the other stuff get in on this one. So it's exciting. Let me, if I can bring up, yeah. So Reaper in the video, he was the one that does this. So he does some side pieces if you're wanting to have that, or just kind of the pencil drawn on the side, which I think is really cool.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So cool.
It's really fun.
I love the basketball one.
Yeah, I think also in a way, like if you wanted to have a certain component to it, so if you're like, hey, I really like hockey or something, you can get it done up as a hockey stick or whatever they choose. But yeah. But now we're vibing. Dude, okay, so guys, just so you know, right now is kind of like the break where we're just like relaxing and there's nothing too pressing going on. We're getting these giveaways done. Yo, what's up, Fibaka? No worries at all, guys. Appreciate you tuning in. Amanda wants me to replay the video, like the intro.
Do it.
She wants me to replay the intro. All right, guys, if you haven't seen it, here's the intro that Amanda made for this lovely occurrence. Look, that's right now, Dad. Okay, Dad. That's right now. Yo, huge shout out to Amanda. She came up with that this morning, and holy sheesh, what a banger. All right, let's pick the winner. If it's JVB again, we riot.
So sick.
3, 2, 1. HD XRP, baby. Let's go. Yo, HD, I don't know if you're in the Discord or not, but feel free to DM me on Twitch, or if you want to message JVB on Twitch. Or, okay, you're in the Discord. So send me a message and say that you won the Reaper pencil drawing. Just remind me, because I'm going to totally forget, because we got a whole bunch of different ones going on today. Did you try to get someone Bored Ape Yacht Club? So I've reached out to them before, but in all honesty, every time that I have, they've said that like they're just super hyper focused on doing the roadmap. So I'm like, okay, cool, no worries. I have reached out before, but I didn't want to be that person that constantly DMs. Go Kina. What? Sorry. Anyway, with that said, let's go for another one. This one, so Nifty Nation. If you guys know the Twitter, let me bring it up real quick. Basically, what these guys do is they have a Discord where they talk about NFTs and all that kind of stuff all the time. But what it is it's not. I mean, you can kind of look at it as like a financial group, depending, but they'll say, hey, here's drops are happening when. If you want to set up pings on certain channels, you can. They cover all drops, and they will also say, hey, we think that this one is risky, or we think this one is okay, or making calls. And one of the calls that they actually had in this Discord, because I'm in it, because Shamdu is a legend, if you guys know Shamdu, and he was like, when the apes were going super parabolic and hitting that 2 ETH floor, he's like, I think they've burned out. I'm selling my apes. I'm rebuying back tomorrow, and that's exactly what happened the following day. So this is a month-long membership for that one. So if you're into NFTs and you love all that kind of stuff, the way to enter such a thing is typing in !raffle here in the chat to get in on that, and then I'll hook you up with a membership to Nifty Nation. And that is the Twitter if you're wanting to go check them out on there, because you are able to buy your own membership for that. They do monthly packages and I think yearly or whatever else. But it's cool, JVB, the amount of opportunities people are creating. And Meirav, said, hey, you know what? Maybe we'll do like a Bored Ape Yacht Club one. We've seen the Punks comic saying, hey, we might make a Bored Ape Yacht Club one. Like, everything is starting based off of this project. It is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, for sure. Wait, did you see what Meirav, her derivative that she made for Bored Ape?
No, I don't think so. Are you able to screen share it?
Yeah, hold on. Give me 1 second and I'll pull it up. I gotta get her link. Oh, I shared it here. 1 second, please. Sorry.
Guys, sorry, the line's on hold here just for a second. No, you're good.
Yeah,
We're chilling.
let's play some hold music. You're
vibing, you're vibing.
Yo, I am a vibe. Okay. Swappity do that.
We got 45
right,
seconds
cool.
left, guys. Once again, type in !raffle if you're wanting to grab a month membership into Nifty Nation. See what it's about. See if you like it. Kind of decide from there.
All right. I am sharing.
I need to, I think, click. Okay.
Okay, you see this?
Yeah. Wow.
This is the one she made. A Cleopatra ape.
What?
Cleopatra ape.
That's a banger.
Yeah.
That's a
I
double,
think she made
triple
it.
banger.
At least it was minted by her. It could have been made by someone else. You never know.
Yeah, fair enough. But still, either way, that's sick.
Yeah, I don't know. I saw this. Yeah, well, she was the minter. I don't know. She could have bought it from someone else. But yeah, I saw this when I was walking around in her on Cyber, and that's really cool.
That is
And then
really,
there's her
really cool.
zombie ape. She has a pilot hat ape.
Okay, so stay on this 1 sec. We're just going to pick the winner right here, right quick, and it is Brian Tuna. Yo, Brian, are you in my Discord? If not, get the hell in it. Send me a DM, or if not, send me a DM on here and message me saying that you won the Nifty Nation membership. Okay? Okay, dude. Now, all right, Brian Tuna. That's one. Guys, Shamdu was like, listen, I'll hook you up. I'll give you 3. All right, so what that means is we go for round 2 now. If you're wanting to get on this, it's !raffle. You have an opportunity, again, to get a Nifty Nation for 1 month. All right, dude. Okay, JVB, all you.
Sick. All right, cool. Yeah, so here's some more of her apes. Little World War II pilot hat. There's her trippy ape, which is super cool.
Oh, that's the trippy one that she got. Okay, do you remember
Yeah.
what she said, like how much she paid for it?
I don't remember what she said she paid for it. I remember she said she got a 7eth
Yo,
offer
shit, dude.
today.
Wait, 7 offer? Yeah, that's just absolutely ridiculous. Oh, my God.
But
And-
it's such a good looking ape, though.
And guys, just another highlight, the Nifty Nation here in the chat. We got Shamdu here himself. If you're wanting to go follow up on Twitter to see what they're posting on a daily, highly recommended. I'll give you a link to their Discord, but that's the exclusive part. So we got Brian Tuna getting one, and then somebody here in a minute, !raffle to get in there. That's sick, though. Like, that's really, really cool.
Yeah. She has the robot one, which is super cool. I like the juxtaposition between the robot fur and the toga, you know?
Yeah, true.
Antiquity meets the future.
What the hell does antiquity mean? Does that just mean older?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, gotcha.
Cool. Here we got a guy who went to a party at the VFW, getting after it. I like how her one camel has the ape in the background.
Wait,
That's
so
pretty cool.
that's would that have been like a custom one then, or do you think that she made it and then minted it?
No, some of the Arabian camels had this background.
Ah,
It was rare, but it was a background that some of them had.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so she got that. And then here's a bunch of her stuff.
It's so cool when you see it from this, because like she was showing you the stuff, right, from the
Yeah.
standpoint of like just holding it. But then when you see like the final product of that, it's so mesmerizing.
Yeah. It's great. So cool.
All right, second winner here for the Nifty Nation Golden Glow Master. Hello. You followed like a few seconds ago, and you're popping the hell off. So if you're not in the Discord, it's discord.gg/Schiller. Send me a message, or just DM me on here if you can. Or if you see JVB in the chat, fire off a message to him, and we'll get you hooked up. But make sure you let me know and that you won a Nifty Nation membership. Guys, we have one more. Huge shout out to Shamdu. Make sure that you guys are going and following their Twitter page at Nifty Nation. One more. This is your last chance. Golden Glow Master. Remember, it's on you. Send me a DM, and I'll get you hooked up with that. Second one is down and ready. Exclamation mark raffle. Here's for the final one. Okay, the baby kind of freaks me out. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, so this is the one she showed you, remember? She said it was her first puppet that she made. It was Baby Stan.
It still
this is it.
terrifies me. I'm not going to lie. I don't know if it's the eyes. I don't know if it's like the... God, what the hell is the name? The sucker? What is that?
A pacifier?
Pacifier. Dude, if you would have given me like $1 million if I got that right, it wouldn't have come to me. Jeez.
Oh, jeez.
Sheesh.
Yeah.
That one's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, that one is cool.
I don't know how... I guess I should have asked her like how they do it. Like, how do you get those pieces to move? Like, is it animated afterwards, or is it, you know, you take a photo and then you move? Oh, okay, that was cool. But like,
Yeah.
I have no idea how any of it works.
Well, so she said a lot of her puppets have wire that goes through them, right? And then they're covered with silicone. And then she also, I know at one point said she does stop motion. So it's possible that it's just a lot of photographs strung together.
Jeez.
I did a stop motion video for my mom for her birthday this past year. And
how did it go?
Yo,
we got to see that, JVP. You got to.
All right, I'll see if I can find a link another time. But it was like less than a minute long, and it took 6 hours to make. So, yeah, stop motion takes a long time.
Yeah, for sure. Guys, we got 27 seconds here. Exclamation mark raffle if you're wanting to get a 1-month membership to Nifty Nation. JVB full screen. Listen, when you were like minorly screen there, it's not the same. You got to have JVB in full screen, or it's not a good time. All right, 10 seconds, and then we'll be able to find out this. We have Josh Ong coming up, or ONG. Apologies if I'm botching the name, but Beijing in chat. Super excited to talk to him about the metaverse. JVB, before we kind of get into it with him, do you have a preference between the Sandbox, Decentraland, maybe Star Atlas, which I keep preaching over here in the corner? Do you have like a site or anything that you're like, hell yeah, like I think that one is going to be the king of the metaverses?
You know, I don't know. I saw, I believe Jeremy shared it with us, some art from Crypto Voxels with how they envision their platform looking in the future, and it looked really good. Really good. It looked like you were playing a AAA title video game, right? Like The Division or Call of Duty or something. Just the layers and the textures and the environment looked incredible. So I think if they can do that, it'll be very compelling. I like Sandbox. I like Decentraland. I don't know if I can pick a favorite. And then there's so many space ones too. So I don't know. I think it'll be interesting. I think it really comes down to what is capable, you know? Like with the space ones, what is the end game for the play within the game? I think is going to be a major factor for who wins.
For sure, for sure. All right, so let me pick the winner here right quick. Spectrism. There we go. If you want to join up on the Discord, It's discord.gg/Schiller, or if you want to send me a DM on here or to JVB with Snazzy, just add it in there and let me know that you won one of the 1-month memberships for it. We'll get you hooked up with that, but be sure just to fire me a message so we know. Good sir. Hell yeah, dude. Let's go. So JVB Snazzy's asking, what artist would you love to see enter the NFT space? And I don't think I could even name an artist, so if you can, that's major props to you.
Done. Absolutely. Jeremy Geddes. Am I going to have to share my screen again? I probably am.
Probably.
Okay. Hold on one second. Jeremy Geddes is one of my favorite artists. He is
damn.
And there are a lot of other artists I like, but Jeremy Geddes is from Melbourne, Australia. And he does, these are all oil paintings. Like, this isn't graphic design or done on a computer. These are all oil painted by hands. So he'll take astronauts, but put them, like, obviously they're in like a 0G position, but they're in a very like 1G or gravity type environment. And it's just super.
That guy looks like he's in the metaverse right now. What the hell is this?
Yeah. This is an oil painting.
In 2014, too. This guy was futuristic.
Yeah. No, this guy's great. He's super talented. I have some screen prints from him, and I've always just been a big fan of his work. You know, just like this hyper realism with like a surreal backbone to it.
That guy looks like Mysterio from Spider-Man. Hey, listen, when you speak of Mysterio, I'm like Rey Mysterio. JVB, you ever watch like WWE and that kind of stuff? Or are you more classy?
I guess I'm classy if those are the only two options.
Listen, I knew you were gonna say that.
I used to watch it when I was a kid, you know, a long time ago, but I don't know. People change.
No.
I've changed. I've changed.
Okay.
But yeah, it's a big fan of Jeremy Geddes.
I mean, it's weird because when we even look at like artwork right now, you kind of almost like envision it as like an NFT.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely. Especially something that's along these lines, you know. Like, I look at it and I'm just like, you could do so much with just like a little bit of motion or something here.
Just a little bit, yeah, for sure.
Just a little bit of motion, you know.
Huge W. All right, JVP. Well,
Cool.
It's been a good little chat. We did a couple of giveaways. We got more to do
Yeah.
later on. We got the My Moment, which is the it's cool to see these people that are creating like these physical displays to be able to like show off your NFTs, because really, how the hell else are you gonna do it? You know what I mean? So we got the My Moment giveaway that we're going to do in a little bit. And again, that's all shift covered and all that kind of stuff for the winner of that one. So guys, please stay tuned for that one. But JVB, I'm going to let you go for right now. But thank you as always for hanging out and, you know, keeping me company.
Absolutely. My pleasure. See you around.
All right. Talk to you soon. All right. The one and only Mr. JVB. And I know he's here in the chat, so I don't even think I need to message him ahead of time. I can just fire him a message and he's going to show up, I believe. Hold on. If I type in his name correctly. Dude, I keep... Oh, right, I forgot. You have a different Discord name than everyone else. This guy is Cat Stevens, baby. Cat Stevens on Discord. But elsewhere, he goes by a different name. Mr. Josh, how are you doing today, sir?
Oh.
Hello. Okay, so listen. You are a guy who's been a part of kind of this NFT scene for a hot minute. At least my perspective of you is that you've, you know, kind of trailblazed the way. You got a ton of followers. You are Mr. Verified on Twitter as well. For anyone that doesn't know who you are, can you give us a little bit of a backstory?
Yeah, let me see. I'm trying to share my screen. I'm not sure if it's working, but you see?
I haven't seen it just yet. Nope, we're seeing if it's connecting. Golden, is there room for more games in the NFT space? I'm also solo indie game developer and just wondering this. I think there is. If you have like a good concept of kind of like what you're wanting to do and all that, it's definitely there. Also, I love the shirt. It reminds me about all the Bored Apes with this. This is amazing. Okay, so I can't see your screen, unfortunately, but we can see you.
All right.
But if you want,
Yeah, I was testing something. We'll see. I didn't.
if you want to try
not
like
work.
closing the screen and then reopening it, might work on like Discord. How come no one does a PowerPoint presentation? Listen, PowerPoint presentations are, out of there. Nobody cares about that kind of stuff anymore, Ray Stinger. And Borbin, hello.
We'll do
hello.
one more try. I
All
just
right, sounds good.
having some fun with it. But if it doesn't work, it's just me.
No worries. But are you?
Yeah, I just got the shirt today.
Oh, did you? Okay.
And someone was tweeting, and they're like, "Yeah, Hawaiian Shirt Gang," and they're like, "This is the exact print that they must have used for the art." So I bought it. So I paid way too much for this Aloha shirt that looks like my ape. So I put a beanie on because I'm just we're going with it.
Hey, I mean, it's weird that you say that because I think there might actually be something like in the physical world where, Bored Ape Yacht Club, if you have, these hats, which we're seeing are going for mega amount of money, for your shirt, we're seeing that. And then for Meirav, who we had on earlier, they had kind of like a certain style of jacket. Maybe Bored Ape Yacht Club makes certain fashion trends trendy again. But Josh, can you give us a little bit of a background about who you are?
Sure. Yeah. So I go by Beijing Doe on Twitter, and I run a small communications firm, but have been in the, worked with a bunch of tech companies. And so I've been in the blockchain and NFT space for a little bit. Live in New York and just having a good time, vibing with y'all. Thanks.
Hell yeah. Love it, love it, love it. Okay, so how did you hear about Bored Apes in the first place? Were you one of the original minters? Did you see it kind of taking off and then aping into it afterwards?
Yeah, so I was online that Friday night, May 3rd or April 30th or whatever it was. And I saw like tweet like, "Hey, this ape thing is kind of cool." And I was like, "Oh, that's funny." And I clicked on it. And here's what I made my decision because I had just been talking the week before about how CryptoPunks accidentally created community. And actually it was like really powerful the way that you can have this exclusive community that gives you connections and networks and recognize each other instantly. And so I looked at this thing in their roadmap, and just the idea that they actually created this project with community at inception was really interesting to me. I loved the art. I thought it was cool and just a style that really fit what I was looking for. And at 0.08, I was like, a couple $100 for an ape picture, I'll do it. So I bought it, I tweeted it, and went to bed. I think a few people saw it after I did, and a few people got in the Discord. They saw Pranks and Dingling, going nuts, and they ended up like buying a bunch overnight. So I'm happy to have kind of birthed a few other apes while I was sleeping. I woke up, and you remember this too, right? So I woke up and it was like, what happened? I was at like 9,000 left when I bought, and then somehow it was just gone overnight. So there was just a lot of energy regarding each other. Just changed my Twitter profile from my professional headshot to my ape. And I think that's when you saw it too, and we're just like, all right, let's do it. How long are we gonna go this for? And I was like, I'll just do it for the weekend. We're gonna have fun. So I started a Twitter space. We found a few other apes, and it was just like crazy energy is how I describe it. Just some really fun stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, I really enjoyed the community the last month.
I think the energy's been something that's, like it's looked at, but I think in a way, like it's overlooked. Like it's really hard to kind of create something and then have, thousands, well, yeah, I guess, 100% thousands now, kind of coming together to talk about it. What do you think is the special component that Bored Ape Yacht Club did that other people haven't had the success for? Because we don't see people really, like, I mean, there's a lot of Top Shot users, but we don't see really many people, kind of doing the profile thing, having these other kind of like spaces where they're wanting to connect even more so for it. And things like Voxadeus, it's, you get into it and then it's like, okay, if you're ingrained in the Discord, but you don't really see like a presence. For the Bored Ape thing, it's literally everywhere you look on social media right now.
Yeah. I guess I'd have like 4 main reasons why I think it took off. I mean, one of it is I think it just was at the right time. So you had like folks from Top Shot who were kind of getting into NFTs. You had people who were investing in other projects. And then, again, I mentioned like just having community really conceived from the beginning, like even just like being able to hop on and see the bathroom wall. So for those who don't know, like before they opened the yacht club, they gave a little taste of community by making like a bathroom that you can draw on. If you have an ape, you have to have an ape to get in, and people were just like clicking on pixels to draw together and working together to like draw a basketball or something. And so it definitely had a sense of community from the beginning, and maybe that was on Discord, but it was on Clubhouse too, it was on Twitter, it's been all sorts of places. The other thing is, I think we shouldn't underestimate the power that imbuing the NFT with its commercial rights actually gave the project to give the momentum for like derivatives and IPs and things like that. And so there was a true sense of ownership, because you have a Top Shot and you're like, it's not like I can just like own this video and like use it and everything. Like, you can display it, you can get a moment and like put it up on your wall of it. And the license is very different. So I think the commercial license helped. And then what was my third point? Yeah, I mean, I think just there was just a positivity to the way that people found each other. I think also like it's kind of like the middle class punk, in the sense that like a lot of people who got in for a few $100, but were already kind of crypto conscious. Now obviously it doesn't feel as middle class, because it was like $2,000, $4,000, like whatever it was going to. But I guess it's kind of like, and not much pun intended, but like it's kind of like Animal Farm, which is that like the punks were punk and then they became the elite. And so like how many people that are crypto punk that are actually like punk rock? They're like whales at this point, right? And some people are like OG, and I'll no disrespect to them, but like, so I think a lot of the original ape owners like are actually just pretty chill. Like, some people are rich and that's fine, but a lot of us are just like regular people who had a little bit of ETH and went in and are bonding together as a community.
Yeah, I think for like the Apes as a whole, it was, at least for me, like as soon as I seen it, and like the following day, once we realized like the success that it was if you have a Bored Ape, you are somebody in the scene right now that values NFTs and is your kind of status symbol of, hey, I joined NFTs on this date in this timeline, right? Like when you look at a CryptoPunk, you say typically, okay, I envision that person having been in the scene for quite some time. And then obviously you can say there's different things in between there, potentially like Meebits, but then Bored Ape is the, okay, we're here at this time. And then we're seeing with Gutter Cats of, okay, I missed the Bored Ape Yacht Club, boom, let's get into this one. Or they just didn't like the apes, right? Like the apes obviously aren't something for everyone in terms of like the artistic style. But it's cool to see kind of like the downtrending effect. Do you think that we're going to be in a space where these avatar projects, which I like to call them because I know that, there's still extra utility and stuff for some of these projects, but ultimately I really see it
where
as...
you have this on?
Because my ape has a beanie, Ellie. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead. What's your question?
No, it's all good. But like, do you think that these avatar type projects are going to be ones that last for a while, or kind of we in quote unquote like a bubble where it's kind of the hot thing in town?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a valid question, and I think not to bridge us into the metaverse too clunkily, but basically, I think there is a desire for digital identity and avatars. And so I think there's a lot of room for these types of projects to come out in ways that speak to individual communities. So, lots of people who are doing the cats thing, they were kind of like, I'm not really a cat person, I'm a dog person. Well, there's a dog project coming out from Tot Shop Babe, the Doge Pound or whatever it's called. So like, we'll see. 1 second.
No, you're good. You're good.
Hey,
I didn't even know that she was doing that, but that sounds interesting.
Yeah, so there's like a dog project coming out. I think there's like whales. So in some sense, there's room for everything under the sun, as long as people are into it. If people don't vibe with it, then they're not going to buy it, and then you're not going to see it. But I think like there are some digital identity projects like Genies that are very interested in like human style avatars, and even Decentraland, you go in there and you're trying to build your, like, and I realized that like when I was working on something, I couldn't change my body type, and I was like, oh, do I need to look like this? And then was talking to Fred, and we were just like, actually in the metaverse, you don't have to look like you. Like, this is a digital world. You could be anything. I could be an alien. I could be like a freak show or whatever. Like, why not allow the power of immersive digital worlds to also give us creativity on what we look like and who we are and who we identify as. And so rather than having to like get like a pixel perfect version of me, why don't I just become an ape? And so one of the great things about NFTs is like, and Bored Apes in particular, is they moved very quickly because they had that energy to partner. And so they partnered with Sandbox, which we can talk about. I think it's an incredible partnership. They're partnering with a bunch of other things. And so there's a sense where like an NFT can be completely interoperable across metaverse platforms. And so, House Akiba is doing a 3D model that they're going to try and import your ape into Decentraland. There's all sorts of other like voxel-based worlds that if you have yours from Sandbox, maybe you can redesign it and try and take it into other metaverses. I know that The Economist had a custom voxel made for his ape. So like, I'm really excited about digital identity, and I want it to be creative, and I want us to like blow up the box. And that box may be like our physical looks and our body and what we expect from the physical world. Let's allow the digital world to be digital instead of just mirroring the physical.
For sure. And Heller, hello, welcome to the stream, boss. Thanks for tuning in. So you actually put it really well there regarding like the metaverse, saying you don't have to look a certain way. You can be kind of whatever you want. So let's kind of continue this discussion about the metaverse. And when I say the word metaverse to you, what does that mean?
Yeah, I mean, I thought about for this conversation trying to go back and look into the sci-fi novels and think about like where this word came from. But I think in some sense, like it's just expanded. And so for me, like a metaverse is a digital world with possibility. And then I think like for me, kind of the meta aspect of it is that like it's actually many digital worlds kind of all loosely connected. And that's what excites me about this next phase. And so when I think about like, we got like Web 1.0 or 2.0 or 3.0, and really that's all about like we had the move to digital, which was say like computers pre-internet, and then we had the move to like global connectivity, which is the whole like internet and into mobile. For me, like Web 4.0, if we want to call it that, and 3.0 is the blockchain, foundation, then 4.0 is metaverse because what it does is it basically could be the next 100 years or 1,000 years or whatever of basically like, okay, we built this physical world around us, or we live in this physical world, but then what do we do with building incredible digital worlds that have near limitless possibilities and scale. So that's what I'm excited about, is just realizing like, our kids and future generations and even ourselves in a few years will be spending a lot of time in digital worlds. And how do we make those amazing? And I think that NFTs are part of that, because we need something that's like true digital ownership, something that has freedom. I think it was ZED Gazette or ZG who said like, if you don't, there's no freedom if you don't own it. And I think that there's a sense where like we need some control, and being able to have something that's like tokenized on the blockchain and something that we can truly own and carry across different providers is really important. So I'm excited for the metaverse because it could be not forever, like, maybe that's like a little aggrandizing, but it could be for a very long time, because right now this metaverse 1.0 that we're seeing like is just a tiny sliver of the possibility of what we could get. We haven't even started to go into full like VR AR possibilities. We haven't gone into like kind of full rendering and you know, kind of AI generated cool stuff. Like we are just like peeking into what's next. And a lot of us, you know, like depending on what age you are, grew up in a certain type of digital world, and that could have been World of Warcraft, or could have, for some people it was like Fortnite, or you know, all these other like, they're like online games, but then also like uh Club Penguin, or you
Yo,
know,
I
whatever,
remember Club
whatever.
Penguin. That was
So
amazing. I
yeah, so
love that
everyone's
game.
got some kind of experience, you know, of a certain age where they were like, oh yeah, like I understood what it was like. Or, you know, Animal Crossing last year, it was like people get immersed in digital properties all the time. Um, but I think like what takes the metaverse to the next level is, one, like it won't just be a game, like it'll be inhabitable in a certain sense. And then two, I think it's gonna have like an openness of IP to allow more than just like one owner who's only kind of doing their thing. And I think like some people suspect that like Fortnite and Epic have the best shot at actually winning the more metaverse, you know, land grab, because they've done a really good job of engaging with like the Star Wars promo where you're like in the world with other people and you see the TIE fighters go screaming overhead, or the Travis Scott concert, or, you know, they've done a really good job of like understanding like, hey, we bring people into this digital experience, which is hanging out and gaming, but really a lot of hanging out. And then we let them build things. There's a common goal. We have unique items and identities, but also we engage with other creativity and intellectual property to make enhance the experience. So I think what I would love to see though, like, and this is not to get too like crypto anarchist, but like I want to see the metaverse flourish in a way that allows people to have control and not just, you know, massive corporations. And I think that's kind of a theme you see in some of the earliest metaverse fiction. I'm trying to remember. It's like, you know, Neuromancer or Snow Crash, you know, like where they have these like corporation states, you know, and like basically these giant conglomerates like kind of take over governments. And there's a reality, like you look at Amazon, you look at some of the other, you know, tech giants, and did we ever expect them to get this big and this powerful? So, and you know, Epic's fighting Apple right now in this big lawsuit. So what I want to see for the metaverse is that it can be multi, and it can be having a layer of independence to it. And I think part of that is like we need to be able to like own our items. So
Well, I mean,
because yeah, go ahead.
well, no, I was just gonna say, even in like some like RuneScape or certain games that I played before with the metaverse, and you're saying about like gaming and hanging out, the whole idea for us is literally like, you know, hanging out and gaming. And when you look back, I'm like, okay, well, I wasted. Well, I wouldn't say wasted because I did enjoy the interactions and the experience, right? But in theory, it's like I wasted X amount of time, but what did I get about it? Not really much, except for like this account. But if I wanted to move on from that game, well, I still know other people are wanting to get into it. The fact that you can change that ownership you're talking about, that plays an absolute huge role in it. But just to kind of change gears for a quick second there, because we're talking about like
Sure.
metaverses and people kind of like dominating the scene. Every game, it seems like, has this land sale going on. Like, it's not every single one of them, but we can use ones like Ember Sword, you know, Decentraland, Sandbox, Dark Country as well is another game that's doing that. What's your take on these land plots getting sold, and some of them for particular games, while other ones are, you know, for Decentraland and Sandbox for like an entire metaverse?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to be very careful about how you build the model. And the way that I would describe it is, with digital, you have two options. One is like infinite replicability, or is that a word? I don't know. But the ability to infinitely replicate something, which is like when we first got the internet, people just started making music, digital music, and just sharing it infinitely. It's just like you can download every single song, and a virus too. But like, you know, so it's like Napster and all that stuff. That's one of the powers of the internet and, you know, digital technology, and I don't think we should take that away. And so there's that side of it, and then there's also digital scarcity, which is what we get with NFTs and you get with, like, you know, cryptocurrency and other things. And I think there's room for scarcity as well, because we know this, like, scarcity actually creates some really powerful experiences. It allows us to own things and identify things. It allows us to transact in certain ways. And so some of these digital properties decided not to pursue kind of limited real estate models similar to you do in real life. And I think, like, it kind of works in real life depending on how libertarian you are. But, like, you know, in Sandbox, like, they're planning, like, higher traffic areas are going to be more valuable, because whatever experience you do, if your neighbors are doing well, like, your land goes up and you can sell things from your land and you make your money. And, you know, that's one model. But I think you have to set it and stick to it. It's really important to set expectations, right? So Sandbox, they've committed, like, there's only going to be this many land pieces, and it's that big square, and they're not going to, they can't create more, because you have to actually, as a corporation or as a company, like, resist the temptation to kind of set something in motion and then realize later, like, oh, I could get more money out of this. Like, you know, what if I just keep selling? So I would love to see metaverses where everybody has a space and there's, like, teleportation and you can just go visit anywhere and there's not limited land. And I'm also excited about some of these real estate driven metaverse properties where you can actually purchase a, you know, highly valuable piece of land and build something on it and engage with people. So I think there's room for both.
Dude, I love the way you word stuff. And guys, if you don't know who Josh is, he's seriously a great follow on Twitter, and he does a ton of Twitter spaces with that, and it's just really, really cool. So for you, Josh, in the Decentraland versus Sandbox argument, are you pro Decentraland, or are you pro Sandbox? Are you pro I hope everybody succeeds type deal, or where are you at?
Yeah, I mean, my heart is like, I want more than one, because I think that there's we get better things as consumers when there's not a monopoly. I had a Decentraland character. One of my kind of first experiences recently was, like, I got those artifact shoes with Atari that I had to go and, like, do, like, a shoe drop. You, like, push this button, but the button wasn't working, and there's, like, all these people, like, cramming in. I was like, oh, this is just like real life. I know what this is like. I finally got the shoes. I, like, put them on. I'm, like, walking around Decentraland with these, like, purple shoes, and then they're selling for, like, $600 or $1,000, and it's like, wow. That was my experience with Decentraland. I'm excited for, like, Atari and Decentraland. I think ZED Run has a partnership with Decentraland. But what really got me excited was when Bored Ape partnered with Sandbox and they got that plot in the Euphoria area, like, a couple weeks ago. I was so excited to see, and I've been making the map. Some of you might have seen this. So I started adding, like, ape emojis on every single piece of land in that area that's owned by an ape. And it's absolutely remarkable just how much Bored Apes aped in to that area. And we're trying to figure out what to name it. Someone just suggested the Bored Lands. And I've been partial to, like, the jungle or, like, Ape Sanctuary or something. But basically, pretty much the entire yacht club is surrounded by apes. So, there's a, what is it, 6x6 property that's owned by the Bored Ape Yacht Club official, and that's going to be the Sandbox Metaverse official club that you'll be able to go with your token in your wallet. They're going to eventually make it your Bored Ape as an avatar, and you'll need the Bored Ape NFT in your wallet to be able to get into that club, and that'll be where the Bored Apes hang out. Well, it was just great to see, like, so many apes were into that they bought up all the land around it. So what I'm excited about is, like, community and creativity and, like, the kinds of experiences. Craft Trading, or Des, he's building, like, a yacht in Sandbox that's going to be, like, the length of a whole property, he's putting water in it, and he's just gonna have like the perpetual yacht party right next to the club. So uh, I think there's like plenty of room for any universe to thrive if it treats its customers with respect, kind of outlines its roadmap, and builds things. I think also like something we forget with like crypto gaming is like it has to be fun. Like you have to want to do it, and you have to like enjoy it. And so I like that Sandbox is gaming driven, because at the end of the day, like all these kind of NFT games, like if they're not good games, then what's the point of owning something that's actually not that cool and not that valuable? So I think you have to put the experience first, and then treat the blockchain as like a technology that goes underneath it to make it, make it work with with trading and selling, and outliving your own company and your own project. So yeah, more power to everyone who's doing something, as long as that it's not just a quick cash grab, and as long as they're thinking about how to make the world engaging and to empower creators, which I think is really important.
So we have just a few more minutes here, and I want to kind of daydream for a second. When you envision Bored Ape Yacht Club in Sandbox, in this metaverse, what do you envision?
Yeah, well, we were kind of joking this week that Bored Ape Yacht Club is the Soho club of the future. And so there's all, like, and that's really what's modeled after in some ways, is like these kind of like elitist communities that have been around for thousands of years. Like some people compared it to like the Freemasons or other things. But like, I think what Bored Ape Yacht Club offers is um, inclusion and belonging, and then like mutual recognition that allows for creativity and building, and that gives us like a place. And so the sandboxes could be our place, and that they're going to build in Decentraland or other areas. I think when they announced Sandbox, they said that they're open to building in other metaverse properties as well. So it's not just like everyone has to be in the sandbox, although there's a lot of momentum there. So yeah, like I think it'll grow to be extremely valuable as a society, as a membership, where by entering in you're welcomed, and you have access to this network that is extremely beneficial. So that's what I'd love to see. Obviously, we have to set that culture as apes to say like, what does being an ape mean, and what does being an ape to another ape mean? We follow each other, we support each other, and I've seen some really good stuff so far. But then also like there's a limited number, and as things get more expensive, people get priced out. It can be difficult. So it's really on us as a community to set those norms and build the culture to say, this is who we are, and this is what we're going to become.
So I got two more questions for you. One of them is, what are some of the other NFTs that you've gotten into recently?
Yeah. I mean, I'm big on ZED Run. So for those who don't know, I run a community called the Bored Ape Yacht Club, which is an unofficial, combination of apes who love ponies. And so we're just like, we're doing a tournament right now where everyone you had to have a Bored Ape to enter the tournament, and then you're racing ZED Run horses to see. So that's something that I got into. And just today I bought something called Hash Garage. So that's not 100% recommendation, but it's like I bought a key to a crypto or a voxel based car that's going to be raced, like that will be this whole game. So that's something you could look into. I got a Yeti in the giveaway, and I'm kind of excited about that. Like they're cute. And I have a bunch of Punks comics because
Me too.
I like.
Me too.
Yes, nice. So I'm gonna burn a few and try and get into that DAO. I'm gonna stake a few, and I'm looking forward to a couple of physicals. So yeah, my strategy tends to be really diversified, which is like I'll load up some ETH and I'll just spend like a little at a time just buying a bunch of little things. And so I have like some really random stuff and some artwork that I enjoy, and it works out net positive overall, especially if you get things like One Ape or things like that. But I don't tend to like really swing into a project, which, you know, I remember you and I were chatting when Apes were first going out and you were buying more, and I was like, oh, I should buy more, but I like was getting ready for ZED or something, so I just didn't have a ton of ETH. And obviously I would have done well if I'd gotten more, but I'm happy with my one and working on building that as an IP.
Hell yeah. All right, so final question here. Do you have any advice for people that are entering the NFT scene right now?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people who are giving out free information, so I highly recommend that you get in on that. And also, like, the blockchain actually empowers some really some huge transparency. I think we saw that the last day or so with Top Shot. You can kind of see who's buying what. We've seen that with like ETHLeans and things like that. So use the information to get an edge in the market, because there are very few markets that have that level of transparency, right? When you're playing the stock game, there's all sorts of stuff going on. I mean, it's not a game, but you know, when you're buying stocks, there's like all sorts of deals being made by people with a lot more money. And at least on the blockchain, we can kind of see it moving around. So like learn and listen, ask questions. People are super helpful. And then I would say, like, just don't get too caught up in FOMO. Like if you got priced out of an ape, then find the next thing, you know, and get in on that at, you know, at mint, or get in on, or like, you know, buy a few things and flip your way up, because there's always something new coming, especially like the pace of the industry right now is just breakneck. And so it can feel like every day there's like 3 drops, the next day go on to the next one. So if you miss on a drop because of gas or you know, timing or the website going down, like there's another one coming and you'll have a shot. You know, don't risk more than you can afford, but don't be afraid to take, you know, to believe in something and follow your intuition and have fun.
And if people are wanting to hear more from Josh, what's the best way to find you?
Yeah, I'm Beijing Doe on Twitter. That's where I spend most of my time. So it's Beijing like the city, and then DOU. And yeah, DM me or at me if you have any questions. I'm always happy to chat.
Love it. All right, Josh, thank you so much for taking the time. That was great insight, and hopefully we'll have you on
Thanks for
again
having
soon.
me. Cheers.
All right, guys, that is it from Mr. Josh. Jeez, this guy's good. Can you? Sorry. I could have asked him about the Echo Drop. I got DannyUkes coming on here in just a second. All right, listen, Danny's a friggin' spitball over here. If you guys got any questions for Josh, though, feel free to reach him out on Twitter, because he's the kind of the man for all that. Yo, DannyUkes, what the frick's going on, buddy?
Hold on, give me 1 sec. I got you. Turn on my speaker and I got you. Hold on.
You got the speaker on one side. He's got the thing on the other. We're vibing, baby.
Yeah, I was watching the stream just now. Okay, I just got to turn the stream off. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you got it. Okay. No worries. You're good, dude. You're good, dude. How's your day going? I'm assuming you were working for the past little bit.
Dude, I've been working 11 to 8. It was a beautiful late spring, early summer day, and I spent it inside. So dude, it's really bad. I got a message from my boss earlier that was essentially saying like, get your shit together. And it's just like, dude,
the distraction is the NFT scene, baby. Listen, you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, no, dude, the distraction is the job. The NFTs is where the fucking money's at. Like, if we're gonna be real about it.
For sure. All right, so for anyone that doesn't know who DannyUkes is, the way that I like to describe him is the guy that found Ghost super early on. You're in a lot of different projects. You are really involved in the scene. You like pointing out different lists, and I thought it was really cool. You did a top 5 or top 10 list of projects that you really like, and I want to go into that in a little bit. But before we do, as this is the Bored Ape Hotline, let's start off with talking about the Bored Apes. What was going on when they launched? Were you in before the reveal happened? Were you in shortly after? Were you minting? Did you end up getting into the secondary? How'd you find out about them?
Okay, so with the Apes, I did mint my own. I was fortunate enough to get in ground floor. You know, got in. It was the website that did it for me, and I think a lot of people say the same thing because you go to the website and it's just like, wow, this is a party. So like yeah, I got to get in. I only minted one, and I went to bed at like 11 p.m. thinking, all right, I'll wake up in the morning and I'll probably mint another one. I don't want to spend the ETH just this second, but you know, we'll see.
Danny.
I was listening to Ben. He had like the same story. It's like, oh, you go to bed, and I woke up in the morning and I was like, what the hell is going on? This is bananas. And so it was great. And then I hodled that ape for the longest time. I didn't move it or anything. And then when we saw that upswing, I was able to sell it for not that much actually. It was only like 0.7, but I sold something else at the same time, and so I was able to upgrade it into a trippy hat.
Okay, then.
Dude, it's so unfortunate because I sold that one way too low. Like at one point there was
okay,
like
Danny.
8. Yeah, right now they're back down to like 3.5. I only flipped it for like 2.1, so not the move really. Like I should have hodled, but I was able to use the come up from that to make some other moves, and like it's just continuous moves. It's like you can hold on to one bag and wait for something to happen, hopefully, or you can move your bags around and accumulate all the way up along the way, and then one day you'll hit that real big score. Like I was in, dude, it's crazy because not to get away from apes or anything.
No, for sure.
Yeah, I earlier today I was doing the math on some of the stuff in Ghost, and I was like, you know, I have a bundle I could sell for like 20 to 25 ETH, and if I do that, like one, like I can buy a CryptoPunk, which is like, since I started, that's kind of been like the long-term goal is to get a punk. But two, like 20 to 25 ETH, like what the hell? Like how did we get to this point? So like it's really cool to just kind of, I don't know, paperclip flip your way from nothing into something, which is still very, 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 very doable in the space. Like people do it all the time. Like it's crazy, just like 2 months to now, like how many people were just starting back in like April and May, or like February, or I'm sorry, March and April, and like now they're to the point where it's every day they're in the conversation with us. So I love that. But back to the apes real quick. I did settle on the one. I'm not sure if you can see it on my screen or on your screen, but it's the 3D ape. That actually came at a good time because right after I picked that one up, I think like LaMelo and Tyrese Halliburton both they both got
Oh yeah, the major
3D
spike
too.
happened. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like, oh, nice little 3D ape action going on. So I'm part of that crew. I figured that was a good long-term play, and this is probably, I'll probably hold this ape for a while unless it like shoots up and I can make a play on something else. You never know.
Yeah, okay, so question, because we brought it up earlier, and I don't know, like, my sentiment for it's kind of changed in a way, like, because I was with you, like, I made the tweet, I was like, I want to get a CryptoPunk, and now we're seeing, like, Bored Apes, and, like, we're finding the utility, but at the same time that we're finding all this utility, or at least it's going to be coming, right, with the sandbox and everything else, is for the CryptoPunks, we're like, okay, well, they had Meebits as, like, their utility, where a lot of people were like, okay, well, we didn't, I mean, some of them scored massively, right, based off of what they got, but a lot of people were like, I didn't really love it, or I didn't think of it, and so, in my head, I'm like, well, goddamn, like, do I still want a CryptoPunk, or would I prefer to get just, like, an incredibly insane Bored Ape, which I think personally, like, I love mine, so I wouldn't do that, but for you, do you think that there's any kind of, like, merit to this flippening talk that keeps going on?
It's honestly kind of hard to say because at this point the two communities are very like I'm not a big Star Wars fan, but it feels like one is like the Jedi and one is the Sith or whatever. Like it feels like kind of like Larva Labs is the bad guys for whatever reason, even though like they're kind of the originals, and like a lot of these projects are based off of them and aspire to be, you know, kind of in their likeness, like with the whole Avatar thing.
Do you think that's because, sorry, not to cut you off, but do you think that's because we're seeing CryptoPunk holders change their avatar to Bored Apes, or do you think that it's just the perception of Larva Labs for, you know, the Sith reference?
I think it's the accessibility first and foremost.
Okay.
Like the average person simply can't get a CryptoPunk. The average, and it's getting to the point where the average person can't get a ape, and that's just a reality now. Like to the average, like to any of my friends that's like trying to get into the NFT space with me, like they look at an ape like, bro, I would love to get one day, but like, you know, it's not happening anytime soon. And to me, it's like it's crazy because it's like, wow, I have apes, I got horses, I got ghosts, I got literally like an open sea full of stupid NFTs. And it's just like, you know, we built this up, but like everyone's kind of doing the same thing. Like, are we not all doing that? Like, are we like, and the craziest part of it is that for me at least, I'm sure a decent amount of other people that are kind of not at my level, so to speak, because I don't think there's really levels to it, but like more invested, like I put in crypto maybe, or like I buy crypto like once a month. Like my most recent purchase was about $500 in Bitcoin, and that's still, most of it is still sitting in my Coinbase, and that's like, you know, when I'm funding my NFT projects, most of it isn't from my US dollars that I'm making from my job anymore. It's not that like it's kind of like what happened with Top Shot, where I can just kind of trade the NFTs that I have, and that list that I put out, like a lot of those projects that are on there are these small independent projects where it's art, or like these small communities that are just making it up as they go with their own communities. So one that I want to point out is Sticky Keys. So like that's really cool because like what they're doing is like they're minting like all the letters on a keyboard and like selling them. But like what, it's crazy because when they came to me originally, they were like, yo, do you think anyone would buy this? And I was like, yeah, totally. Like you could do like a whole thing around this. Like you could have like Scrabble, like word games or whatever. And they were like, yeah, you know what, you're right, we will.
The Scrabble's a really interesting point. Yo,
Dude,
that's I never
people
thought of
eat it
that.
up. People eat it up. I don't know if you're in that Discord, but like it's a lot of fun. People, you can there's like individual games where you just like you have to do it yourself, but there's also team games where you like link up with other people in the Discord and form a team. Like most recently, my team and I formed the word zebra fishes, and it won the contest. And so everyone on the team was entered to win a something or another. Honestly, that's one of those ones that, dude, it's so crazy because there's so many projects and all of them are moving at their own pace. And so, like, I try to keep up with everything while also trying to find new things. And sometimes some things get a little left in the dark, but I don't know. It's all fun. Like, I try to check all of my Discords at least once a day. And I recently kind of filed them in a way that makes it make sense to me. Like all of the, I have like the best of the best, and I have like some that I think that are like on the back burner where it's like I'm invested to it, but I don't care that much about it. Others are like the up and comers where it's like I recently started putting money into these. And so like anyone that has Discord troubles, I don't know how we got to this part of the show, but if you have Discord troubles, try making some folders. It actually really helps out in keeping things organized.
I need to do that for sure. Okay, so one question, and we got a couple people in the chat talking about it, is, and something that I'm kind of preaching is, I think right now we're going through like different waves, different areas, kind of I guess we'll just call it growth in the NFT scene. And we talked about it with Josh a minute ago, how people are wanting to find that virtual identity. For the most part, we don't have what we're going to be able to look like, right? Like, we're just not at that stage where these games are fully fleshed out. For Sandbox, like, we're seeing the different partnerships that are coming, and we can say, okay, well, like, we can envision what they're going to look like. But I think right now, for, like, the still profile photo, that is, like, the friggin' hot thing right now. And I really think that we're kind of, like, in a bubble. I don't know. Maybe I'm completely wrong with that, but, like, the status symbol of, okay, punks, okay, Meebits, Bored Ape Yacht Club, okay, Gutter Cats, okay, now this like Pirate Treasure Booty Club. What's your thoughts on this stuff that's kind of, you know, they have the roadmap where the games are going to be created, but I feel that most of these games aren't going to match up to what gaming's going to come out shortly.
No, I completely agree. And I like, especially with, not to call them out because I do believe in the project and I think that the guys running it are pretty genuine, but like the Yetis on their roadmap, it says there's going to be a game by the early 2022. Like that's just not a reality. Like that's don't know why people. My assumption is that it's people that have never made a video game or just think that they can throw money and a team together and create something. Like, I feel like it's kind of harder than that. I don't know about anyone in the audience if they have any experience with that. I don't have any professional experience by any means, but like I've downloaded Unity, like I've played around. I built, I would say maybe 1/32 of a game one time. I put in a couple months and really went hard, but hit a wall and it was like, all right, dude, I can't do this anymore. Uh, so like, to promise that you're gonna have games, it's like, yeah, it's believable, but like, one, where's the interest gonna be by 2022? Because we see a new project literally every 2 days, and two, it's like, how many people are just here? How many people just bought a Yeti because they see the opportunity to flip it and make more money? And the odds are it's probably more than like 70%. And that's just the reality of it because everyone in the space is trying to get money. I feel like that's the end of the day, but like that doesn't mean that every single thing that happens in the space is about money. And I think that's a valid thing to say.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of these ones that are creating like these NFTs are kind of like indie companies, and not the fact that they can't succeed, because obviously we've seen that with Bored Ape Yacht Club, but I think it is a stretch when we say, hey, we're going to have a game. People need to realize like, okay, is that game any fun? And that's what Josh said. He's like, these games have to be fun. Like, sure, there's a point where you can hang out, right? Like you and I hanging out right now. Okay, cool. We can shoot the shit. But if we want to do something, are we going to go, do Call of Duty? Are we going to go play Scrabble? Are we going to go play one of these NFT games? How long is that going to last? Where we're like, okay, cool. Let's find something that's more like engaging. And so I think that right now, like there is definitely a window where, these indie gamers can kind of like come out. But it's like, okay, we see these big boys. All right, like, you better have your shit together type deal.
Yeah, it's actually hard when you start bringing, like, play-to-earn mechanics and, like, actually building it on the blockchain and everything. Like, that's a whole level beyond that is just beginning to be rooted into. And obviously one of the big ones to look at for that is, like, Axie Infinity. But, like, another smaller like team that looks like they're doing really well and progressively getting to the point where it's pretty close to a product that they'll probably be ready to share with us relatively soon is Voxies. And I think I don't know if you bought into Voxies, but I think those are actually, yeah, you did buy into Voxies.
Yeah. We've had them on the show, and it's So there's just to talk about that right quick for anyone that doesn't know. Basically, they're coming out with a game called Voxies Tactics, and it's going to be like a game where you're able to like add equipment, do different stuff. I don't even know like what the right reference of a game would be for it, but the roadmap that they're completing is like getting there. You know what I mean? Like it's something where the biggest negativity about that project right now, at least, is the fact that they do have that like quote unquote like FOMO ramp. However, it seems like excessively smaller compared to other ones. Like when you look at like Voxideus, their last one is like 10 ETH. Like that shit is probably never gonna sell. Where I think Voxies is like 1 ETH. Where okay, if the game's super successful, I can see it. You know what I mean? So there's a little bit of like a difference in that kind of realm. And Snazzy, thank you so much for the gifted sub. But sorry, keep going on with your Voxies talk.
Yeah, pretty much just that. Like, I mean, you hit a couple of the points, but they're showing us along the way. It's not like they told us, hey, this is going to happen. And then it's like, oh, okay, well, we'll wait until you give us a first glimpse. It's, hey, this is happening. Also, you can buy these right now. And that's, I mean, at least when I found Voxies, that's how it was. Like, I found the site, I saw the videos. Like, if anyone doesn't follow Kaggy on YouTube, Kaggy's the boy in terms of blockchain gaming. Yeah, like Kaggy is absolutely the boy. That's my dude. And like just that's how I got into the space personally. I just looked back to my very first NFT purchase. It's an Axie for Axie Infinity.
It wasn't Top Shot. It wasn't Top Shot for you, really?
No.
Okay.
No. Yeah, dude. It's good for me, right?
Danny friggin' Ukes, he's the OG over here, baby.
Dead ass, dude. I don't even know how it happened. I had a bunch of Bitcoin, and I was like, this Bitcoin's just chilling here. What can I do with it? And then I like found out about MetaMask, and then I was like, okay, cool. And then I found out about OpenSea, and I was like, wait a sec, what's going on here? And then I really found out about Ethereum, and then it was like, okay, so what ties it all together? And it took a couple weeks, but then I found Axie Infinity, and that's when I started understanding about blockchain gaming and the future of play to earn mechanics and all of that. And that's when my head exploded, and I was like, dude, I get so pressed about this. I told all of my friends. I told all of my friends, all my family. I was like, dude, like, buy some Axie. Like, buy, like, this, and NFT. It's going to be the word of 2021. I said that last year at the end of December. I was going to be like, word of 2021 is going to be NFT. All my friends are like, shut the fuck up, dude. Nobody wants to hear you talk about this shit. Nobody cares. And then I got into Top Shot, tried to get them in on it. Nobody cares. And then like 3-4 weeks later, everyone cares. Annoying.
No, it's pretty
you know
weird,
what?
but like
I love to help.
Well,
I love to help. That's
highlights
better
how,
late than never for them.
well, it highlights how early we are in the scene, though, right? Like, you have friends that say, like, oh, I'm not going to do it, and then once they get into it, they're like, okay, I can't get enough of it.
Yeah, because it makes perfect sense. It's like everything about it is just, it makes so much sense. I saw I was watching a Netflix. I don't know if it's the same up in Canada, but we have Explained. A recent, I don't know if you have Explained or whatever, but it's like a show where it does just like explains different topics. They have a new one on money, and so it's like a 5-part series, I'm pretty sure. And the one I was watching, I'm not sure if it was on either bankruptcy or on like debt forgiveness or like something along those lines, but somehow they got into talking about video games and how the market, okay, hold on, let me get this right. It's something along the lines of the DLC market, it brings in like 6.5 whatever, like $billion or something, and the like gotcha market where you just pay and you get like a random prize is like 5.4 billion. So it's like, because it's getting to the point where it's becoming more money effective and like worthwhile to just sell people pointless shit than it is to actually work on meaningful content. And so that's like, that's a scary split that we're coming up to. But I think that, like, truly speaking, play to earn, like, is going to mess all of that up. Like, people are going to realize, like, even myself personally, I hardly play video games anymore, and I consider myself a gamer just because it's like, well, I can be making more money by paying attention to NFTs, and if I'm going to be playing a game, I want to be earning crypto, just because that's how it works now, and that's how it's going to work. And, like, dude, I don't even know. I feel like a nut when I talk about this shit. I swear
It's
to
good.
God.
No, it's exciting, and I think that now we have to kind of like play our cards right in a way. So I kind of want to transition into just some projects that you're kind of keeping an eye on. Is there any ones that you're like, hey, I think these are kind of cool, and they could end up doing pretty well?
Yeah, I mean, there's always a bunch of those. I mean, if we look at my top 10 list, dude, I don't know. The space moves so fast.
Yeah.
This feels outdated now. Like Satoshi Faces is cool, Pan NFT, Willow Kings, like everything's just cool all the time. That's literally just how it feels. So, I guess let's see if I found anything new today. You see the Cool Cats?
The cool,
You know about
like Top Shot, Cool Cats?
Oh, there's a new one. Hold on, I can.
Oh no,
I can
is it
send
Gutter
you a
Cats
link, or I can
2.0?
Maybe, I don't know. These kind of seem kind of cool though.
Can you imagine if you're like somebody who's doing like an NFT project, right? And it's about cats, and then like out of left field, let's say like you haven't really looked into the scene, then you see like Gutter Cats launch and have that success, and you're just sitting there like, God damn it, why weren't we earlier?
Yeah. If you go on Twitter to Cool Cats NFT, that's the it's at Cool Cats NFT. And I don't know, they kind of look cute. I guess
Okay.
I was doing some research on the character. The cat itself is a few years old, and the artist just decided to put this together. I don't even really know. They have a broken yacht link, or yacht, whatever you call it, so that's always good. And I don't know. I found this one might be nothing, might be something. who knows? You know, not you really never know until we figure it out.
For sure, for sure.
But I'm sure that people are just gonna buy into it because that's see. And let's run it back to the conversation about avatars. Like, how long is this going to last?
Well, it depends on how good it is, right? Like, I think that you can comfortably say the artistic value from Bored Apes to Gutter Cats was downgraded a bit. I don't want to say like a lot, but I think that like aesthetically pleasing wise, Bored Apes beat the Cats. But then when you look at like CryptoPunks, it's like I don't know for the average person, do they care about that look? Like, are we going to see a thing where, you know, certain type of the, you know, I don't know, voxels, pixelated art, is that going to be kind of having a wave? Is it going to be the new age? Is it going to be something where it's like futuristic looking? Because we had the collective drop yesterday where a lot of that art was, you know, animated, and it seemed like it was on another scale visually, where if you wanted to have like a bunch of cool stuff, it seemed like that. So it's like, okay, are we going from basics? Is it animals? Is it pixelated? Is it kind of like otherworldly? Is it animated? And like Wicked in the chat here says like it's subjective, and I agree with that. It is completely subjective. So it's like, how the hell do we know?
As I feel like it's kind of scary at this point because like I've been part of multiple at this point, like rises and falls. So I'm thinking like Top Shot, I was there for the rise and then for the crash. Nifty Gateway, I was there for the rise and the crash. Like, I want to not be part of the crash anymore. Like, crashing is not as fun as the ride up. Like, surprisingly, the roller coaster, the best part is the slow tick to the top. But when it all goes downhill, that's terrible. You know? So, like, my game right now, what I'm trying to figure out is where can I enter and where can I exit where I feel comfortable with what I have done. You know, so like if we take the Gutter Cats, for example, I minted 2 of them, and they both came out pretty good. Like they were both, you know, pretty good rarity. One of them I sold preemptively and definitely undersold it. I sold it for like 0.23 or something like that. And so that made my money back. And that's all I was really looking forward for with that sale. And then the other one I have is a alien fur with glowing eyes, and so there's only 2 of those. And originally I put it up for like 5 ETH, and then I was like, all right, hold on, what am I actually trying to do here? Because if we look at this market, like there's gonna be another avatar thing in 3 days or something. You know, these are kind of selling right now. They're holding a good floor at like 0.3, and I have a pretty rare one. So like realistically, like Gutter Cats, maybe the community will end up being cool, but I don't need to be in it for one of the rarest or like for a rarer one. Like I can sell this for my target like right now is 0.99, so after I get taxed it'll be like 0.85 or 0.875 or something like that. And like that's still a pretty good come up. I could turn that into another floor cat for like 0.33 and still have about 0.5, and then that's like, all right, yeah, I just made $1,200. Like that, if that's how it has to work out, where I'm, you know, small bagging it, like I'm not getting the huge $10,000 payouts, like so be it, dude. Like if that has to be the way that we play this game at this point, like, because everyone else is doing it, you know, everyone is out here kind of flipping their stuff and like. And I really was kind of against that for a while, but now it's to the point where it's like, well, dude, I can't get burned again. I have an open sea with like 100 things in it. If everything goes like even half in price, and like I don't even count the price in Ethereum. Like it's Ethereum jumping from 4,400 down to 2,200. That's whatever. Like that's inevitable. But if the actual NFT market crashes for whatever reason, then I'll be very, very upset. You know, I'll be like, damn, I fucked up.
Yeah,
hard.
listen, everybody's going to be saying, oh, goddamn, we're going to be upset with it. I feel it. But, Danny, that's got to wrap it up for right now. People are wanting to hear more about DannyUkes. What's the best way to find you?
Dude, just find me on Twitter. My @ is my name, Dan Verno. Yeah, dude, I don't know. I don't stream or anything. I literally just work all day, but
You're
I
in
don't know, maybe I'll
clubhouses
quit
all
or
the
get
time. What are
fired
you
soon.
talking about? You're crazy,
Oh
baby.
yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. I am in Clubhouse. Me and Ben, who was on a little earlier, and Kenny, we do the Top Shot Cave. We don't do it too often anymore because Top Shot kind of got a little funky. But I mean, I'm just on Clubhouse once in a while. So if you ever see me in there, hit me up and say yo, because I just like to talk, as you can clearly tell from having me on here.
Hey, we love it,
But
though. We love
yeah,
it.
that's pretty much it. I appreciate you, Schiller. Like this has been great. I've been watching it for hours. Everyone that's been on, super cool, super informative. Everyone just has great insight and opinions, and so love being part of the space. Can't wait to continue to grow with you guys. It's gonna be really cool, like a year, 2 years from now, when we look back and we're like, damn, we really did the thing.
Yeah, we did. We did that thing. All right, Danny. Thanks so much. We'll have you on again sometime soon, boss.
See you guys.
All right, guys. As Danny friggin' Ukes. What a gem. God. Love the guy. God, I love the guy. All right. I got to run to the washroom right quick. So let me just play this music, and I will do that. I'll be right back. Yo, what's up, Roto-Radar? J Booz, is he getting supplies to make a puppet? Yo, listen, no shot. No shot. Yo, Manglo, you guys like that? Guys, what's the vibes right now? Give me the lowdown. Are we vibing? How's DannyUkes? How's Josh? You guys like it? I think this has been fun. I think it's been crazy fun. I feel like I need to do it more often. However, it does take like a little bit of work to plan it out. But like, damn. Hell yeah, dude. Hey, Rove, you want me to run the intro? The intro, like Amanda created, was a banger, dude. Was an absolute banger. All right, we got Hunter NFT. I need to figure out where I did the music. Okay, I called it. Okay, I did. All right, we're calling him up. We're going to see. And no, this is not the Hunter that you guys know. You know, Hunter in the chat, the mod, Monsieur Hunter, not the same one. A little bit of work. Yo, Hunter, how we doing, boss?
Good. How are you, man?
Oh, we're
Thanks for having
vibing
me on the show.
Vibing. Hell yeah, dude. Okay, so listen, we got to break things down right off the bat because you were a guy who owns a cheetah Bored Ape, and I don't know if you're familiar with everything going on in social, where they are having this war, quote unquote, where they are pitting the Cheetah Gang members against the DMT. Do you have any thoughts on the fact that people were able to actually create this rivalry kind of completely out of thin air?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I try to stay out of that. I honestly get a kick out of it. But I don't have any DMTs, you know. I have a cheetah, and that's just how it is. So if people are gonna pick sides, you know, and said death matches down the road, you know, I'll probably be on the cheetah gang.
Okay, dude. Love it, love it. All right. So, Hunter, can you give us a little bit of a backstory for anyone that doesn't know who you are?
Yeah, for sure. So I've been in the space for about a year and a half now. I started with various small projects, and my main background professionally is in investment and behavioral economics and research along those topics. But my basically, I got into crypto around like 2017. When I hit NFTs, I was big time sold on crypto already, and I was a community manager for the mobile app Investor. And they kind of, at first I was kind of like helping people learn how to invest in stocks and stuff, but I really dove into crypto a lot and became known as more of the Bitcoin guy than anything. And so here I am, learned about NFTs, kind of stopped obsessing about trading, the charts and all of that. Still love it, but I just see so much of the future in NFTs specifically because, you know, I'm in my mid-20s and I'm really into gaming. I'm really into just like whatever's next in the digital scene. And it's just the place to be.
Love it, love it, love it. Okay, so with all that being said, obviously we're talking about Bored Apes, so give me the lowdown. Where were you? What were you doing on the launch of Bored Apes? Were you able to get in when that was happening, or were you like, you know, a little bit after and had to pay the premium that they ended up going for? What was the lowdown?
So yeah, actually I was pretty early. I was in the first day and I got the 357th, and I wanted one and just to see how it went. You know, I was sold when I read the 10% on the roadmap. We would pay off our moms back. That was basically it for me.
Really? Okay.
And then I started, yeah. I mean, I was seeing the project. I was seeing the aping in culture already, just like not even a seed, you know, just a seedling of culture in those who had entered. And I was like, I'll get one. I'll see how it goes for 24 hours. We'll see. And then the next night, I ended up grabbing 7 more because it was pumping, and it was before Jimmy got in and before Pranksy got in. And then I saw that they did, and I grabbed 8 more. So it amounted to 16. And then I woke up the next morning, and we all know what happened.
All right, we all know what happened. Holy sheesh, did it ever take off? Okay, so to go into kind of some other topics, and we can, you know, jump back to Bored Ape Talk in a little bit, but you are one of the people that helped create and launch Nifty Drops. I'm going to bring this up on the screen right now. Can you give us a lowdown of what Nifty Drops is?
Yeah, so Nifty Drops is, how I like to explain it just real quick, is we need something like CoinGecko within the NFT space, specifically around launches, NFT drops across different blockchains. You have Token Head, which is great for Wax. You have some blockchains that have their calendars, but we need this central one place to go across all blockchains for the future, because how many blockchains have NFTs now compared to 6 months ago? Way more, so many, and so it's just going on and on. So the idea behind Nifty Drops is you see the upcoming drops on Wax, on Ethereum, Phantasma, etc., and you it's basically launch tracking.
I think that's awesome, though. And so this one is more dedicated for like a mobile app versus a website. Is that correct? Or is it can just be used on both sides?
Yeah, so right now we have niftydrops.io, and so that's our website, and that's been up for about a month and a half, and we haven't really pushed a ton of marketing because we want to launch more. We want more grandeur to be around our mobile app launch on iOS and Android. So all I can say is over the next couple weeks, just expect to see more of nifty drops.
I love it. Yo, the fact that you guys have the built-in light in the dark mode, dude, okay, dude, that is absolutely game changer. I love that. So how do you find out which, or like where to go to find out like this information? Because obviously you guys are publishing it. So is it something where you're like, have like insiders? You guys are just locked on the news, ready to publish articles? How does that work?
Yeah, so we have a lot of people who we're really close with across the space. My other partners are really big in Wax. I'm more of an Ethereum kind of guy. So we just have synergies with a lot of our network, a lot of people within our team. And of course, you know, we want to expand to more and more blockchains. So that's just going to lead to more and more heads in the game, you know, more and more people that we network with.
Yeah, totally. So, just regarding like NFT projects as a whole, obviously you're in Bored Ape Yacht Club. Where did you kind of like start with this? Were you like a Top Shot OG? Have you been in the scene forever? What's the story behind that?
Yeah, so yeah, I saw the beginning of Top Shot over last summer and the lead up to it and the hype and whatnot. I didn't go super heavy into it, sadly, at the time, but I did get one here and there. But my first NFT that I bought was actually a CryptoKitty, and then I really got into like breeding them and getting more, and then I fell out of that because I mean, it's just, I think a lot of us have CryptoKitties, so it's a big part of the culture. It's historic, and so I guess the biggest project that I've been most pumped about for the whole time I've been in the space, because I've hopped from collectibles to virtual world to gaming, different collectibles and whatnot. And the main thing is virtual world. So I hopped onto the sandbox. So Decentraland was really hot in the beginning when I started in my beginning in NFTs. So I really was interested in the sandbox because of their previous game on different, you know, on PC and whatnot. And I figure that, you know, I also was one of the OG whales last summer. In terms of the token and whatnot. So at that time, I really just got into the sandbox because Whale Shark and that gang were so bullish on it, and I totally bought in terms of, and I'm still bought in. So yeah, that's basically the hottest things since I've been around in terms of my favorite projects.
So when you mentioned you started with CryptoKitties, I feel like there was a time where, like, I mean, it was before when I got in here, but CryptoKitties were kind of like the main thing. Did CryptoKitties go from like a similar pump like Top Shot did, where it was like super high and then kind of fell off, or what was it like, kind of like starting with CryptoKitties to now?
Yeah, so I mean, I was after the crash, actually, like pretty close to when I joined in. So I really saw like just a wasteland in terms of the feel of like the clan of CryptoKitty enthusiasts. But you had the hardcore ones that we see in Bored Apes, we see them in Sandbox, we see them all over. That were still, and still to this day, some of them are now working with CryptoKitties or involved in one way or another.
And A Rove in the chat saying here the gas fees killed CryptoKitties, and I think, like, I mean, has gas always been this bad, or has it just been worse lately?
It wasn't as bad. I mean, it was getting bad when I was getting in, but I missed the extreme height of the gas. Until, you know, it got where we are today and where we've been for months.
And so you're someone who's like a forward thinker and kind of seeing the future as this digital side of things. So you've mentioned that you're a huge advocate of Sandbox, and obviously you just mentioned that you kind of, you know, bought in early for it and you're still like invested. I have a piece of land. Can you give me like the lowdown of why I should be super happy that I am in this Sandbox, or for anyone that's kind of questioning getting some land, what are the benefits with Sandbox?
Yeah, that's a great question for all these virtual worlds, right? So with the Sandbox, my main thing, it's my perspective on it has obviously grown with time as we've watched it, you know, through the alpha and where we're at now. So it just, my main thing is the size of the land, like currently compared to like plots of Decentraland and whatnot. I think that the sandbox is just tied to larger corporations, and with my like investment background, that really attracts me as a long-term investor.
And with that being said, can you name some of the ones that you were like, okay, now that I know that they are partnered up with Sandbox, I'm like, okay, that makes me kind of like look again, because we're seeing Bored Ape take a huge chunk of land. We're seeing a bunch of the other like kind of NFT projects that are, I would say, more like legitimate, front-facing, whatever have you. Which ones kind of like really make you stand out and be like, okay, this is going to be huge because of it?
I mean, it started with Atari, of course, and Roller Coaster Tycoon, and Whale Shark. I mean, that seeing his rise from the beginning of Whale, I mean, even before the token, just an absolute culture around what he does. So, nowadays, you see Binance. Like Binance was like each step, I was just like, yeah, well, this is feeding my feedback loop, so I'm good for this investment. I'm good with holding this. So yeah, those are the main ones, and of course, like now I'm such a bored. I feel like I'm a part-time Bored Ape cheerleader. Does anyone else feel like that? Like,
Well, it's like, did you
is that
expect?
odd?
No, it's not odd at all. Like, did you expect this to like take off though? Because I mean, I guess it's a good segue for us to like really kind of like delve in to like the Bored Ape Yacht Club and like the future. Because I was asking Josh earlier when he was on. I was like when you say, okay, I have access to the Bored Ape Yacht Club, and we see that them having that huge chunk of land, is it literally we're going to go there, down the line a couple months from now or whatever, and all hang out on a yacht club? Like, is this going to be where people that are like super wealthy go, or is it just a simple hangout? Is this supposed to be like inclusive for everyone? Like, what the hell is the future for people that own a Bored Ape Yacht Club ape?
It's a mouthful. Yeah, no, I mean, from my main thing that I focus on with what we're watching, this masterpiece, this like beautiful like Rome of culture that we're seeing with Bored Ape Yacht Club so quickly. My thoughts are that like there's I focus on CryptoPunks, and you people on this might have CryptoPunks. Like, I support you, love CryptoPunks, but look at the culture of CryptoPunks and like the rise of it. Like, it's been we're now here, and look at the exclusiveness. There's what 22,270 CryptoPunk owners. That's great, but and it's the price has gone up and all of that, and the historic value of them. But look at Bored Ape Yacht Club culture in less than 2 months, just 2 months.
I mean,
that's the main thing that stands out to me, and because of that, and the money that's getting in, and all these celebrities, and it's spreading like wildfire. It seems as though it's just gonna go on and on.
yeah, that's actually what I was going to ask next, is regarding like this celebrity influence and whatnot. Like, we went through a kind of like, I want to say like parabolic, but it's not really in the sense of things, but the floor of Bored Apes like shot up in the past week very like heavily, and then it seemed like it kind of cooled down a little bit, and I have to attribute it to the fact that we're seeing some of the bigger players, like the NBA players. We're seeing Daryl Morey and some people that have massive followings that have CryptoPunks as their profile are switching over to Bored Apes. Well, then we're seeing some people that have Bored Apes then, sell out of Bored Apes to get into Gutter Cats. And I'm like, I don't really follow like the thought process with that, if we think this is going to be kind of like of elitism kind of way. So while I'm kind of talking about that, when we say, okay, for this roadmap, we're supposed to get breeding, we're going to have more of these merch drops and everything else, how much utility ultimately do you think these Bored Apes are going to be able to provide for us?
That's a great question. I think that there's going to be a lot. That's not something in terms of, I look for exclusivity. I look for the assets themselves. And I mean, if there's a ton of utility, that's such a plus, and I'll bank on that. But I mean, all of that's just going to come more and more. It's all dependent on the culture, and the you know, and this could be just like a massive fad. You know, this has been that kind of
Dude,
quick,
what if it is?
explosive.
God damn it!
Yeah, well, that's just, that's how the space is. And, you think of like Picasso Punks at one point was very much in the spotlight. And, they're still selling here and there. But, here sometimes you just get those boom bust kind of projects. I love Picasso Punks and I'm still holding 6 of them. But it's just part of NFTs. Then you have the idea with tied to them and other alt punk projects. Well, as punks do well, they're gonna tag along somehow. Like that little fish that swims under the fin of the shark.
And I think ultimately one thing that people aren't realizing is who's partnering with who. And it feels like anytime you have a wildly successful NFT, everyone wants to partner with you, so you then have that opportunity. And I think Bored Ape Yacht Club, like the owners are sitting there, the creators are sitting there like, okay, we get to be super picky on who wants to be a part of us, because we're seeing communities literally getting, brought up from the ground and they're having success. Sure, there is the one here and there where it's not completely successful for one reason or another, but the fact that Bored Ape Yacht Club, I think, can hand choose whoever they want is powerful. Do you think that I'm on the right track with that? Do you think that people are, in the space like, okay, we want to be associated with it? We've already seen it with camels, but do you think that there's more than just smaller projects?
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I mean, in terms of Nifty Drops, something that I am the focus of is making these partnerships with us. And the main thing with that kind of like motivation, the motivations between those dealings are just extremely sensitive to the culture. I mean, I keep saying that word and I say it a lot in terms of when I talk to people about NFTs and whatnot, because that's what I'm most obsessed with. The global culture of non-fungible tokens, and the rise of it. So, yeah. Did I answer your question? Can you
No, you're good. I mean, we're just vibing, talking about like NFTs as a whole, and like with the Bored Ape Yacht Club, I think that they're creating something that's like one of their own, and we've not really delved into like Bored Apes too much with the other guests, so it's cool to hear like your perception on it. But for you, do you think that if like for Nifty Drops, when you guys look at potential like partnership deals or whatever, are you guys kind of conscientious of like some of these projects that could potentially do like rug pulls or anything like that, or like is it thoroughly vetted? What's your thought with that? And sorry, I know that was a really horrible transition, but I wanted to just talk a little bit more about the drop mechanisms you guys got.
Yeah, totally. So those are vetted by the founders, the 3 founders, including myself, and of course with me, since I am within the middle of those dealings. It's something that I watch, and of course, with my followers on Twitter or people that I've worked with in the space before or whatever, generally, they come to me with an idea, with a new project that they have potential from. So it's tough because in terms of scaling right now, it's tough to cover all drops, right? Because what about all of the drops on OpenSea every second? Not every second, but every 10 minutes or whatever. It's just like an impossible task. So something that we're really working on behind the scenes is scalability. When I don't have time for vetting that I do have now, then what? And so yeah, that's the main thing going on.
Love it.
Within.
Love it. All right, so question that I've asked pretty much everyone else on the show. Do you have any advice for somebody that's entering the NFT scene right now?
Yeah. I mean, it's a tough scene to be a part of. It's really amazing. You're living in, Pranksy's tweet about, describe NFTs in a GIF with, a world of pure imagination by Willy Wonka. Like, that's what the life is. Like, take it from me, who's worked in the space, Schiller, I know that you feel that. Like, that's just really, that's it. So in these periods of when it gets tough, whether it's on social, whether it's gaming, whether it's whatever part of the space, obviously the top being losing money or hitting one of those boom and busts, etc. You know, I've stayed with it for some time, and it's every single time we get further in the space, I feel like it's so worth it to keep my eyes on this and keep moving around it. And that's something investment in general, as like many of you guys, because I'm sure you're investors, know, like it's easy to get off of something and to push yourself away from something if it just like bites you once, you know?
Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. All right, and then when I say the word metaverse, what does that mean to you?
Metaverse means a lot of things to me. I actually have an ether poem that Digital Art Chicks project that is called Metaverse by my good friend Artemis Wild. You can look her up on Twitter, WYLDE. That poem really kind of captures it. From my experience, it's really focused on, I picture like a giant wooden structure that's going to be great and hold so much, or not, you know, wood, but digital wood or whatever, something mighty. And we're just on ladders, and we have you know, we've like hammers, and we're building this together. And that's kind of what I try to focus on within the space. We're just building a metaverse together, each and every one of us, whether you're a collector, whether you're a shiller, whether you're a founder or a creator, an artist. And that's what it is.
Dude, I love the way you put that. Now, listen, if people are wanting to hear more from you, keep up with what you're doing with the nifty drops, et cetera, what's the best way for them to do that?
Yeah, that would be Twitter. As you saw, Schiller, I'm not really on Discord, so I missed that message, of course. So, but yeah, Twitter is the best way to get a hold of me.
Awesome, awesome. All right, well, dude, thank you so much for taking the time to come on here, and hopefully we'll have you back on it sometime super soon to talk about the next drop and whatever other project you get in on.
Yeah, thanks so much, Schiller. This was great. Have a good one.
All right, you too. Bye-bye. All right, guys, that is Hunter NFT. It's different. It's not the same. Listen, it's not the same as the typical Hunter that you guys know. Even though Amanda posted that, well, I mean, JV, it was thrown out all the time. People were blaming each other, guys. People were blaming each other. All right, quick little highlight. Amanda has decided that she's going to create her own NFTs. These are launched now. Sorry, hopefully that works. If I open that. That doesn't even work. Oh my God. Amanda, what the hell are you called on here? Cartoon birds. Yo, there we go. Wrong link. Don't click on that one. Click on that one. This is Amanda's new collection that she's doing, so if you want to snag one... Yo, wait, where the hell did this 9th one come from? Hello? Yo, this one's fire. Oh my God. That's amazing. All right. Anyway. Sheesh. Look at beautiful number 8. Look at number 8. A snazzy. Oh my God. You picked it up. Listen, cute little parrot. Cheep, cheep. Cheep, cheep. Love it. Don't even look at it, people. Dude, that was crazy. That was crazy. But yeah, the link's there in the chat if you guys wanted to check out Amanda's lovely piece of work. I was telling her she was drawing some stuff the other day. I was like, this is crazy good. And then we got her an iPad, and now we're here. And we're vibing. That's literally what we're doing pretty much this entire day. Just friggin' straight vibing. All right, so we still got a couple more guests. We got a special announcement coming up here in about 5-ish minutes. Yeah, you know what? We might do it a little bit before 9. No, we'll wait until 9. But then we got Top Shot Swickie, who's here in the chat, and it's their own art as well. We got to talk about all things Top Shot NFT. If you're a newbie in the scene, we'll go over all that stuff. We got Adam Levy a little bit later. Roothlus, the poker, man of the hour, and then Wax Motif, the artist, the Australian Bond. Australian. I'm not going to do the accent. I tried to do it for like half a second there. It didn't work. So we're kind of canning it. But geez, the guests today have been like so good. I like chatting with Hunter. I was actually, so most of the guests today, I've honestly not interacted with too much. Like I tried to keep it where it was people that I haven't had prior experience chatting with, apart from DannyUkes. DannyUkes is, DannyUkes. But Benjammin and some of the others, I've had like a call for like 3 minutes with each of them. Oh, you know you. Oh, you know you. Oh, you literally just tuned back in? Well, hello. I can't wait to chat with you in a little bit and see the fun that we come up with in the scene. But, like, when we're talking about the metaverse and everything, right? Like, it's all, like, today's episode is really about kind of realizing, hey, like, we're early. The opportunities are really endless. Like, I'm a guy that talked about Top Shot, and now we're talking about people all over the world that are doing a bunch of different crazy things, right? It's wild. And that's what NFTs are doing. Yo, finisher, Rotor Raider Nation is here. One is left, almost sold out completely. Oh my god. Yo, BLK Eddie. What's up, baby? Amanda, do you actually almost sell out of these? This is crazy. There's the flamingo left. Oh, there is the flamingo. Oh my god. Look at that. Look at that. Yo, we're vibing. Yo, it's Black Eddie's birthday? Are you just saying that, or is it actually his birthday? That's amazing. Oh, yo, right quick. I gotta play the video of the giveaways from today. We're gonna do a few of them a bit later. We've done a whole whack ton of them so far, but I want to show you guys some of these great projects as well as derivatives. If you happen to own a Bored Ape, this is really what it's all about. People kind of giving back and doing all that kind of jazz. So sit back, enjoy this video, and I'll be right back. All right, well, it's 9 o'clock. It's 9 o'clock. Radar Nation. Guys, what's up? We got the announcement coming. Here it is. Here it is.
What if I told you that the game was about to change? What if I told you that that NFT space, everything that you've ever heard, everything that you've ever been told, it's a lie? Okay, maybe not that drastic. Maybe some of it is, though. Maybe, just maybe, the people that are giving you advice on NFTs, whether it be Top Shot, whether it be ZED, whether it be the Bored Ape Yacht Club, whatever the case may be, maybe they're not shooting it straight with you. Maybe they're not telling you the whole story. Do I have your attention? I hope so. Because I know that on June 23rd, we're going to roll something out. We're going to roll a product out. We're going to roll a show out that has not been done before. The realest, the most unbiased, the most unfiltered, the most raw version of NFTs that you've ever heard. We're going to shoot it straight. There's no sugarcoating this thing or that thing or whatever you plan on investing in. Whether it be a tree, whether it be an ape, whether it be a fucking crypto kitty. Whatever your niche is, whatever your interest is, we're going to give you the bad. We're going to give you a little bit of the good, maybe a lot of the good, and the ugly. No more Mr. Nice Guy, guys. No more playing nice. We want to dig in, and we want to make it relatable for you. Listen, guys, DFS, Daily Fantasy Sports, sports betting, it's been my world for 6 years. As you guys know, we are making a change. We are doing something that hopefully all of you, every single person that's interested in investing in whatever that particular project is, will walk away knowing what you're investing in. And that's the game, right? That's the goal. There's no loose ends. There's nothing that's an agenda for us. There's no added sponsors in this that we want to promote because they're sponsoring us. We want to shoot it straight. We want to keep it completely unfiltered and completely raw. And that's exactly what we're going to do starting on June 23rd. Did somebody say NBA players? Did somebody say professional athletes? How about celebrities? How about the creators of these projects themselves? How about the head honchos of whatever your favorite NFT is? We're going to get on a rocket ship with them and take it to the moon. What are we going to talk about? Well, anything that you talk about on a rocket ship to the moon. We're going to talk about whether their project is going there or whether it might fall just a little bit short in orbit. Guys, I could not be more excited to roll out Shot to the Moon with my guy, with the one that you've already listened to all day, talking to everybody in this space and talking about the thing that you know that he knows best, NFTs. He's a wizard. He is a genius. And there is nobody in the entire space that can give you the truth like Von Schiller. Guys, Von and Sean coming soon on June 23rd, and we plan on giving you guys a perspective on NFTs that you've never heard before. Mark your calendars. It's going to be a fun ride.
Yo, and with that said, Mr. Sean Pfeiffer on the other friggin' end of the line. Guys, let's get some hype up in here. Sean, how's your day going? Dude, oh, that announcement, goddamn. Guys, if you couldn't tell, basically what's going on is I'm partnering up with Sean from Rotor to Radar. We're going to be talking about NFTs. We're going to be having special guests. And I mean, Sean, you worded it like perfectly in there. You got anything you want to tell the people?
Yeah, I couldn't be more excited. It's been something you and I have been working on for some time. And one of the things that I'm the most excited for is now the world knows that we're doing this. And now the world knows that you and I are about to change the game. I kept using that phrasing on social media. I kept talking about the fact the game is going to change. And if you want to know why, I'll give you a tiny, tiny little sample to it. We are going to uncover things in the NFT space that have never been uncovered. We are going to talk to people and give you the realest outlook. I'm sick and tired, man. I am tired of hearing a very small portion of the truth regarding a lot of NFT projects. You always hear all the good. You always hear, sign up for this NFT, be a part of this project. But what you and I are going to be able to do with your expertise in the space and my rawness and able to, well, I guess a unique ability to look at this through a general public type of lens, we're going to bring every single person along this rocket ship to the moon and break down all of these up and coming NFTs. I've listened to all your guests. You've had some amazing guests on this show today talking about a variety of different projects. Our job is going to be able to make them relatable. Our job is going to be able to give all the people what they've been looking for. If you listen to different products, you listen to different people out there in the space, there isn't this ability for people to be able to relate and know exactly what to do. Obviously not financial advice, but we're also not going to always sugarcoat it, right? We're not going to give people just this very small perspective, this very small corner or outlook on whatever that project is. We're going to tell you if it's a bad investment or we feel like it's going to be one or what all the problems are with it. We're going to dig into that and we're going to bring on some incredible people for this ride.
And I think ultimately, so you guys know, for anyone that happens to be tuning in right now, and maybe this is your first time hearing about NFTs or anything along those lines, we want to make it where it's going to be, okay, I have literally just heard about the term. What is it? What are the basics? And really looking at it from that standpoint, right? Because some of you say, okay, I genuinely don't know what an NFT is right now, but it's changed my life, and I think that it's going to be able to change your lives, and that's why it's called Shot to the Moon. So I'm super excited. Sean, thank you so much for wanting to collab on this, and guys, I hope you enjoy that announcement. I mean, I am just so damn excited to get started, and June 23rd is when the first episode is going to kind of let loose, if you will. And geez, listen, the Shot to the Moon Empire, Sean. Did you just come up with that? Because I like the phrasing.
Yeah, you know, I was thinking, we have Roto Radar Nation, right? We have Roto Radar Nation. We got to have something for the Shot to the Moon family. Why not create an empire here? We want to do something that's never been done. We have athletes that are way bigger than anything that you could even put into perspective coming on the show. We have CEOs of these projects that I know are excited to talk about all of these intricate parts of the NFT space. We're going to give you guys an outlook, and I promise you this. If you know nothing else about me, we're going to dig deeper. We're going to hit them with hard questions. And sometimes people aren't going to be happy with what they hear. Sometimes I'm not here to play Mr. Nice Guy. You heard it on the intro. That's not what we're going to do. We want to make sure that the general public, that every person that supports us, that every person that listens to everything that we're going to be doing gets our opinion and the unfiltered truth. We're not tiptoeing any lines. That's not what we're here to do. We are digging and jumping headfirst into this beast of an NFT space.
Hell yeah. And someone was just asking whether they're going to be on Twitch, YouTube. Guys, right now, I believe that we're just going to do a podcast on all, the platforms where you typically find podcasts. And know that as well, you love Roto Radar Nation. You're going to hear Sean do his Twitch streams and everything else. He's going to still do that. I'm going to still do this as well. And so we're going to have these, kind of like collabs of things of, hey, you know what? If you heard it on the podcast, we'll be able to, even break it down further on some other platforms. And it's just going to be, man, it literally is going to be an empire.
Yeah, it is. And that's exactly what we're doing here. We're building. That's why I felt like the empire was very applicable to what we're doing here. Everything that Steve is doing and that he's working on, everything that I'm doing, we're bringing together, I think, two gigantic powerhouses, not to mention some of the other people that we're bringing on board for this project as well. This isn't it. There's more announcements coming. This is just the beginning, but I hope you can hear the smile on my face, guys. I couldn't be more pumped. I couldn't be more excited to work alongside you. And this is an endeavor that I am marking on my calendar and that I haven't been this excited for a date in a long time.
I'm super pumped, Sean. This is going to be fun. And I mean, really, guys, like it's just kind of like a matter of time until you find out all the other kind of fun stuff that we're going to be doing. And of course, make sure you got those notifications on. If you follow Roto Radar Nation, listen, the Twitter notifications is a thing. You can end up with crazy stuff completely out of the blue, and that's the idea with it. But Sean, thank you so much for doing all this. It's crazy. Do you have any last things that you want to let everybody know about before we hop off on here, before we get the next guest coming in?
Yeah, for sure. Don't want to take up anybody's time. And I will say to anybody that is a part of the fam at Roto Radar that just jumped on the stream for the first time, if you want to learn a little bit more about NFTs, stick here. Watch this guy. There is nobody. I hand selected who I wanted to work with on this project, and there's nobody else. I want to say it on record that I wanted to work with more. Steve is that guy. Vaughn, as many of you guys know him, there's nobody else that I wanted to collab with, and it made the most sense for us to have this partnership. So if you're looking to learn a little bit more, maybe you want to learn more on Bored Apes. Maybe you want to learn a little bit more on ZED. Maybe you want to learn more just about NFTs in general. Hang out here. You got a wealth of knowledge. And I can assure you this, guys, we have a lot more exciting things in the pipeline. Speaking of exciting things, I'm going to give away a Series 1 Julius Randle here on the air right now. It's valued at $250 on Moment Ranks. I'm going to give that away to somebody in the chat, and I'm going to give it away right now to Dan the Blue. Dan the Blue, congratulations. I see everybody freaking out in the chat room, showing all that crazy love. We're going to give Dan the Blue a Series 1 NBA Top Shot moment from my collection. Really good serial number for the Julius Randle. Posted it on Twitter. Happy to give it to him. And Vaughn, man, we're just getting started here.
Hey, it's going to be golden. Listen, guys, and on top of that, I don't want to take the steam away from what Sean just said here, but I think we're going to do a couple more giveaways. So if you're sticking around, be sure we got the music going. Sean, I'm going to let you go for right now, boss. Thanks again. We'll chat soon. It's the Empire. That's what it is.
To the moon. To the moon. Here we go.
There we go. All right, guys. I am freaking excited. Holy sheesh. You know what I'm saying? Yo, you guys are thinking we're doing marbles? Oh, my God. Now we got to come out with the marbles? Oh, my God. Yeah, we'll do that. Hold on. All right. All right. All right. We'll do a Top Shot moment because I feel like pretty much every single one of you guys are here from Top Shot. Thanks so much for tuning on in. All right, let me look at the collection. We got to figure out what we're getting rid of. I mean, I guess I shouldn't say getting rid of because that's not good, right? You've been waiting all day for the marbles. Oh, my God. All right, it's just loading up here on my end. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. And if this is your first time tuning in the stream, we do marbles races for some free stuff. Pretty much, I don't know, all the time? Is that like a correct thing to say? Okay, dude. Listen, Rudy Gobert, how about this? You want to do an all-star game giveaway? Talk about some, hey, listen, you're here, you're ready. The idea is that you're present, you're in the scene. All right, so we're going to be giving this away for somebody here who gets it. This exclamation mark play if you guys want to get in here. And if you are curious about what we've been doing pretty much all day, you might have seen the Bored Ape Yacht Club profile photos pretty much everywhere. So what I've been doing all day is just interviewing. I've just been interviewing a bunch of people that own them, find out their life story. We got people that have won millions of dollars for poker coming up. We got a DJ that's on tour going for Las Vegas EDM. And they're from Australia, and that's coming up in just a little bit. All right, exclamation mark play if you guys want in here. I feel like there's more of you that want in. We're doing a Rudy Gobert all-star game. Sheesh. Yo, Slim Guy. What's up, baby? How we doing?
WAZAAAA.
What's up? Very nice. My name's Mike Wazowski. All right, 46. We're going to wait until we hit 50. It's exclamation mark play if you guys want to get in here, and then we're back to business. Also, we're doing a giveaway for My Moment, which is a NFT display. So if you happen to own Top Shots, you're going to be able to just download your Top Shot file and then have like a physical version where you're able to put wherever and display it. And it's just exclamation mark play in the chat. I'd put my name, but that would probably be pretty cheesy. And JVB, guys, if you like people that are supportive of other projects. We got a couple of giveaway links in there, and they've been all super supportive of today, giving out some stuff, so be sure to give them a follow. All right, we're one away. We're one away from starting this up. It's exclamation mark play. Let me freaking see number 50. There's got to be one more. Ah, wait, right, I forgot. I can just enter myself. Keck W, we're at 51. All right, here we go. If I win, don't worry. We'll give it to whoever the hell's behind me. But I probably won't win, so there's that. All right, and we are off to the races. Yo, Forge, Optical, Novalux. We see Charlie Boy in there with Philly's Finest Snazzy NFT as well. Oh, look, it's a shot to the moon. Yo, Bash Barty, BG, easy. Okay, everybody's just having a whirlwind of a time. Not everybody can make it to the moon, all right? Not everybody. Yo, JVB. JVB. I thought you were ready to rock and roll there. How do we even follow this? Is this like just a dark trail? Oh my god. Top Shot Boss. You almost got it. Minion. BGO. Oh my god. We're close. ETM 8 Rova. 8 Rova. 8 Rova is gone. Go Keena. Buffalo. Yo, Buffalo. That's a fat W. Yo, Antoine coming up through here. We got Minion Circus as well. There's a Buffalo Soldier. Yo, Mazone ETM Minion Z Young. Yo, Buffalo, I'm going to need your Top Shot name, boss. I'm going to need it right here and right now. It's your first marbles race, too? Guys, I think everybody died. Like, look at 9th place here. 9th and 10th are literally dead. Sheesh. All right, love to see it. Z Young, Antoine, ETM, Jam. You guys are the only ones that finish. Sheesh. Hey, look, it's LaMelo. Hello. All right, Buffalo, it's all you, baby. It's all you. All right, that's going on through. Let me turn down the music just a little bit. Just a wee little bit. JVB, I'm going to give you a call right quick as well. Any thoughts on the price of required moments for the challenges? Luca is pumping hard. I haven't seen it just yet. JVB, sheesh. Today's been so eventful, good sir. How are you holding up on your end?
I'm great. How are you?
Dude, I'm vibing. It's been fun. I don't know. Like, it's just, there's the social aspect of everything, right? And I mean, I don't know for you if you've been able to get out too much. But like for me, I feel like me and Amanda hang out, and with like COVID and everything in Canada, we have not really gone and adventured too far or hung out with many people. And it's exciting and fun to kind of like reconnect with all of that. And I can't wait until we really get to see that, tenfold in this metaverse down the line.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, I'm lucky, we opened up earlier here because the United States killed COVID or something. But I'm fully vaccinated, so I can go back to, licking random street poles and breathing strangers' exhaled air. So that's where I'm at. But no, it's weird getting back out there, but it's exciting at the same time.
It's weird but exciting at the same time. Yeah. Love to see it. Sicko saying I should run another marbles race, and he's going to give away an Andre Drummond. JVB, do you think we do another race to give some stuff away?
I think we have to, because you literally killed everyone that last marbles race.
Dude, that
nobody
was
survived.
So unfortunate. I don't know what in the world happened, but everybody kind of kicked the can way quicker than I expected. So Let me bring the music back up. The music is something that, like, you're vibing with, right? You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like
it.
needed. You need it? Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
for sure. We had less than 10% of the people actually finish that race.
That's, I think, a record.
Yeah.
I think it might be a record. Okay, well, I guess let's bring up the map.
They're all dead?
Yeah, they're all gone. Sheesh.
They're all dead?
JVB, we also got to keep a reminder here. You got to keep reminding me. We got to do some giveaways in a little bit for the
We
Mind
do
Mode
gotta do
moment.
some
We got the
giveaways.
Jeremy cards. We got
Yeah.
a little bit of everything. So, guys, stick around. Maybe we might do that once we're done all the other guests, but maybe we'll keep with this Top Shot theme for just a little bit. And I mean, JVB, I don't want to kick you out of here, but if we're doing marbles, I might have to be like, hey, you got to get off the screen. No offense or anything, of course. But people are asking for marbles. They chose marbles over you. Guys, you chose marbles over JVB. Remember this day in agony. All right, JVB. Thanks, pal. Dude, he hates me. He absolutely hates me. Dude, that's amazing. All right, we got the racetrack coming up. It's exclamation mark play. We got Sicko saying he can be giving away a little bit of an Andre Drummond. Hell yeah, dada. I'm making it better, changing to Darius Garland instead of Drummond. Oh, okay. All right. We got an improvement, he says. Love to see you guys get on in here. We got Sicko giving away a sweet sugary moment. You won an Obi giveaway to complete the challenge. Nice. All right, we're at 45 right now. Do we wait till 50 or do we just kind of shoot? You know what? Another 10 seconds. Exclamation mark play if you guys want in here. Y'all are on the ball. Wait, Bree, you said give me a minute. Wait, Bree, are you in? Listen, I can't see anything halfway through this. I got no idea. Who is where? What's what? It's none of it. No clue. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, pinky. Wow, I can't even, like, fully put my pinky up. That's kind of cringy. All right, let's go. And we're off. All right, Whistle Piggy, I see you. Billy Eve, I see you in there. Trust the pasta. Nothing but. Yo, Mazzone. Yo, yeah, we share the same favorite number unless you just have 11 on your name for some random reason. Yo, M. Lucas. Optical, Hunter, Mecha Boy, and Amanda. Gala Tech. Not like a company. A tech company, if you will. All right, Z Young's looking like he's going to just kind of swoop on through here. Look at this guy. Anything outside of the Mac Hiller? I don't even know. This guy's a baller. Nonetheless, over on the side with literally nobody even in sight besides BBB. And go free airs. Woo. Yeah, that's so unfortunate. You had like an absolute momentum of steam. Stopped in your tracks. Bash Barty, Z Young. Go Friers. 2 and 2. 3 and 3. Okay. You guys happy with where you are right now? Huh? We doing okay? Ooh. What are we looking at? Slim! ETM Antoine! Jam! Bree! We're close. We're close. We're close.
Boom, boom, boom.
If you've ever participated in skiing, imagine that, but with absolutely zero physical effort. That's what we're doing right now. Let's see who pops on through. Bree, looks like you're good if you can get through. Yo, go for your slim. No shot. Antoine. Just look how tricky this shit is. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Yo, Antoine, we're going to need your Top Shot name, and Sicko's going to hook you up. Yo, Buffalo, remember when you were like, I am undefeated, and now we are third last. Keck W. Love you. You give it to somebody else? Yo, Jam, we'll give it to second place here. Jammer, if you're chilling. Steph, what's up? What's up? Jam, we'll give it to you. Antoine says to give it to somebody else, so we just need your Top Shot name, and then we'll get you hooked up. Nice. I said I'm moving too far. Jammer. Sicko, just keep an eye on the chat to make sure that he's got that. And we'll be vibing. Vibing. All right, guys, we got to go back to the conference now. Not to take away from the insane hype that just was. But we got to call Top Shot Swickie coming in here. And it's funny that we just had a bunch of people come on that were, really big fans of Top Shot and whatnot. And now we are moving to another huge fan of Top Shot. So, Swickie, thank you so much for coming on here. And for anyone that doesn't know who you are, can you give us a little bit of a background?
Yeah, I'm just some girl that decided to try to get the All-Star pack one day for Top Shot. And then it turned into kind of an obsession, and I've been on it ever since.
It turned into an obsession. Okay, so what was the part that drove you? Was it the fact that the pack opening was cool? Were you in the time when Top Shot market was just going crazy and you were like, okay, this is a fun ride? How was that like?
I think it was a combination of things. It was like, first of all, it was strange that I even got the pack drop because it was, 2021? There weren't very many packs at that time. So the All-Star pack. So my friends hit me up like, I don't know, 5 minutes before it was supposed to be dropped. And they were like, hey, are you doing this? And I'm like, yeah, sure. So I think I just kind of was thrilled by the whole experience, like possibly not getting it. And then when I got it, I opened the pack and I was like, this is really different. This is something special. And I just really liked the whole experience of it. So I just kind of kept going.
So you started in the NFT scene in Top Shot then, is that correct? Or did you start somewhere else?
No, yeah, that was like my gateway NFT.
The gateway, that's what everybody likes to say for it as well. Okay, so you got into Top Shot, you found it super fun, and then you decided, hey, I'm going to branch out into some other NFTs. What was the deciding factor for you to do that?
I made some friends, of course, through the Top Shot experience community on Twitter. So actually, Bored James, which I'm sure you know who that is, he was like always sending me links like, oh, check this out. And then one night he was like, hey, I'm going to buy a Bored Ape. And I'm like, what's that? I was like already in bed about to go to sleep. And he sent me a link and I decided to buy it. And my second transaction actually failed, which I'm sad about because then I would have 3 at this moment. But I aped in. And it's been a really wild ride ever since. It's been like totally nutty.
That's amazing. Okay, so you found out from somebody who was just like, hey, you should check this out. You got into it. And then at the time when you bought that, did you have any inclination of the success that it would have? Like, what was your driving factor of buying the Bored Ape? Was it simply just because your friend told you to? Or were you like, nah, I love the way these look?
I loved the way that they looked. I thought they were really fun. And because of the Top Shot experience, I thought, hey, why not? I'll just add some NFTs to my collection. Why not? But really, I didn't really have any inkling what was going to happen until I saw the numbers start dropping of how many were available, and I was like trying to get the gas to hurry up, like, oh my god, how can I like make this faster to get the second one. And unfortunately I didn't get the second one, but I got the first one. I'm really glad I did.
Love it. All right, so I have like an incredibly loaded question for you, and I'm curious how you answer this. Do you think that the board, I mean, so we can safely say that Top Shot is a solidified, revolutionary, you know, top of the chain NFT, whatever way you look at it, it's kind of the start for many people within the NFT space, and I think that no matter what you say, it has that title. For Bored Ape Yacht Club, I know we're incredibly early. We're only a month in. We're seeing everyone, you know, change their profile. Everyone seems to want them, obviously, based off the price and whatnot. Do you think that it's already written in stone that Bored Ape Yacht Club is one of the most successful NFTs in history? Or do you think that there's still a little bit kind of, you know, when you look back at the Hall of Fame of NFTs, is Bored Ape Yacht Club there right now? Or do you think that there's still a little bit to go?
Oh, I think definitely it's a historical moment for NFT. I mean, I know that there's CryptoPunks and, you know, I wasn't around for all of that. But I think that there's something different about the apes, and not to say that it's better or worse, just to say that there's definitely going to be an asterisk on it, that it created this sense of, I know everybody hates the word community, but it really did. I feel like it changed a lot. And people are trying to replicate it now. And some are successful in replicating a type of community, but I think they did a really great job incorporating the BAYC clubhouse. I think that was a big part of why everybody felt so connected.
So you like the Bored Ape Yacht Club, and I got to ask this because we've had a lot of drops similar lately with the gutter cats, we had the camels and everything else. What's your thoughts on some of these other projects that are kind of like avatar-based? Did you end up getting into any of the other ones or just apes?
I did try for the gutter cats, but my transaction failed.
Sad.
Yeah, I know. I'm so sad about it. I actually had 3 in transaction, but you know, I don't have like ideas about what is better than the other, or you know, I think they're all different, and I think that they all have a space. And I'm not even trying to just be diplomatic or, you know, fence sitter about it. I think for me personally, the Bored Ape, it speaks to me in a certain way. I mean, like, I have a female one now, and I just love her. Like, I even named her, you know, like I use her for my avatar. And for me, it's just a personal thing. Like, I don't particularly connect with like a CryptoPunk, but I feel like the people that love CryptoPunks, you know, I think that's great. I think that they should do whatever they want. And for gutter cats, I know that there was like a lot of like NFT drama with gutter cats and bored apes this past week. But, you know, I think there's space for everything.
Yeah. Okay. So Sicko in the chat says, is that a Fortnite pinata on your window? Is that what it is? Or is that like just a pinata period?
This is just a pinata.
Okay. Sicko. That's amazing. Okay. So that's really funny.
I have no idea because I actually have never been. I know I've never been on it.
No, you're good. No worries at all.
I played Zelda Breath of the Wild. So.
Hey, that's a good game. That is a good game. Okay, so we're kind of in a stage right now where there's a lot of new people kind of entering the NFT space, and I think even for me personally, people that I've had as viewers on the channel, they're finally making that leap from, okay, like we have a Top Shot collection, but we really enjoy some of these NFTs. We've seen, you know, them kind of take over social media in a way, and they're jumping in. So for you, what and who did you find helpful when you first started kind of branching off beyond Top Shot?
Oh, beyond Top Shot? Well, for Top Shot, I'll say that a lot of people helped me just on Twitter, like Girl Dad, Dream Shake, Pack Reviewing, The Economist. They all helped me a lot. They helped me strategize. And so for Top Shot, I feel like, you know, there is a lot of strategy. There is a lot of utility. There is a lot of stuff involved that somebody new to the scene like me wouldn't really necessarily think about. So that was really, really helpful. And for new stuff, I just pared down on my Discords. I had like a million of them. But
do you play for the Nitro now though? Do you do that?
Oh no, I haven't, and I know I should, because everybody's like, oh, like not having it is like lower class or something.
Well, no, because I think it just like allows you to join all these Discords. But like you're right, like the amount of Discords that there are for every project, if you're trying to like at least keep up, it is absolutely mind-boggling.
yesterday I like hit a wall, and I'm like, I have to like leave some discords, but then I ended up joining like 2 or 3 more, and I'm like, this is just, it's kind of endless. It doesn't work. But I think for NFTs, I usually kind of hang out in some of the discords and I see what other people are talking about. There's also somebody I follow. Let me pull up his name. I just really love everything that he shares on Twitter, and I think it's Mentalist. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I follow that guy too. Yeah.
So his Twitter is like amazing. Every time I see something that he posts, it's just like so beautiful or so useful, and I kind of like look once a day to see what he's posted if I've missed it, because there is life away from Twitter. But I just take a look to see, and I kind of follow people that speak to me, I guess. So that's kind of how I find stuff.
No, that's awesome. And so with kind of like the topic that we're on right now about people kind of sitting on the sidelines looking at NFTs, waiting to jump in, I'm really the mindset that you should really only be jumping into projects that you like genuinely love for the artistic nature of it right now. For me, I'm kind of like, I'm experimenting a little bit more, but if I was like, and I feel like I do it more for like the stream and whatnot, but if I'm somebody who's just getting into the scene and looking at stuff, how do you decide what you're wanting to get into? Has everything you've bought been like 100%, I absolutely love it? Or have you been like, I'm going to kind of take a gamble on it?
I've taken gambles. I feel like there are things that I didn't necessarily connect with at first, but I was like, you know what? There's something to this. I don't know what. And I bought it anyway, and I'm not sad that I bought it. And then there's other stuff that I passed on and really have like big regrets over, especially like once it goes big, it's kind of gone. It's hard to get back that moment and get those things back. So.
Yeah, and the sways of the market are always a fun thing, and then you're seeing Bored Apes going for the prices that they are. Actually, on that topic, for your Bored Apes, what price point would you be like, all right, I'll sell it?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't actually thought about that because I don't really have plans to sell. I mean, I guess if it could like be in like the 6 figures, maybe I would think about it.
Ooh, okay, all right. You are hodling that thing to the grave. I love it.
I know that's crazy, but I don't know. Like I feel like I'm their NFT mom.
Yeah, fair enough. No, for sure. Okay, so on that topic about kind of like holding things, because we really don't know what the metaverse is going to come out with. So when I say the term metaverse, what does that mean to you?
Oh man, a wide expanse of creativity and places that we could meet and things that we could not do in real life. I bought a membership to House of Kiba, and so I've been kind of in their Discord and just seeing the stuff that they're doing. I mean, I think it's amazing. Obviously, the metaverse is going to get big and go mainstream eventually, but I'm going to really enjoy the moments that we have it to ourselves for a little while.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we are super early with that. And like for you, do you think that you're ever going to see yourself buying land in certain ones of these? Because like, I mean, Sandbox is like the super prevalent thing. There's the Decentraland, but I feel like completely priced out of for the most part. Like Sandbox, there's still that opportunity to, and hell, like there might be a completely new thing that's not Decentraland or Sandbox that ends up being the quote unquote like metaverse that we're going for. But do you see yourself as a landowner ever?
I already am, actually.
Ooh, okay.
The real estate group. So yeah. So we all went in on land, and just like everybody else, we're trying to figure out what to do with it, what it's going to look like, all that stuff. Dreaming up just everything that we can. And I think we're right across from BAYC, and obviously thing is next door, our neighbor. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what they do with the space, because it'll just make it way more fun to be in that spot.
Yeah, for sure. And so when we know that the Bored Ape Yacht Club has this big chunk of land in Sandbox, and I've been asking pretty much every guest that we've had on here, what's your envisionment of being on the Bored Ape Yacht Club in the metaverse? Do you think that it's something where they're going to have these vast rivers where like legitimately on a yacht? Do you think that it's going to be like jungle gyms and completely ape theme? What's your envisionment of the Bored Ape Yacht Club in Sandbox?
I mean, I hope there's a yacht. I hope that we can like get on the yacht and have a party. You'd probably have to have a lot of yachts. I don't know. For me, I know that they're gonna have a clubhouse, right? They announced that from the beginning. So I just see it as kind of one big party. In the metaverse, anything is possible. So I can't even speak to like what types of activities or things that they will have, but I know that there will be fun, and I will probably be there a lot when I'm in the metaverse. I just hope that it's big enough to host all of the apes that will go there.
And now I know that you released your own NFT, and apparently it's been absolutely flying off the shelves. So can you break down that experience? Because were you like, hey, I had this vision of, you know, creating my entire new collection? Was this just something that was kind of fun? What was the idea behind it?
It was totally on a whim, and like I really did not have any expectations for it at all. I just thought that, you know, it would be really great to get back into a creative group, because in my former life, was like a total creative and used to make things a lot. And I kind of got out of that, you know, with real life stuff. And so actually, I think this NFT experience has really like brought me a lot closer to that former self. And so I just put up a few just to see what would happen. And they sold. All of them have sold within a day. And today I put up 5. This was my 8th Moonbeam, and they sold it out within a minute.
Sheesh.
And so it's really wild to me. Like, it's just not something that I ever thought would be something I could say in my life, you know? So it's just kind of wild. The whole experience has been strange,
Now,
but also really cool.
I don't want to, you know, get your secrets out or anything, but are you designing the stuff on the table behind you? Or are you doing stuff on the computer? How does it work for you, like your creation process?
Yeah, I do stuff on the table behind me, but actually that's for my new collection, which I'm doing, like, you know, not just digital art, but watercolor, collage, like there's just other things in the works. But I have mostly been doing stuff on my iPad and here in the space as well.
Love it, love it. All right, so now I want to switch over because your name is Top Shot Swickie, if I do remember. So what's your thoughts on some of the stuff that they've decided to change recently? Because we've seen where the pack prices for the limited edition premium packs go from like $99 down to $24, and we're seeing with the Holo Icon, they're going from $1,000 to $230, which was, you know, pretty massive spike kind of territory. But we're going back, and I think, like, in a way it's good just based off of where the market is, but we're also having a lot of people saying, oh, well, you know, the rich get richer and this and that. But what do you think about some of the changes they've made recently?
Well, I'm one of those, like, not so rich people, and unpopular opinion for people who are in my situation, but I actually don't find a problem with the pricing or the tiers or the collector score, because, you know, there are people that were here that were early adopters. And, you know, that matters. And for people like me, like, I don't miss pack drops. Now I've built a collection where I can now be more discriminate. So I can sell stuff that I don't want and, you know, build up my dapper to buy stuff that is going to build my collection for quality, not quantity, right? So in my opinion, it's not as big of a deal to me personally, but I know people have very strong feelings because they think that it doesn't let new people in. But I still do think there's a way, because even I wasn't even in this space until March. And I think that's kind of late, actually. There's people walking in now, but they have pack drops for new collectors, which wasn't happening when I was around. So that's what I think about that.
And what's your take on them doing the kind of like scheduled weekly pack drops in a way? Because I felt like in a way that, like, it took away some of the fun. And I know that you're saying that you're not, you know, on every single pack drop, but I felt like there was a mystique and kind of like a fun to not really knowing when they are. But now it's like, okay, well, you know, they're planned, we're expecting them, and I don't know, like, do you think that matters at all?
I think it matters for the hype, of course. Like, for example, you know, it's not as exciting as one pack drop every couple of weeks where, you know, there's this expectation that maybe you're going to pull this or that. And now there's, like, you know, a lot of pack drops where people are kind of staggered and they go for days. And I think people kind of like thrive off the adrenaline of like only this moment. We can only have it in this moment. But I think that ultimately it's just better for collection to have more pack drops. Maybe they could space them out. I don't know. I'm not really an expert in how they should run it necessarily, but I feel like for me, like every time I rip open a pack, like it's still exciting. Like I still have butterflies in my stomach because I don't know what I'm going to pull. So, and I've been fairly lucky too. I have gotten maybe a couple of packs that were like throwaway packs for me, but the other ones like have been really great. Wow, do you see that bird?
Yes, yes.
Sorry, I just saw something crawling across. But anyway, so yeah, so I don't know. I mean, I feel like from the first time that I ripped open a pack, of course, there's like a little bit of that excitement gone, but I still have it for Top Shot, so I don't know.
And do you remember your first pack that you cracked?
Yeah, it was the All-Star game.
Ooh, okay. And do you remember what you got in it? That is the test.
Oh man, do I remember? No, I don't because it's been so long, but I can look. Hold on, let me look.
I'm curious, guy. Everyone in the chat as well. Do you guys remember your first pack? I remember mine. It was a Michael Porter Jr., a Vince Carter that was like $2 or $5, and I should have bought way more of them. It was a Kawhi Leonard second moment, and I think that's it. It's a test of time, really.
I can't believe that I even forgot this. First of all, one of my favorite cards that I ever had was Bradley Beal, and I got a 146. So that was like insane. When I opened the pack and I got the Bradley Beal 146 out of 2021, I was like freaking out. So that was one of them. I actually like, this is acting silly, so I can't really scroll down right now, but I just remembered that was like the most exciting moment. And I was like, I think that's what got me hooked actually, because also my friends who got me into it were like freaking out, and they're like, you got a 146 Bradley Beal, oh my God. And I was like, okay, I could do this more.
So you're of the mindset that you think serial matters then, is that correct? Or what would be like your threshold? Are you, okay, top 100 or just, top 1,000 depending on, the edition size, etc.?
I'm one of those like really crazy people. Like if one crayon was missing from like my Crayola box, like I couldn't like, color or something. So there's like an order to like how I want to get serials, but it's not attainable for me at the moment. But I do, if it's a special card to me or a special moment, I try to go as low serial as possible. Some people think it doesn't matter, and I don't think it matters if you're just like in it for the collecting, but I think eventually like maybe they will add some utility. We haven't seen the end of Top Shot yet. We're just at the very, very beginning, and we have no idea what's in store. And so I try to just play by that rule.
So on an office hours, I think it was like 2 weeks ago, we had Roham come on and he talked about the openness to, burning, potential staking. And then they said that like the extra utility that they're providing for the LaMelo Cool Cat collectors, whether you collected it on the spot or just ended up buying it afterwards, was this kind of like exclusive Discord where they hope to have people from the Dapper team as well as NBA players come and hang out. And at first I was like, I don't know, that sounds kind of like, but then the more I thought about it, I'm like, I think people are really going to want to be a part of that if you're able to like generally interact with NBA players. And maybe it's okay, we type a question and get them to answer, but if it's more than that, I think that would be a crazy opportunity. Do you like them adding that utility to the LaMelo moments, or you think
Yeah, of course, like anything that you can use as a way to connect with actual NBA players or games, going to games, getting special perks that come with being a part of a Top Shot. I think that's great. I mean, I think that more people would be interested in it if they started seeing that there's not just like a community of people that are getting together on Twitter or Discords, but it actually translates into the real world,
And the in-arena benefits and whatnot, do you think that like, is it going to be you get like a free hot dog? Is it you get like upgraded seats? Because the way that Roham worded that, and I don't know if you happen to have listened to that session with him, but he was like, saying like, maybe you go to a game and you get like completely upgraded seats or you get treated completely differently. And I'm like, well, holy sheesh. Like that sounds wonderful beyond belief. Like really it does. Like it's a free upgrade. It's your ticket to, the fancy airport lounge, if you will. Or do you think that that's, kind of, a stretch and they're not going to be able to do that? And it's just going to be, hey, you get an NFT that you were at that game.
I don't think it's a stretch at all. I think that maybe part of the reason or the plan of this is to bring you closer to that experience. I mean, this is about basketball after all, right? So it's like we could sit here, collect moments, and be in this online space. But really, for me, like I hope that the utility will extend to actual games where we could get upgraded seats, where we could, I don't know, just dreaming here, but what if we could actually have a meet and greet, you know, or special events that maybe aren't necessarily open to the public, but Top Shot people, you know, raffle, this, that, whatever, I don't know. That's really exciting to me. And, you know, we should be on that side because we're basketball fans.
Yeah, you're killing it. Yo, Dream Shake in the chat here saying Swickie is crushing these questions, and let me tell you, holy geez, you are. This has been really fun to chat. Now, we only got a couple more minutes here, but just kind of in general for the NFT scene or Top Shot, whatever you have, do you have kind of like any advice for people that are, whether, you know, just starting out in either of them?
I'm gonna follow Girl Dad's advice always, and I'm gonna butcher it, but he's always like, he has a set thing that let me just pull it up because I want to actually say it and not screw it up.
No, you're good.
Right?
You're good. Take your time. Let me just read the chat. Oh, you already got it. Okay, we're good.
So, recommended process. Now, not financial advice, but I love Girl Dad because he's always given me good advice, and it's worked out for me. So, Superstar, TS debut, tier, serial. Exceptions: buy what you love, TS utility, flipping, which is, you know, some people would say no to that, but it's fine. You should if you can, and you don't need it. Durant, season 2, 7,500 LE. So me. So for me, I live by that. And I also just get what I like, and I never miss pack drops.
Hey.
Pack drops, I think, for the new person is like really, really key.
I agree. I see, like, I think it's good that they have, like, the pack drops, but I also think that, like, it's also more exciting if they had the opportunity to get into some of, like, the more limited edition ones instead of just a base pack set. Because it's, I think, like, when we were earlier, you know, like a month ago or 2 months ago, if you got a pack, the likelihood of you pulling a top 1,000 serial is way higher than it is now. And you're like, okay, well, I pulled, like, a 39,000 PJ Tucker. Woo! Right? Like, it's not the same. So I wish there was potentially some kind of, like, extra opportunity for new users to get that, but I totally hear you.
I agree. I also have noticed that I'm getting like way higher serials than before. I don't know if that's like something that they worked on as intentional, or I'm just not having any luck. You know, I'm not sure, but I do think it would be really cool and would add to the excitement if, you know, every once in a while somebody would pull like a 1 through 10. You know?
Yeah, that would even. Yeah, I mean, I guess like we'd have to have it where it would be you know, maybe non-syllable or something. We give them like a fake pack. Yo, a fake pack opening experience. That's a brilliant idea. We got to submit that to Dapper, see how that goes. Now, before we let you go, everybody keeps asking about the telescope. Can you give us a little bit of a rundown about it?
Oh, yeah. My husband bought that for me. Actually, he said that it was going to be part of the way that he proposed to me, but then he changed his mind. We were going to go out stargazing. But what we do is actually, I don't know if it's going to be blown out and if you can see it. No, you can't see it. So I live in LA, but I actually live in a pretty green space. And I can climb out this window onto the roof. And so sometimes if there's a celestial event, we just take it. Go out there and look at the moon or look at whatever it is. I think, what was the last one? I can't remember what the last one was. I think it was like Mars or, I don't know. 3 of them were aligned. So we went out there and we like checked it out. So.
Love it. Love it. All right. Well, Swickie, thank you so much for taking the time to chat today. I mean, I guess we got to have you back on. I didn't realize how absolutely of a wizard you were at answering questions. It's been super, super fun. And I really would love to have you back on sometime soon.
Thank you so much for having me. Everybody else is like so accomplished and so great, and I'm just really honored that you asked.
Hey, love it. Also, if you guys in the chat or mods or Swickie, if you want to post the link to your collection for the NFTs, I would love to let people kind of gander at it because they are super cool.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much.
All right, we'll chat soon. Okay, guys, that is Swickie, the one and only. I've seen her post a bunch of stuff on Twitter before, and I was like, you know what? All the takes are always interesting. Let's find out the person behind the Twitter. And, of course, she happened to have an ape, so that's always good. Yeah, that was ballin'. You guys like that. Love it, love it, love it. All right. All right. Roothlus. Yo, you good if I call now? That was awesome. That was really good. I love it. I feel like we need to do this more often. And whether it be, the whole idea for this was to be for, like, ape holders. But I think, like, even beyond that, if we get people that are interesting, like, let's go. And, yeah, how is every interview an absolute banger? I don't know. But, like, let's see. We'll call the man, the myth, and the legend. We'll see how he's doing for this one. But, guys, again, thank you so much for hanging out the entire day. Adam, Roothlus, what's up, good sir?
How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic. So just right quick, guys. If you don't know who this man is, his name's Adam, but apparently you're known by the majority of people by Roothlus. So can you give us a little bit of a backstory about who you are and how you got the nickname Roothlus?
Oh man. So I played poker for, I don't know, since 2003. It was this whole thing, like the moneymaker boom, I guess. Where this guy named Chris Moneymaker just won a poker tournament. And then I was just, in college at the time and just started playing that. And then one night, it was literally just an Xbox moniker. And that just turned into like me making it my like PokerStars account or whatever. And then boom, people just started calling me it. And I happen to spell it a little differently, Roothlus. And yeah, I mean, it just kind of took off from there.
So how did you basically come up in the scene? Like you were saying, the PokerStars, was it all kind of like online and then you just had found great success with that and then you went to, like live tournaments and whatnot?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, do you remember, you ever play the game Magic: The Gathering?
Yeah, yo, dude, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I've been playing that for far too long. Probably like, I'm dating myself, but definitely 25 years.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah. So like, but the thing is that all my friends were playing that at the time in South Florida, and then like one of them was like one of the best players in the world, and he just came back and was like, "We're playing poker now," and I was like, "Okay, I guess like I want to play Magic," but eventually we all just dropped playing Magic and started playing that, and then it just took off, and I happened to just have like a really good community to just learn the game. And from there, you go online, you win a couple tournaments, and then you go live. And it's actually hilarious just watching, these online nerds who don't really see the light of day. And then they just sit like in a poker room around all these people that are, it's just funny watching them go from like complete nerd to, like a socialite. It's fun.
Yo, I love that. Okay, so with the topic of Magic Gathering, I want to stay on that just for a second here because I can't say that I'm like a hardcore player or anything, but I used to go to pre-releases and all that kind of jazz. Were you very skilled at Magic as well? Were you entering many tournaments? Did you try to go on the Magic Pro Tour at all, or did you just kind of like find the niche with poker that you were just light years better than everyone else at it?
Ironically, I did qualify for the Magic Pro Tour, but I was too broke to go because I was playing poker, but I wasn't good at it yet. Okay. So, like, I literally qualified for like some Japanese tournament tour, and it was like Chiba or Kyoto or something. And back then, they didn't give you like much. They gave me $500. Like, I'm broke, and $500 is gonna get me like I'm gonna halfway. Like, so there was no way I could go. But yeah, I mean, I always kind of describe myself as being good, but like not great at Magic. Like I definitely have played with some of the best players. Like we would used to do like a lot of there's a lot of overlap between Magic and poker, and a lot of poker players who play Magic. We would just be in like conference rooms playing like, money drafts is what it called. You put up $100 or whatever, just be playing against like some of the best Magic players in the world. So yeah, but I would always generally lose for those guys, but I could compete.
Hey, that's all that matters. That's all that matters. All right, so let's talk about Bored Apes. How in the world did you come across Bored Apes? Are you like an NFT collector to begin with? Did you just see this thing on social media and you were like, let me find out what the hell it is? What's the backstory on it?
I guess, you know what, I'm gonna give the long version of it. Basically what happened was I had this podcast named Crypto-Papi podcast, which it's two other guys, shout out Brent and Kareem. Sadly we don't really do many episodes anymore, but back in like 2018 I literally found out about NFTs but never actually dove into it. I reported on it and I was like, yeah. sweet, like NFTs, this is awesome. I love Ethereum, you know, and I think, and then I just didn't really know like where to go to look up NFTs. I kind of knew about the stuff. I actually, you know, did an interview with like the Sandbox Sebastian. I think he's like the
Yeah.
CTO.
Sebastian, yeah.
Yeah, awesome guy. But so I eventually Top Shot, you know, came around in like early January. I'm like, what is going on here? I don't know if like there's kind of like a lot of overlap with like Top Shot sports, and that kind of bleeds into, you know, the NFT world. Like this guy named Peter Jennings, CSU Ram. He basically just tweeted, just bought like 8K James Harden when James Harden got traded from the Brooklyn Nets. And at that point, I'm like, what the heck is this? Like, how that seems absurd. It's just a moment, you know, like I could just go on YouTube. And then I just fully like kind of drank the sauce or whatever, and was just buying pack after pack. But I didn't really go as hard as I thought. And funny enough, I did open a Lamella on my first pack. I remember
Yo,
you just
W, fat W.
yeah, so all of a sudden it's just like, wait, wow, this is cool. I might keep this one. But so after that, like I just kind of was like, wait a minute, like this is giving, like this is what we've been waiting for NFTs. I literally reported on Dapper Labs on that podcast. Like, and I didn't look into it. Like I could have been a beta tester if I had decided to look into it. I don't remember when I did, but it was definitely like June of like, yeah, I don't even, it was like probably 2019 maybe or something. But so after that, I just started doing like completely got into the art. And then I realized like, cool, I like to do stuff with, you know, the things I gotta like, I like gaming, you know, art is cool, but I just kind of look at it. And then from there, I was like, I'm gonna find like the next big thing. I got into ZED Run, and then from there, like here we are with Bored Apes. Like, you know, once ZED Run kind of took off, we got like a little group together. I don't know if you know Linus Caldwell. He's up there in the you know, the Twitterverse. But so me and him, we kind of just got Zero Farms together, and after that, it was like, what is the next big thing? And I woke up one morning and he was just like, dude, these Bored Apes are going kind of nuts. I know it's a long, you know, version of it, but that's kind of
No, that's
how
awesome. Yeah, that's awesome. And for you, you have one that's like the grilled teeth, black hat, pimp shirt, and all that kind of jazz. Did you pay like an arm and a leg for it, like, or were you early enough where it was still like under one ETH floor?
Oh no, I mean, I was blasting away with offers. Like this is Bored Apes has taught me a lot. Like I didn't know that you could just have 5 ETH and then decide to just blast away, you know, 20 times on that 5 ETH until someone accepts. I just thought, you know, so I'm like going through and like, I want this one, I want this one. And it was 1.25, I think I bought it for. And I was just like, this is the sickest ape. So I was just, I loved it. Yeah, I mean, the apes, the ape world, the community has been really interesting because it's like, well, so you ever like dress up on Halloween and then you kind of realize like, wait a minute, I'm like a giraffe, you know, I'm wearing like a giraffe onesie, whatever it is, whatever your costume is.
Right.
And then you all of a sudden are like, wait a minute, they're not looking at me as though I'm a huge like person, or like they're looking at me as like, dude, you're wearing a giraffe costume, I love it. And then they're kind of talking to you with like almost a different kind of
they're more open with it. It's like it's more inclusive in a way, and they're like kind of the barriers taken down.
Yeah, and for you, you feel more comfortable because they're no longer like judging you for you. Granted, you know, like it's and I love that kind of free feeling, like that feeling. And with these apes, it's kind of like that as well, where I'm just kind of embodying like the ape, not necessarily, you know, on the internet, and I think that's awesome.
No, I totally agree. So with all this kind of being said, and you having like the poker background and whatnot, I'm assuming you have a whole bunch of different friends. Have many people reached out to you being like, hey, what the hell is this Bored Ape thing? Or is it kind of been like, just more docile?
Dude, I can't, like, so I live in LA, and I can't tell you how many times, like, I've been going to some poker games and people are just like, NFTs. I've like briefed like, you know, random celebs on NFTs, trying to like get them on board. And literally over the weekend, I was talking to like a friend and just telling him he needs to get in the Bored Ape. It was Memorial Day weekend, and then like the next day he's like, yeah, I bought 2 and I like can't stop buying them. And I've seen some poker players getting in there. A lot still are, just a lot of the poker players are just like very much just punk, the crypto punks. They're like,
Oh, really? Okay, interesting.
yeah, but it's still like I just love the vibe and the look of these apes. Like they really just they just really hit on something that just popped and was just sitting there. And I don't know if it was that calculated or anything, but really it's like this is, I think someone might have mentioned a couple months ago, it's like this is the new kind of world, the new gen of NFTs. Punks is like kind of like the OGs who are a little more technical and have been around and seen some things. They've been through a full bear market with NFTs, which that's probably not going to be too fun. But yeah, they're more seasoned.
For sure, for sure. And so just to go back for a second there, you say that you kind of like started a little bit with Top Shot. So do you have like a mighty collection in Top Shot? Do you have a few moments? Do you even own any moments right now?
I mean, so I feel like I made the mistake of picking the Cool Catch Challenge to go for. So, and what happened was I deposited, maybe like 5K or something. And I was like, all right, like we're going to go for it. I bought like a Luca, I think for 4K. And then I like number 50 and then wrote it to number 24 where I bought that for 6K. And then instead of me being like, you know what, like, let me just like sell, like at like 9K or something, I just like delisted it because I was worried about how crazy the prices were. So, I mean, you live, you learn. So my account has probably taken a big hit, and I'm just happy to, have like, I have 2 Lamellos and that Cool Cat, and I got the Lamello Cool Cat, and I haven't really gotten in on any of the big pack drops since things have blown up.
Yeah.
Do I wish that I had bought like 100, series 2 packs or whatever when I could buy 10 a pop? Of course. But Top Shot's got me into ZED Run, got me here. Top Shot, it really, I think it really maybe not unify, but like kind of like gave the glue to the NFT world that was needed to understand that this is a real technology.
Yeah. Okay. So you said the word glue in there, and glue sticks is a term heavily used in ZED Run, and you own the Zerga farm. So yesterday, I'm assuming you were trying to get in on that drop. How was that experience for you?
I mean, it really was just a non-experience because, like, I had wave 3, and then just it just didn't, there was nothing that really happened. By then, everything was just kind of like on the fritz. And then they said, all right, 20 minutes. But dude, I've talked about this when Top Shot had their scaling problems. I don't know. I'm not, I've never ran a startup. I don't know what it's like to scale, but I can tell you that it seems impossible.
It really does. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It does.
So like, I kind of felt like this was just due, because when I got into Zed a couple months ago, we'll say, I think 3, maybe 4 drops now ago, it was like I had to click like 600 or 700 times, just to get like 2 horses. And I like, the only reason why I got 1 horse was because some dude in Discord was like, hey, no one's buying the Z3s, and I was like, all right, like, I guess I'll just, plop down whatever it was, like 2.5 ETH for it. But I think like, and if you think about that, like, I don't know how much, like, I think there were 1,000 people in Discord then. It's probably over like 15 grand. I don't know what it was during the drop, but like, that's a 15x amount, like 15 times, like the server load. That's ridiculous. What Top Shot did to actually have like serviceable drops in such a short amount of time, I think should be respected from like a scaling point of view. I don't know if you were in crypto 4 or 5 years ago, but like, I mean, look at what happens whenever Coinbase, whenever there's a big tank, Coinbase will go down. Like back in the day, like none of the exchanges work. So it's just scaling will just plague any business, it seems. And you just gotta figure out a way you gotta put that into a roadmap way early.
Well, I mean, for ZED Run, it's been around for a few years, and we talked about it early about how, I mean, for Wave 1, it was supposed to be for the people that missed out on the previous drop with, technical issues or whatever. So the Wave 1 people were good, and then Wave 2, I just have to assume that you're right with the aspect of, there's probably like 15,000 plus people, because if that wave one was just the people that missed on the previous one, that's a super small cluster, and it seemed for everything that we saw, wave one went fine, but the second the wave two started, oh my God.
Yeah.
Everything went downhill. But is it concerning at all to you that they've been around, for multiple years and they're still having problems? Because, obviously I think the change from Ethereum to the Matic network was good, because now we're not losing $300 in gas every time.
Yeah.
But just curious your thoughts.
Well, I think that think about just if we're gonna, okay, cool. It's a coin, or sorry, it's a project with NFTs or whatever, but like it's still a business, and businesses aren't exactly expected to just blow up overnight. And this just kind of caught like a wave through Top Shot, because I know that I think like Drew Austin was the guy who I saw tweeting about it, and then like but so I'm not really that concerned. I think that Zed has done a pretty good job of being like kind of forthright. Like even when they tweeted, I think maybe yesterday, about just how they shit the bed, like they admitted it. They were just like, yeah, like that really was terrible. And I can respect that at least. Hopefully they get their problems fixed. I would like to just have these drops done. I'd like to have breeding going, and maybe they just, I think we need to start seeing the full, not the full game, but like we need breeding.
Yeah,
And
we need it soon.
We really do. And if, I think was it Benjammin earlier said, like we might, if they're not doing breeding until they get this drop off, then breeding's far away. And like, I don't know how to quantify hype, but you just know when you have it, when you don't. And if you have it, like it's such an edge. Like, so I ran an events company. I know it's a little bit of a tangent.
No,
I ran an events company before the pandemic. And basically what I realized was, you either are like, let's say I want to get like a big, like, let's say I want to get a celebrity to just come to my event. I have to pay them to come. But anyone else who's not a celebrity, they have to pay to come. So it's like those guys have the hype. And if you can have the hype, you need to just like ride it as hard as you can. Because if you lose it, it's kind of hard to recover. Like, yeah, it'll still be there. But I mean, it can be a tough recovery. So Zed needs to understand they have the hype. And you don't want a situation with Top Shot or whatever, which is kind of inevitable. Unfortunately, things happen, but Top Shot is kind of powering through it. So I hope that kind of answers your question.
Yeah, for sure. And right, Leighton Mogul, thank you so much for the Prime sub. But let's stick on Zed here just for a minute, because I feel like you're kind of pretty familiar with that area, and I think that a lot of my viewers, they're familiar with ZED Run kind of as a whole. But ultimately, when you look at Zed, it's a racing game, and then it's a breeding game. That's pretty much the only two ways about it. And for the racing, not only do we not have the breeding, but for the racing, they've had issues where, there was somebody that or a horse that got bred before that was like a super horse and dominating the races. And everyone that I've talked to in Zed right now says the races are stale because it's the same horses winning over and over again. So let's just say like you were in charge of Zed. Is there anything that you think that you would kind of do right off the bat to make, racing fun again?
I kind of feel like I would just, well, I like the idea of I saw maybe there's like some tournaments or whatever. I think private races will be fun. I like I said before, breeding is just, we can't have another super horse issue though. That was kind of a problem when people are getting like 1.7 odds on their horse in a 12-person race. Like, so I would just, I think like they just need to, I saw some people mention it, like maybe just do away with the drops. Just, say like, hey, like, I don't know how they would do it, but maybe have like a lottery for, the horses or something, or do what Top Shot did. Just have like a queue like they did, and just you get in, cool, you get one horse or maybe whatever it is, and let's just move on and get breeding, and then they can implement everything else that they talk about. Because I don't know if you ever heard, I think it's Chris talk about his vision. Like, I don't know, I know back early there were a bunch of clubhouse, and he would just go off and be like, dude, it's like Tron 2096. Like they're these horses. It's like an entire world that the guys thought of. So let's move forward towards that world and quicker rather than later.
I think it's going to be cool down the line because of the whole concept of potentially having like arenas and, you know, the owning your own racetracks, and just there's so much potential for it. And Wax Motif just gave a follow. So Wax, what's up, boss? We'll chat with you here in just a little bit. Looking forward to that. But when I use the term metaverse, Roothlus, what does that mean to you? Do you see it as a futuristic world? Do you see that as, okay, that's just us going digital? What does that word mean to you?
Oh, I mean, all of the above. I think metaverse to me is going to be the kind of final frontier of the NFT world. Maybe it's one of like I wrote a long thread a couple of weeks ago on the metaverse specifically, and I just went with it with the future of it. And there's just so many fascinating things you're going to be able to do that are even happening now. Like the fact that I think. I forget who it was earlier in the day. It was definitely a girl. She had like a virtual gallery. Like you were just scrolling around it, I think. And the fact that you can just do that already and just check out her work and then buy it from there, that's sick. And that's just like a very low end like part of the metaverse. Like I don't know what the people are going to be able to do in the sandbox, but it seems kind of infinite for what you can think of, and it just fires me up.
And so you're heavy into Zed here. You have a little bit of a Top Shot collection. You got the Bored Ape. Are you into kind of any other projects at all?
Well, I did buy a couple of those Theos, the NFT Theos,
okay,
the bear.
nice.
I just like saw someone, like what ends up happening is I'll just scroll Twitter and just looking for like another fun project or whatever. And just if I like the look and it's kind of cheap, I'll hop in there. I got in the Guardians, Guild of Guardians.
Nice. Yep. Same.
That one, I mean, that one was wild because I didn't even know about it. And then all of a sudden you're just seeing like, it was a massive drop. I don't know how much they made, but it was a lot of ETH and it sold out. Like there were people buying, I think 8 or 9 of the guilds got bought of the 10 and they were like 30 grand, 40 grand or something. So I don't know what it was, but I just felt like that had the hype. So I got in there. And I mean, I've just been kind of buying a bunch of stuff. I bought a bunch of Avastars earlier. That's kind of where like I started learning about avatars. And I mean, yeah, just if I see something that's kind of fun or people are into it, I'll get into it. Like, love being Bored Apes.
So you brought up avatars in there, and that's something that I've been talking with about, like, for every single guest pretty much, about, hey, I think that right now we're in a stage where people are wanting to find, how they want to be represented online, at least from their, profile avatar. We're seeing, camels, we got apes, we got everything under the sun. Do you think that we're kind of like in a bubble for the art? Because you said earlier, it's art, you're looking at it, it's cool, but also, hey, well, when Guild of Guardians, when all this stuff, if ZED Run ends up turning into way more than just racing and breeding, is that going to take all the attention away?
I thought that about when all the punk kind of knockoffs were coming out. Like, all right, like, but for me, I'm not really as into the pixelated stuff. And I do think that there will be some projects that are just gonna, get wrecked. And I do worry about it, but also don't Sandbox already has like has been in talks when they were in the last land sale with Bored Apes, and I think that there's like I saw some 3D animation apes being made. Like as long as we can use these and it has utility and people are still kind of like the community stays strong, like I think a lot of the best ones are really just not going away at all.
And when we look at Sandbox having the huge Bored Ape Yacht Club kind of area, how do you envision that? Is it going to be a thing where me and you are hanging out on a yacht club in Sandbox? Do you think that it's going to be a jungle? What's your perspective on what we're going to be able to see when they fully launch, what that looks like?
I mean, that's up to the owners of the land. It could literally be we're swinging through a jungle on an obstacle course and you have to be a Bored Ape to get in there. Like, there's so many things that it can be. That's what's cool about Sandbox. And when I have played a little bit of the Sandbox, it was very easy to use and user friendly.
And do you like Decentraland over Sandbox or Sandbox over Decentraland? Because those seemed like the kind of two forefront of, hey, if you're going to pick up land, it's typically like one of those.
I like Sandbox over Decentraland, but that's only because I just happen to be exposed to Sandbox from interviewing Seb and like on the podcast, in June 2020, and I played a little bit of Decentraland. I actually like gambled on roulette or something.
Did you do the casino opening where like when Atari launched it, or was it a few days after?
A while. No, it was a while before that. Like I just was like, let's see if this works. The problem is that I have a Mac. I need to get a new one. And it just doesn't really like the games just don't really work as well as I like on them. So I haven't really been able to dive into either one as much as I would normally. But I think both are going to be cool. Also, I'd keep it. I mean, maybe you guys don't know about maybe you know about this, maybe you don't. But Epic, the guys behind Fortnite, they invested $1 billion. They got $1 billion investment recently for the metaverse.
Really?
So yeah, like this is like maybe a month or two ago, and not only does Epic own Fortnite, but they bought Rocket League, and Rocket League is like one of my favorite games. It's honestly like one of the sickest games I've ever seen. The fact that you can kick a ball with a car and then those cars fly, and it's super complex and tough. But so we don't even know what, like, I'm interested to see what happens with those, like with that metaverse, really, because I mean, I'm terrible at shooters. I don't think I've ever won a Fortnite game. Maybe I got second once, like hiding behind a bush. But dude, like Fortnite is clean. They did a good job with Unreal Engine.
Yeah, and thinking about kind of like what the games are going to be like once the, we have kind of like the indie developers for the most part, but once we get to the real deal with some of these big players, as you're saying, I think it'll be cool. All right, so Roothlus, last question here for you. Do you have any advice for anybody that's kind of newer into the NFT scene?
So man, there's a lot, but I think it's like, if you're coming in to just flip and make money, like, personally, like, you should like what you're getting into. Like, don't just come in and be like, all right, like, cool, I'm in this drop because I just want to like make like a bunch of ETH. Also, that's a good way to lose a bunch because it's a learning curve. And I would try to just ask yourself sometimes, like, if I really like this or not. Because like for me, like, because I like my ape so much, I feel like, like some emotional attachment to it. Like it's listed for 9 right now, but if it gets sold, like it's gonna suck. But like, that's why but at the same time, obviously I'll be happy because it's still, like the 9 ETH for that. But like, I just, if you like it, then I think that's kind of like the number one thing. The money will come later once you get better at just kind of like the market and the world.
Love it. All right. Well, Adam, Roothlus, whatever you prefer, thank you so much for coming on today. If anyone's wanting to hear more from you, what's the best way they can see what you're up to?
Just Twitter's good. ROOTHLUS. And yeah, I mean, I'm on there a fair amount.
Love it. Love it. JVB's already got it up in the chat, guys. So if you're wanting to follow Roothlus, there it is. Sir, thank you so much for taking the time, and hopefully we'll have you back on sometime soon.
Yeah, thank you so much for doing this. I mean, dude, also before I go, I just want to give you some praise because I've been watching it, listening to this for a bit, and I also have done some streaming, and it is not easy to just be streaming all day. So respect to that. Way to go.
No, I appreciate that. Seriously, thank you so much. But we'll chat soon, and you can give me all the pointers. And I want to see the clips of when you streamed. That sounds exciting. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it. But all right, enjoy the rest of your evening, boss.
All right, see ya.
All right, there is Adam. Sheesh, guys. Oh my God, banger, banger, banger. Can we get a banger in the chat? Oh my God. Oh my God. All right, playing the music for a minute. Oh, I need to stretch. Even though I'm just sitting down. Not much. Yo, Wax Motif. Coming up super soon. honestly, like, it's cool. We've done, I don't even know. Like, we did the mega stream when I mean, like, first started streaming or whatever. And that was a banger. And then we did, like, the second mega stream, which was, like, you know, we had the waifu stream. We had DannyUkes. We had some other people on. We had the Top Shot pack drop as well. And that was, you know what? It was good. It was good. But, like, this one, sheesh. I think we're blowing everybody out of the water with it. I love it. HC, what's up, baby? How we doing? Okay, listen, Amanda's asking for us to play the intro again. And I mean, Wax Motif is the big finale we got going on. And Caruso, again, huge shout out for making this. Is like 10 out of 10, dude. Absolutely 10 out of 10. But with that said, Amanda wants to see the intro again, and I think, hell, you know what? She put that effort in for it. I would love to play it again before we introduce our final guest. So, one more time. Here we go. The intro. Boom! That together like this morning. I was like, hey, I think we need a new intro, and she just popped off with that. Like, how absolutely crazy is that? Well done, Amanda. Thank you so much. And guys, don't forget she has her new collection out, and I will link that in a little bit unless Amanda wants to link it herself. Mr. Wax Motif, hello, good afternoon.
Yo, what's going on, man?
Yo, dude, you're crazy. How are things on your end? Oh no,
Good.
The webcam.
I'm trying to one sec. I got it.
No worries at all. How's your day going so far?
It's pretty good, man. How are you?
Oh, good. We've just been kind of grinding away here. We're approaching, well, I guess we're just over the 6-hour mark here. And, yo, this guy is in the studio as well. Thank you so much for taking the time today. I think this is super cool. And you're probably one of the most famous people I've ever talked to, which is crazy as it is. So I'm not going to ask you to break down on the keys of guitar or any of that kind of crazy stuff. But for anyone that doesn't know who you are, can you give a little bit of a background?
Yeah, basically I'm a DJ music producer. I'm from Australia originally, but I live in LA now. And yeah, I been grinding away making music for like 10 years. I've worked with people like Tiesto, Diplo, played at festivals like EDC, Hard Summer, Lollapalooza. And yeah, I'm like a crypto head. So I kind of graduated in finance from college and before I was a DJ, and then I just kind of been trading like stocks and like I bought Bitcoin and Ethereum back in like 17. And then obviously lately been buying NFTs and stuff. And yeah, I'm a Bored Ape. So yeah, I managed to grab one at Mint, which was cool. And I've been following ever since.
Yo,
so, yeah.
Okay, so that's what I was going to ask next for the Bored Ape. Was it something that you just seen kind of like on social media ahead of time? Were you doing research into NFTs and you ended up kind of finding it? How did you find out about Bored Apes in the first place?
So yeah, I had a couple of NFTs already. And I was in Mexico. So my girlfriend she's from Europe. And because of that, she has to quarantine like in order to come into the country. Like she can't come direct. And so we hadn't seen each other in like over a year, basically. So we went to Mexico to meet up. And I was like mad jet lagged like the first few nights. And I was just awake on my laptop. She was like passed out. And I saw like, I think I saw like Blau and Pranksy and stuff tweeting about the apes. And I was just like, it's 2 a.m. Like, I'm like half asleep. Fuck it. I'll just buy an ape. And bought an ape. And then next morning it's sold out and just kind of followed it since there, man. It's been pretty interesting.
Now, did you think that it was going to have kind of like the social success that it did? Because, I mean, like, for all of us, I think we were completely shocked from it. We were like, okay, they look cool, but from the magnitude of them going from, you know, $250 to multiple thousands of dollars to people paying, you know, not $100,000 yet, but we're kind of getting there. Like, what's the appease to the Bored Apes, do you think?
I mean, it's like definitely community, like you said. But I didn't think, like, there's no way I could have thought it would have done this. You know, I think for everybody, it's kind of like superseded like everyone's expectations, really. But I think definitely community is a big part of it. So, just like how nuts the Discord goes on a daily basis, and like, I don't know, it's kind of like. I read somewhere that someone made the point it was like for people that kind of were priced out of CryptoPunks in that way. And like, I feel like that's kind of me. Like, I remember in 17, like my friend was like, yo, you should mint this CryptoPunk. And I was like, whatever. And he kind of did it. He did it. And he just sold his a few weeks ago for 55 ETH.
Yo,
and
really?
I was like,
oh my God.
Yeah, I was like, damn, son. Like, so kind of since then, like since CryptoPunks had that big resurgence, like, I don't know, a year or whatever it was ago, that was kind of the point when I was like, man, I'm not missing the boat on like another one of these. So I just kind of went crazy and I just kind of bought like one of everything. So I mean, I have like Top Shot, ZED Run.
Okay, all right, you're loaded then. I love it.
Yeah, I have a bunch of plots in Sandbox. I have like 3 1x1s and like all the NFTs, like the little bits that come with it, and then yeah, I don't know, just a bunch of random shit, like random art that I like, or I don't know.
No, that's awesome. Do you have any ideas of what you're wanting to do in Sandbox though with that land, or you kind of like hold it and be like, all right, we're just gonna kind of see how things go over time?
So I have one plot that's connected to Artifact and Zepeto, like it's right on the corner there. And like I thought kind of like Artifact would probably be like a sneaker store, so I thought it'd be funny to do like a digital flight club or like a sneaker reseller.
Ooh,
you know?
Okay, love it.
I don't know, but other than that, not really any plans. I'm trying to like kind of get in touch with a few like game devs, obviously, and like kind of get a bit more like expert help on like how to actually like make a quest out properly and stuff like that. But the other thing is time. So I kind of need help in that respect, like just because we're starting to tour again and everything's starting to get busy. And I'm about to put out an album. So yeah, just kind of feel like I'm gotta like be in a million different places at once, but it's cool.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So I kind of want to mesh this into kind of learning a little bit more about you as well as talking about crypto and whatnot. So you're from Australia, but now you're living in the U.S. How did that move kind of come about? Were you like, hey, there's just a scene and I'm, you know, good at music, so I got to kind of go over there, or what was the process?
I was getting like label offers and stuff from LA, basically from America, but mainly the West Coast. Like I think my music was just like went off more on the West Coast. And I'd come to LA like a few times when I was younger, so it just always seemed just kind of like it's pretty similar to Sydney, actually, if you've been to Sydney.
I haven't, but I can imagine.
You should. So I mean, like beaches, sunny, everyone drives, lots of hills, you know what I mean? Like the landscape is even kind of similar. I mean, there's differences, but for the most part, it's not a difficult move. And if you're from Australia and you get a visa to work in the US, it's pretty fucking hard to get one. So most people end up moving because it's opportunistic, right? Like you've finally been approved to like work as much as you want. You may as well go to where the work is. And basically everyone I know from Australia, like people like Flume, you might have heard of Flume, like he lives in LA. Like there's a bunch. There's so many Aussies in LA, so it's pretty chill actually.
In the music scene as a whole, has many people brought up the Bored Ape Yacht Club at all, or are you kind of like the standalone wolf on the side being like, hell yeah, I got this ape, you guys, you know, you're doing your thing over there, but let me know if you ever want to join the club?
So I think other than Blau, like I was the only other DJ to like mint one, but since then, like I'm in a bunch of group chats, and like there's one group chat I'm in, and like pretty much like everybody has apes now. So like it's a DJ called Wookie. He's got one. Another guy, Gesture, JSTJR, he's got 2. He just bought 2 like recently. These other dudes, Sam F and Elijah Daniel, they're like music producers, and the other guy's like a big Twitter personality, but they have a bunch of apes too. So I'm in a group chat with them. There's like about 5 ape holders. They're probably not as active in the Discord. Elijah is, but the others are a bit more like just on the chill side, you know?
And have you decided if somebody makes like some kind of incredible offer on your ape you'd sell, or are you kind of like, you know what, like if I even get like a couple thousand here, I'm good, or are you gonna kind of hold till the grave?
I'm like, well, I was gonna just hold and never list them, but then I thought, fuck it, the other day I'm just gonna list them, but for like a crazy amount.
Right,
because like
right.
I don't really care if I sell them. So I listed one at like 88 ETH, and then I listed the other one at 50, and I'm like, fuck it. If someone gives me that much, then I can just like buy a shit ton more apes. But
Love it, love it. That's amazing.
other than that, like I don't really care about like the few $1,000s as much as, I mean, not that it's not a lot of money, but like again, I kind of just feel like I missed the CryptoPunk thing, and the whole thing was just to hold that thing, you know, and just I like it as well, you know.
For
I would
sure.
feel kind of weird if I sold my ape at this point, but yeah, I don't know.
Well,
It's kind of like the money would go a long way too, you know.
yeah, no, fair enough. And I mean, you had the ape as your profile for like a long time. Did you notice like a significant uptick in your like social interactions or anything like that when you had it as your profile, or not really?
Nah, I mean, the whole ape follow ape thing is like very true. And I started like a ghost Twitter for like my first ape, and like it got like 400 followers in like a day or two, and I wasn't even really like doing much. So yeah, I definitely noticed an uptick. It's cool. I think people in this community have like this general interest in what the other apes are doing. Like it's kind of like that's the community part, right? I guess, but the interest to see what other people are doing is pretty strong, and everyone's pretty like nice about it. So I've made a few friends already just by shit posting ape stuff. So
That's amazing. Well, one thing that
It's funny.
one thing I wanted to talk to you about was monetizing your content, and I think in a weird way through apes, I think a lot of people see it as kind of a startup of, hey, if I create this ape, I can, you know, have the brand for it as well. We've noticed like in the community certain people that have like actually built up certain things. We had one guy who was kind of like a hype man, and they've kind of created that persona for that ape. We've had other people who decided they were going to literally create audiobooks that were, you know, derived of that ape, and certain things we've found resounding success in, while other ones are kind of like falling flat. But overall, when you're monetizing your content, do you see as Bored Apes as kind of like a gateway to that, or is it kind of like, it's kind of this cool fluffy thing right now, but it's not going to work out down the line forever?
It kind of depends actually. Because some people can like turn a derivative into something really successful, right? So I mean, maybe it's not like a guaranteed way, but like it's possible, you know. I think just in terms of like monetizing content, like social tokens seems like the main way to do it right now, which is kind of how I'm doing it. So I have a social token on Rally, which is like basically a side chain of the Ethereum network. And through that, people can like buy these like tokens. I guess it's like a V-Buck or like a COD buck, but like for my ecosystem, you know, for my community. And so what that does basically, it's like a membership. I guess that's the best way to kind of think about it. But apart from like unlocking Discord and like all the stuff in there, we have like a website we're building with like redeemable stuff. So you'll be able to like basically buy the token or accumulate the token. Like every week you hold, basically you accumulate more tokens. And so people that save them up, like you can cash them out if you want. But people can save them up and kind of claim prizes from me or claim experiences. We have like a website at the moment, like waxmoney.com, if anyone wants to check that out. But just in a quick example, like one thing is like you can win basically like a backstage, like all expenses paid, like come to a festival, any festival I'm playing at with me, and like basically come as part of the crew. So you'll come in the same car as me, like, you know what I mean? Just do everything I do all the way back to the hotel. And
Yo,
yeah, you'll be able
where
to
the hell
claim
can I
stuff like
sign
that.
up? I'm so down for that, dude. Holy sheesh, this is cool. We got the website up right now. And so where did the idea for this come about? Is it just because you've been in crypto for a while and you've kind of seen this and you've decided to kind of jump into it, or what was the idea behind it in the first place?
So yeah, I kind of like really have been into this idea of social tokens for a minute, and I'm not the first artist to do it, obviously. But in exploring the different options, it's either kind of like mint your own coin, which, excuse me, I'm sure most people like kind of think that's the obvious way. And then the other way was to kind of partner with one of these like kind of turnkey sort of platforms, I guess you describe it. Like Rally being one of them. There are other companies out there that do it too. But Rally kind of approached me and was like, hey, like we heard you're into crypto, blah blah blah. Would you be down to do this? We have like Portugal the Man's on there. They have like a really successful coin on there. And I kind of went and spoke about the options, right? Because I think for most people, it's like, why not do it on chain? But the transaction fees at the moment, like, just make it pretty difficult to have like a social token, you know? It kind of becomes more like an asset at that point. Like, if it's just about like appreciation, you know? So we went to Rally and with mainly because it's like no transaction fees. And people can buy the coin and essentially send it. We have a bunch of integrations with Discord, with Twitch. People can send the coin in Discord chat, in Twitch chat. They'll soon be able to buy stuff off my merch store with the coin, and also like claim all those prizes and experiences I talked about earlier.
That's
kind of, yeah.
No, that's just super cool. And like, do you know how many other people like within the music industry are doing this? Do you think that you're kind of a front runner? Because I still feel, and I'm curious your thoughts even. Do you think that we're still super early in this crypto and NFT game?
I don't know about super early because
Fair enough.
I think at the point when it's like in Christie's and Sotheby's, it's still early, right? But I think it's starting to reach this like really wide awareness. Like, you know, my mom knows what an NFT is at this point. I'm sure it's probably the same. We're still early though, and I think that what things are turning into is really like the 2.0, you know? Like the utility with the NFT. Like, I think just buying still art for the sake of buying still art, like, isn't the high, like, you know, I think people will still do it, but I don't think the prices are where it's at necessarily compared to something with like a ton of utility. Like ZED Run's a perfect example. Like, where there's so much you can do like with that NFT. That to me is the interesting part.
I would agree, and that's something that we've talked about with every guest, and it's kind of like a good segue. Do you feel that, I mean, I guess you just said it, but like I don't know if bubbles is the right term, but it seems that with, you know, the camels, the cats, apparently we're getting like a jackass donkey thing that's coming out. We got the Pirate Treasure Booty Club, which it's like there's another animal, there's another thing all the time, and it's like, it's just something that seems like everybody's using as avatar photos, where, like, I mean, obviously there's a need for it, but like, do you think that we're in a bubble for some of these art-based ones right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely you're starting to see a little deflation in the bubble. Like, when you go, like, I went on Nifty Gateway the other day and like just looking around and seeing like some of the prices kind of starting to drop, or like even be even immediately after a drop be not worth as much. You know, I tried to bid on that Gold Word like Crystal Orchestra thing. And like pretty much straight after the auction, like they were selling for less. So I think yes, but then I think no. I think people are still willing to pay for like the right thing, you know, like clearly with the Apes, someone was willing to pay like what, 30 ETH, I think one of the sales was, or 50 ETH, like
ridiculous, whatever.
Craziness.
It's crazy, yeah. But I guess it's a good thing in a way as well for us that kind of like got in on the ground floor for minting. I'm assuming if you were able to go back to that night when you were minting, you would have gotten more than just one.
Yeah, without sounding like I would try to like gamify the thing. Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty big win if you minted like 10 or 15, I feel like.
For sure.
Like, it's enough to like set someone up with a like house deposit, so that's cool.
So in the blockchain race here, I mean, obviously your name's Wax, so you probably have like a soft spot in your heart for the Wax blockchain. But do you kind of see Ethereum as reigning king down the line? Do you think that the Cardano that's coming is going to be good? Do you think Polkadot's going to go over there? Do you kind of have any thoughts on that side of things?
Yeah, I kind of, I mean, I'm like an ETH maxi, I guess you could say. So like most of what I hold is in ETH. But I mean, I like things like Matic, you know. I think I mean, Matic is probably the main one. Origin Protocol, I think they're doing some cool stuff. But that's pretty much it. ETH. I'm hoping that ETH 2.0 takes over. I'm into like Helium. Have you heard of Helium?
I have heard of Helium. I've heard of a few people on YouTube that are kind of like, crypto chart trackers kind of deal that speak very highly of it as well.
Yeah, I like the whole decentralized web thing. So like Orchard is another one, Orchard OXT. And also there's one called Packet, PKT Cash. But they're all trying to do their own version of, I guess, a decentralized web or something like that. But it's cool, man. I think that's the future.
And when I use the term metaverse, speaking of the future, what does that word mean to you?
Like, I guess an alternate universe, essentially. A parallel universe created by us. So yeah, I'm pretty excited about metaverse.
It's cool though, like for Zed, because you were mentioning that before, and just before I go into this, you said that you have Zed horses, or at least you're familiar with it.
Yeah, I have a few Zed horses. None of them are like really high grade ones. I got like 2 Finnies and like a Buterin. And I sold a few. Like I got sniped. Like I didn't know what I was doing early on, and just listed a few for sale for like way lower than they should have, and I got sniped. But I never bought one off any of the drops. Like,
oh, really? Okay. Is there a reason for that? Because we
Yeah.
had the drop that went yesterday, and I don't know if you were a part of it, but basically the first wave was for people that had issues with the previous drop a couple weeks back, and so the first wave went fine, and then the site just ended up completely crashing, and they postponed it for like 5 days and said that like, oh, we're going to give an update or whatever. So maybe you're the smart man that's like, hey, I'll just buy in secondary, screw the drop.
No, I tried to get the drop before.
Oh, okay.
So I was still in Mexico then, and I burnt like a half a day like waiting for these emails and blah blah blah. Anyway, I had a bad experience the drop before, and I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty frustrated afterwards, like just because like transferring and like turning it into WETH and stuff, or the whole process, right? So I skipped yesterday's drop. And
Apparently, it was a good thing too. We wouldn't have to wait the second day in a row.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I would have been pretty mad if I had to do it all over again. And like, I don't know, love to like the team. I don't know anybody from the team personally, but like, I like the concept. You know what I mean? I like what it is, and like, I have fun with it. But I think it's really hard now, like to buy on secondary as well. Like the process is so much harder now. There's so many horses as well, and like filtering through the traits is harder. So I don't know. I hope that like it doesn't get oversaturated. I'm just gonna wait it out for a little. I'm gonna maybe try and get on the next drop or something. I don't know. I know I want a Genesis horse, so at some point.
We gotta get. Listen, talk to me. If you can't get in the next drop, we'll hook you up. We'll figure out somebody that's selling a Genesis. I get you covered now. Because we only have a little bit more time here. I really want to kind of delve in. You said that you were making an album. You're on tour here with like Las Vegas EDM or whatever. I'm like, holy jeez, this sounds like so cool. Can you talk a little bit about that and some of the stuff that you're working on?
Yeah. I mean, right now I just announced a bunch of shows. You can find them on my social media, but a lot of them are festivals. So, EDC in Vegas, Hard Summer, in LA, North Coast in Illinois. There's a bunch, but yeah, I don't know. Festivals, do you go to festivals at all, or like
Well,
where are you from? You're in Canada, right?
Yeah, I'm from Canada, so everything's been like locked up for like the past 2 years, and like today actually was the first time that, or well, not the first. We've like done this, and then they've like, never mind, we're retracting it, but we're in stage 1 of the going back to normal as of today for the first time in months and months and months. So I'd love to go to a concert at some point, but right now it's still a little bit rougher here.
Where in Canada are you exactly? Like, do you mind saying what area?
Yeah,
like...
no, for sure. So I'm in Belleville, so I'm right in between Oshawa and Kingston, or if you know, like Toronto and Ottawa, we're kind of like.
Yeah, okay. I know Toronto and Ottawa.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I'm about 2 hours away from Toronto.
Okay, nice. Yeah, I think I'm up in Canada a lot actually, but I think there's a festival coming up, like Velt Festival. So
Oh, Velt, yes. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yo, if you're there, listen, I gotta get tickets now. God damn it. All right.
Yeah.
That's
through,
awesome.
man.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, that just basically getting back to shows. So that's cool, and putting out this album, which I kind of was working a lot. Like I still added to it like over quarantine, but it was kind of mainly done before then, and just kind of waiting till we could get back to shows so I could like play it.
Well, that's actually a really good point. Like, what have you been doing as an artist? Because I feel like there's been a lot of social media posts about, hey, like artists have been struggling through this time. Have you just been kind of grinding out, doing stuff? Have you done any of the virtual shows? Because I've tuned into Twitch before, and they've had like full blown shows. I mean, obviously it's virtual, but what have you been doing while COVID's been on?
Yeah, I had a bunch of virtual shows, for sure, and then I played like a drive-in show as well, which was kind of cool. Like it was a socially distanced drive-in show. But also I just did a lot of Twitch streaming. So I did a lot of DJ sets on Twitch, but also like just gamed a lot. Like, I don't know, kind of like did music production streams, or just I actually have 2 kind of music production streams I do. One is like a producer competition. So it's called Baseline Boss, and like you basically have to use all 10 samples I provide and make like the hottest 1-minute clip. And then we kind of battle them against each other, and the winner gets like cash and prizes. And then we just have like a demo day as well, where I like take demos for my label, and just we've signed a bunch of stuff. Actually, most of the stuff on my label is either from the producer comp or from the demo session. So yeah, Twitch has been really great for like building my label. We just worked on that a lot, and yeah, just did random streams and stuff.
Oh, I love that you're kind of going through this, and now you're excited to go back on the road. When you got that call saying, "Hey, you know what? Like we're going back to in-person stuff." How was that for you? Were you excited when that happened?
Bro, I gassed. And like the last 2 weekends have just been packed. So the first weekend back, I had like 2 festivals, one in Utah and then one in Florida, and like it was just crazy. So I feel like they're calling it the Roaring 20s again. Like everyone's ready to party, dude.
Apparently. All right, now before we wrap things up, I'm just wondering, because I've asked every single guest this, for anyone that's new into the NFT scene and the crypto scene, do you have any advice for them?
Yeah, don't keep your seed phrase on your computer. keep your seed phrase, like it's like, you know how they tell you to write it down and like keep a copy somewhere nowhere near your shit. That is for real. So do that.
Do that. Got it. All right, Wax, listen, thank you so much for taking the time to come chat with us today. Hopefully we'll see you on tours all the time. And hell, I guess, Amanda, we're going to Veldfest whenever you come up into Canada.
Let me know, man. Stay in touch.
Yeah, for
and,
sure.
And shout out all the Bored Apes, man. Shout out the Ape Gang.
Hell yeah. All right, dude. Thank you so much, and we'll chat soon.
Hey, thanks, man. Have a good night.
All right, guys, that is Wax Motif. Holy, what a day. Oh, my God. No capper. This has been, like, easily, unequivocally, the best stream in the history of anything I've ever done. The history of anything I've ever done. Just saying. We still have some giveaways we got to do, though, guys. We still got some giveaways we got to do. First up, guys, you know Jeremy NFT. Jeremy, he's giving away one of his Bored Ape cards, and they're actually really sick. Let me just bring up my account right here. More marble races? Maybe. We'll see. Yo, BBB, thank you so much, boss. All right, let me find the Bored Ape derivative. And then so you know exactly what you guys are going for. All right. So it's one of these bad boys right here. It's literally a card where you're able to hold and see all of it. Yo, Slimga with a tier 1 gifted to Fibaka. Thank you so much. And Wax, thank you again, boss. Super cool having you on here. So it's going to be of your ape. Once again, if you don't own an ape, what we're going to do is you get to pick somebody that has an ape that you can nominate, and then I'm going to gift you a Top Shot moment. All right, so let's open up the giveaway. We're at 2 minutes. And Hillside, thank you for the second gifted sub of the evening. You're crazy, dude. It's !join if you guys are wanting to get in here to get your ape card. And Plunge, listen, I see you, baby. You got one now. Love to see it. !join if you want to get in here. We got 1:25 left. We also have the My Moment giveaway, which we got to do. So, yeah, and the badly drawn Bored Apes. Sheesh. Oh, sorry, it's !raffle. My bad, it's not join. Sheesh. It's !raffle. Sorry, I'm apparently the tiredness is showing. Sheesh. !raffle, guys. Let's go through. We got Hunter, Januva, Plunge, Slim, Buffalo, Adam, Big Sexy Bartolo, Arbar, Mang, Easy, TS Bash Party, Amanda, J Booze, Ray Stinger, Mecha Boy, BBBBB, Sicko, M Lucas, JVB Forge, Whistle Piggy, Laces Out, Hillside Homie. Come on, guys. !raffle. Sheesh. All right, 33 seconds. Boo! What's up? Dude, today's seriously been so cool. Like, the opportunities we've had in the NFT scene, like, how the hell is it? We're talking with Roothlus, we're talking with friggin' Wax, Motif, talking with just people that are friggin' cool in general. Like, I think that's the best part of this entire thing. Everyone was so damn chill today. It's crazy. All right, 1 second. All right, we're picking the winner. Yo, Forge! Forgy! We got a message up. Jeremy! And we'll get you hooked up with one of these bad boys, all right? I'll sleep like a baby tonight. Hell yeah. Absolutely rigged. Not wrong. Not wrong at all. All right. So next up, we got the badly drawn Bored Ape. All right. Badly. Is that even how you spell badly? Look at this. How is this not an absolute friggin' masterpiece? All right. Yo, Forge, make sure to send me a DM or we'll get you hooked up with Jeremy. All right. So just remind me. All right. For this one, giveaway is started. It's !raffle to get in on here. Again, for your very own badly drawn Bored Ape. These things are hilarious. Like, I actually love them. I'll sleeve this over so you guys can see everyone filling it on out. I will take it and I will love it. Like the teddy bears. Like the teddy bears. I don't know if Caruso's missing hair is in here, but he's the gentleman behind this tunage right now. All right, a minute left. You want the giveaway for JVB's red Bored Ape Yacht Club hat? And we do have the My Moment giveaway as well. And we'll do that right after this one. And I believe that's all of them. No. This is made by Caruso. Philito Caruso, I think. He's in the chat all the time. The guy's apparently a secret wizard on developing some tunage. All right, 20 seconds left. ! raffle. Yo, Hillside, thank you so much for another gifted, dude. Really appreciate your support tonight. He told me to raffle to people whose Twitch username begins with B. All right. Boom. Let's pick a winner. Yo, Buffalo Space. Holy sheesh. You went in the marbles earlier, and now you're winning yet again. Buffalo, if you're able to send me a DM on Discord or here, we'll get you hooked up. And let me know. Make sure you let me know that you got the badly drawn Bored Ape. Okay? And we'll get that hooked up. Okay. My moment. Let's look up this first. My moment. And JVB, if we can get the link for all the Twitters and socials for the people that donated today, that'd be super awesome. If you can, please. All right. So, you see this? You see this bad boy here? These go for like $60. And they offer to give us one free here for the channel. So I love it. Buffalo, again, please make sure that you do DM me regarding, because just, yeah. You know what it is, baby. All right, 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes for the My Moment. It's exclamation mark raffle. Give it a go and make sure that you smash that follow button on everybody that we have listed in the chat there, because they are being super, super freaking generous. I need to display my cool cat, LaMelo. Hell yeah, you do. So once again, guys, it's exclamation mark raffle. And make sure you spell it right, too. All right, we got Adam, Genuva, Antoine, JVB, Forge, Manga. Yeah, listen, I'm not going through everybody's list again. Sheesh. Can't wait to carry this around the streets of Verona. Flex it, baby. All right, 1 minute left. We vibing. Just got an email for the Sandbox monthly update. Talk about Sandbox all day, and now they send the email? Sheesh. 44 seconds. Will a mod win a giveaway? 35,000 points are already on no. Sheesh. I'm pretty sure you can put other moments in it too. Yeah, or sorry, not moments, but like just NFTs in general. I think they're just targeting to the NBA crowd right now. Or like the Top Shot crowd. All right. We got to find out if a bunch of people are winning points, losing points, and somebody's going to be walking away with a My Moment. Holy sheesh. All right, we done. And the winner is, drum roll, please. Yo, Hillside Homie, baby. Yo, it's the friggin' Hillside Homie. Hillside Homie. Yo, Fat W, baby. Thank you so much for the support, as always. Just fire me a DM. You know what to do. Let me know that you won the My Moments, and we got you covered, dude. We got you absolutely covered. Guys, today was fun. Today was fun. If you were here throughout that entire ride, thank you for lending me your time, and I hope I was able to entertain you guys. You had some fun. I heard from different people within the Bored Ape community. It's all about the love. Hell yeah. Make sure to go check out all the people that were our guests today. Amanda just posted the list. Check out the people that were doing the giveaways, all that kind of jazz. We'll be on Twitter as always. Make sure you're hanging out in the Discord. Guys, absolutely love the shit out of you. Let's freaking go. I don't know. I might take like a day or two off. We'll see. Maybe we'll be back tomorrow. It's always juice. You can't even take a day off. I don't know. All right. Good night. Sleep tight. See you around.